Down and under that, just a twisted pink paper clip, clinging to a little jacket zip. Know that you won't get an acquit.
Yeah, know that the hour is drawing near. The case is resting, Sarah Boone should fear. She might soon be shedding actual tears. Down and under that, just a twisted pink paper clip, clinging to a bit of jagged zip, doing nothing more than slip and stick. As Sarah tries to hide her abusive lies, but know that no, it's you, Sarah, we all despise. Leaving you with your lifetime of demise from your sad attempts being the victimized. Know that, yeah, know that. All that you're really gonna see is Prosecutor Jay giving proof to the jury of your murderous pine for commissary. 6-panel conviction arrived at convincingly. Oh, Sarah, can't you tell that your time has come to ring the bell? And let your fans throw you some small slice of hell. The bailiffs will be waiting, cuffs in hand, since you fumbled and flopped all over the stand. So go on, say bye to your circus jaunt. Go on ahead, keep pretending to flit and flaunt. You'll soon be in your brand new prison haunt. Damn it, Margaret. Oh, Sarah, know that now is your time to return to your jailhouse lies. Your face and sob story past its prime. Yeah, know that. All that you're really gonna see is Prosecutor Jay convincing the jury of your murderous and dangerous lies. A sad attempt at trying to be the victimized. No, not happening on board DAJ Enterprise. Paper clip, clinging to a bit of jagged zip, which does nothing more than slip and stick. As Sarah tries to hide her abusive lies, but know that no, it's you, Sarah, we all despise. Your angry and controlling attitude won't spare you any grace or fortitude. From the truth, the jury all can see that the time is here, your tops aside, to return to your crummy jail slides. Your face and sob story are past the prime, so go on, say bye to your circus jaunt. Go on ahead and keep pretending to flit and flaunt, because you'll soon be in your brand new prison haunt. Damn it, Margaret. Just a twisted pink paper clip, clinging to a bit of jagged zip. Yeah, know that you won't get an acquit from all your murderous and dangerous lies. Pathetic, you claim to be the real victimized. No, not happening on board DAJ Enterprise. Damn it, Margaret.
Down and under that, just a twisted pink paper clip, clinging to a little jacket zip. Know that you won't get an acquit.
Yeah, know that the hour is drawing near. The case is resting, Sarah Boone should fear. She might soon be shedding actual tears. Down and under that, just a twisted pink paper clip, clinging to a bit of jagged zip, doing nothing more than slip and stick. As Sarah tries to hide her abusive lies, but know that no, it's you, Sarah, we all despise. Leaving you with your lifetime of demise from your sad attempts being the victimized. Know that, yeah, know that. All that you're really gonna see is Prosecutor Jay giving proof to the jury of your murderous pine for commissary. 6-panel conviction arrived at convincingly. Oh, Sarah, can't you tell that your time has come to ring the bell? and let your fans throw you some small slice of hell. The bailiffs will be waiting, cuffs in hand, since you fumbled and flopped all over the stand. So go on, say bye, 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 bye to your circus jaunt. Go on ahead, keep pretending to flit and flaunt. You'll soon be in your brand new prison haunt. Damn it, Margaret. Oh, Sarah, know that now is your time to return to your jailhouse lies. Your face and sob story past its prime. Yeah, know that. All that you're really gonna see is Prosecutor Jay convincing the jury of your murderous and dangerous lies. A sad attempt at trying to be the victimized. No, not happening on board DAJ Enterprise. Clip, clinging to a bit of jagged zip, which does nothing more than slip and stick. As Sarah tries to hide her abusive lies, but know that no, it's you, Sarah, we all despise. Your angry and controlling attitude won't spare you any grace or fortitude. From the truth, the jury all can see that the time is here, your taunts aside, to return to your crummy jail slide. Your face and soft story are past the prime, so go on, say bye, 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 bye to your circus jaunt. Go on ahead and keep pretending to flit and flaunt, because you'll soon be in your brand new prison haunt. Damn it, Margaret. Just a twisted pink paper clip, clinging to a bit of jagged zip. Yeah, know that you won't get an acquit from all your murderous and dangerous lies. Pathetic, you claim to be the real victimized. No, not happening on board DAJ Enterprise. Damn it, Margaret.
You guys give it up for Amber Rachel and that awesome new song that she did for all of us. Isn't that cool? She is very talented. You know, even if you wanted to sit down and try to do that whole AI song thing, to write the lyrics like that and put them all together and make it, that's just really cool. She did a great job. Very good job. Thank you so much, Amber. And for those of you that kept saying it over and over and over again, I put the other song finally in its own little video yesterday, so y'all could go back and listen to it whenever you wanted to and play it on repeat however often you wanted to. Okay, let's talk about what's going on here today. The big word of the day is, I guess, finally people are starting to realize that this motion that was put up on the docket I guess it was about 2 nights ago. It's regarding the attorney fees for Owens and team. And I don't know how it got back to the prosecutor, how it came up. I'm almost thinking that maybe he's already signed a deal with somebody. Maybe he's already got something in the works for movie rights or a book deal. And I'm thinking the reason that the prosecutor may know something about it is because possibly there were new cameras brought in for this specific purpose of something like this, right? I'm not certain. I'm just kind of like trying to figure out, like, how would they have figured that out? Because, Owens, he would have tried to do it on DL, right? So listen to this motion that I've got here for you guys really quickly. And I cut it down to, it's only like 4 minutes. So let's listen in. I thought it would be a good idea if we went ahead and reviewed some of these docket items that have been popping up, and something I didn't even catch yesterday. So let's go over these. How on earth did I miss this yesterday? All right, let me zoom all the way in for you guys. Okay, listen closely, everyone. State's request for in-camera hearing regarding financial arrangements between the defendant and defense team. So the state is pointing out that the defendant obviously has claimed to be indigent. She had several appointed lawyers prior to forfeiting her right to an appointed attorney. The defendant is receiving costs for money from JAC because of her indigency. Apparently, only the investigator, Billy Lane, from Prison Break Investigations, is being paid by the JAC. The defendant has secured the services of 4 attorneys. 4. Well, yeah, I guess they're counting the paralegal, I guess, and a jury/trial consultant, and perhaps more people that the state is unaware of at this time. The defense team is expending a tremendous amount of cost, having traveled from Milton, Florida to Orlando, Florida for several-week trial. The team returned to Milton, Florida prior to the arrival of Hurricane Milton in Central Florida, and then traveled back after it had passed, incurring additional cost. The state is concerned about a potential conflict of interest between the defendant and her team. And they reference the Florida Bar Rule 4-1.8d. The only way for the court to know if there is an actual conflict of interest rather than a potential conflict of interest is to review the financial arrangements between the defendant and her team. If there is an actual conflict, the defendant can waive this right with clear, unequivocal, and unambiguous language. For a waiver to be valid, the record must show that the defendant was aware of the conflict of interest, that the defendant realized the conflict could affect the defense, and the defendant knew the right to obtain other counsel. The state is requesting the court to conduct an in-camera examination of the financial arrangement to assure that there is no actual conflict of interest, and if there is an actual conflict of interest, the defendant validly waives any actual conflict of interest.
All right, moving now to the motion. I have reviewed that motion.
Judge, we were not aware of the motion until he made mention of it, so we need some time for the lawyers to review it, for us to discuss it, and to see whether or not it has merit or not.
Okay. It was e-filed last night, looks like 9:37, and then sent courtesy copy to myself through Ms. Barrios and you, Mr. Owens, at 9:38 last night. I'll give the opportunity to review that. We can address it after the lunch hour. And that'll give the court the opportunity to do any research during the lunch hour on it as well. All right. Anything else, Mr. J?
I looked at it briefly. I'm not for sure exactly what the allegation is. I don't know if we need to talk about that. So excuse me?
I'm not.
Can we approach the bench?
Sure. Come on up, Yo.
Well,
All right. Thank you all very much. With regard to that motion, we're going to table that for now and address it potentially this afternoon.
okay, so what happened there was they've decided to have a meeting in chambers regarding this. I don't know when it occurred or if it even has occurred yet, but I think we need to keep our ears open about it and see. Let me check comments, see if you guys know anything more than I do at this point. He's getting his Fitbit done. He's getting his steps in. So that was on that portion of it. And so here's what are we expecting to see today? Oh, let me show you the feed for the courtroom so y'all don't stress out. I don't want to stress y'all out today now. Court TV is right there. We're waiting for them to come on board. I got the sound on. We're ready to go. Oh, and also, I'm going to take this down in just a minute. This is your word of the day, or your quote of the day that you need to put in the comments in order to be eligible for the, I started to say Fitbit, for the earbuds giveaway. So please make sure you get that in. We got 74 entries so far. All right, going back over to this. Okay, so here's what we expect to happen today. It's going to be a good day. Yes, it is. The defense is expected to rest before lunch, but because we know how Owens is, I'm not putting money on that. I mean, we'll see what happens, right? once they do rest, then the state's going to get up and do their rebuttal. Once the state does their rebuttal, oh, and that's going to be the state's rebuttal is expected to be over 2 hours because they said they have about 2 hours worth of video footage. I expect that to be body cam footage from previous incidents where the sheriff's office came to their home going back to 2018. Some of it I think we've already seen. Hopefully, there's going to be some stuff that we haven't seen. I want to see George's side of those incidents. None of those videos that have ever been let out have shown what George said happened and all of that. Also, he's mentioned that he's got some phone extractions he wants to bring into evidence or that are already in evidence that he wants to bring up. And he also has some text messages included in that he's going to bring into his rebuttal. I'm sure he has some more things up his sleeve, and he's smart enough not to let Owen's work know where he's going yet. So that's going to be exciting when it does happen. So once the rebuttal is over, they plan to have their private meeting outside of the jury to put the jury instructions all together, agree on everything. At that point, we'll have our jury instructions or we'll have our closing arguments, and then he'll read the jury instructions and they'll go into deliberations. So we are getting towards the end of it a lot quicker than we thought we would. I don't anticipate. Okay, it's Thursday morning. We've got 2 full days, I know. But just because of all the things that James Owens has done to delay this trial thus far, I do feel like this could all go into Monday, everything I just read. I feel like we might not see closing arguments until Monday. I don't know. I always hate it when they do closing arguments late in the day on a Friday. So I guess we'll have to wait and see. Let me look in the chat and see what you guys are talking about. Did y'all get some rest last night? I finally did get some good rest. Yeah, I agree, Anonymous. We're not saying that George didn't ever hit her. We're just saying that she was the aggressor. People better not be bashing my channel. Oh, they're bashing our channel because we're actually taking up for the victim? Is that what you're saying? That's nice. How nice of them. How sweet. Have they done a fundraiser for George in George's memory like we did? Mods, what do y'all think about this? Yes, I've been guaranteed a role. That's exactly right. Oh shoot, I lost my thing. Hang on. Let me pull that down really quick. But we got the earbuds thing on. Where's it at? Take that off for you guys. Yeah, so I was able to get one thing trimmed for you guys last night that I would like to bring up again. Oh, we got courtroom feed. Yay. I think we've done really well. We've had a lot of views during we've had a lot of views during this trial. I've had more exposure during this trial than anything I've ever done. So I kind of expected people to be coming for me for one reason or another. They better have Margaret in the movie. That's all I'm saying. They better. How is everyone feeling about Sarah's testimony? At least we'll have an answer. Outcome is in our hands. All right. Who will play Sarah? We've already gone over that. Y'all going to blow up the chat with that question. Yeah, I wonder if she's going to get in trouble again today for turning around and talking to people. Yeah, okay. I don't know, Dark Star. You got to be careful what you hear out there on the YouTube front. There's a lot of rumors flying around. You got to go with facts. Got to go with the facts. Uh, Stephen, I agree with you 100% here, and that's what I did that clip for, which I don't have time to play it right now. We'll play it on the first break. But I just trimmed out the portion that talks about what she said, as far as what she delved into and what she missed and what she overlooked. And I'll put that up in a minute here. I did upload something last night, but I've got a revision of that already. So I know I got to get the Shut Up Margaret tea done. Characters. Can we get you to play you in the movie? Oh, am I going to be in the movie? I hope not. I don't want to be a part of that mess. Good morning, everyone. Prostitution better buck up. Do you mean prosecution, Heather? I know you do. Are you doing speech to text? No, usually I can tell when y'all do that. Who's going to play the FedEx guy at the retail FedEx store down the street? Sarah could be Amber Heard's, but no. I didn't even look at what she was wearing. Did Sarah say she called her husband upstairs when she went to bed, but in the morning she didn't have her phone when it was ringing because it was downstairs? How did it get downstairs? Well, there's been some controversy about that, Shannon. First, she said she left her phone downstairs. Then she said something about having her phone upstairs recently. I think when she was on the stand here recently, she said some things that didn't add up there. So I haven't pieced that part out yet. I'll probably end up doing that this weekend. So we'll see. Thank you, Cecilia Bradley. I'm glad to have y'all. We should be getting audio soon now that the court judges, the Honorable Judge Michael Kranick is in the house. Why does she act like she's showing up for a party? Thank you, Veronica. Well said. It's her time in the limelight. I mean, she is loving this attention. And we've talked about this in past things. She doesn't care if it's even negative attention. That's just so odd to me. Yeah, I heard she had a girlfriend in the gallery. Oh, excuse me. I'm still having my second cup of coffee. Margaret needs to get a cut. If James is getting a cut, Margaret needs to get a cut. Damn it, Margaret. You better make sure that gets done. She's like, I'm not going to help him fill out this contract unless my name's somewhere on it. The way in which other people are making opinions about this case makes me question all of the cases I've followed. What do you mean, Mackenzie? Do you think that people stir the pot and make you reevaluate things differently? Is that what you're saying? That's why I'm so weird about us bringing up stuff that we don't know, we don't have receipts on this channel, because just one little rumor can blow up and change everything. If that's what you're referring to, it's like, or just listening to what other people might do or say or whatever. You really have to be careful and use your own judgment on that. But I get what you're saying. I'll pull up Notorious Jules on the break. Let me make a note to do that. And we'll look at some of the Twitter feed about juror reactions, if there's any that we haven't already looked at. That's really all I go to the feed for anymore, now that we're seeing everything right here in front of us. Someone said the domestic assault juror was nodding yes while Sarah was testifying and Owens was talking about BSS. She was. She was. I read that on Twitter. And it's Jules that's sitting in the courtroom giving us that information. So it's like firsthand information. So I'm good with that. Dr. Harper sold out yesterday. And it became evident. And we caught it. And I'm hoping the jury caught it. It's just the way she did not want to say. It was not what she said, it's what she didn't say. It's like stopped herself and, "Well, I don't really wanna say that," or, and then Jay was like, "Well, you gotta go to the page whatever and look there, and you said that. Didn't you say that?" "Oh, okay, yeah, I said that." So weird. LOA US says that there's a lot of talk on Twitter of not guilty and hung juries. Anyone who actually believes Sarah's a victim hasn't been paying attention. That's exactly. And here's the thing that I was just kind of going back to what Mackenzie said. It's like, okay, so now the media buzz is whatever the media is seeing right here, right now in trial. But they haven't been looking at what we've been looking at before all this started. So I don't know. Oh, hi, Kai Han. Welcome in. I like your name. That's pretty. Brett says Harper's Cross was hilarious. Ginger Snap said, Carrie, I said the outcome was out of our hands. Yes, it is. It very much is. Y'all are like blowing up the chat, so I'm trying to keep up with what you guys are saying as we await the feed coming in. Mackenzie said the prosecutors are doing their job and it makes it look like bullying because none of the BS Sarah has pulled on her legal rights is allowed to be brought up. It's not fair. Yeah. I think that's the problem. Wizard of Ego, that's what I felt like. I felt like when she was up there, I mean, James Owens might as well have been sitting in that witness box. I'm working on by the way, I've already got an idea for that, so you'll see that soon. The way he was leading her on those questions and nobody ever said anything. I think the prosecution was letting them dig their own hole because they know what they've got in rebuttal. That's the only thing I can figure as far as why didn't they come back and do more then. I'm worried the jury will buy into the BS Sarah spewed for sympathy. They might buy into some of it. The FedEx guy should be Adam Sandler. Oh, that's funny. Bama, there's something about Southern accents and doing that speak to text thing or talk to text, whatever they call it. It doesn't work for us Southern accent people. It just doesn't. She's got on a red top today. Ozzy said, breaking news. The state is offering Sarah a new deal, 75 years. She might want to take that, Ozzy. She just might wanna. Oh, that's funny. I thought Sarah said when she met George, he was charming, not to mention of him punching her. Yeah, so this is what is weird about what she said about that. And this is something we hadn't heard until trial, is how she said when they're on their first date, who goes on a first date with somebody? Well, first of all, who has a second date with somebody who on the first date has them in a fetal position on the ground crying before the date's over on the first date? You know what I'm it's so, I mean, they should have really they should have worked on that story a little bit more. You don't need to put, you needed to edit that story down a little bit. It was too much. Here we go.
Dave Cacciatore on behalf of the state.
William J. for the state.
Defense?
James Owens for Sarah Boone.
Tony Henderson for Sarah.
Ms. Boone, raise your right hand to be sworn. Please, do you swear or affirm the testimony you should give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
Good morning, ma'am. Could you state your name and date of birth for the record for me?
Sarah Boone, 10-10-77.
Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table, buttressed by her attorneys, wearing a black suit and pink blouse. All members of our jury are present this morning. State, or is there anything we need to address before we bring in our panel?
No, sir.
Defense, anything we need to address?
Yes, Judge, I intend to introduce these two exhibits that have already been stipulated to. One is, you did a market before, so they're introduced. Okay.
Right now, your ID is AD, as in boy, and EC as in.
Defense identification AB, Judge, which is the order dated June 16th of 2019. It's a no contact order. And then identification AC.
So he's just entering these no contact orders that they tried to bring into evidence yesterday, and they finally have that to where they can do that.
Dated June 19th, 2019. And then I'd like to introduce them into evidence. And I'd like to hand publish them to the jury.
Okay.
And let them look at them one at a time. And then I believe we're going to rest our case, but at some point, I guess you would excuse the jury because Sarah Boone needs to be questioned about.
And there may be additional motions to be addressed at that time. So yes.
Do we want to do that now before we bring the jury in?
I don't have a problem with that. If you want to rest now, subject to those being entered and published, and we can address any motions, the court has reviewed both of the no contact orders. And that way we don't have to do a in and out. And I can colloquy Ms. Boone at that point in time, and we can proceed with the state's rebuttal case.
Subject to those, the introduction of those two exhibits just mentioned, the defense would be resting our case at that juncture.
Okay, all right. Yes, ma'am. Okay, I've been advised by the courtroom deputy that juror wearing badge 130, seat 10, cannot stay past 5:30 today. So just be advised. We'll use our time accordingly.
That one, the six.
I don't believe so. Give me a moment and I can check. That is an alternate. It's alternate in seat 4.
Thank you.
Defense, do you have any motions?
Just out of abundance of caution, I would read new motion for judgment of acquittal. Pursuant to defense resting. I'm going to do that now while the jury is still out. I don't have any additional arguments other than what was made the other day.
Okay, thank you. Any other additional argument, Mr. J?
Just that at this point in time, the standard is whether or not a reasonable trier of fact could find the defendant guilty. And there is sufficient evidence for that to be sent to the jury.
Okay, thank you. The court recalls the arguments that were made after the conclusion of the state's case, both from the state and the defense. The court finds that a reasonable juror could make a finding of guilt on the elements of the sole charge and the information beyond and to the exclusion of each and every reasonable doubt. For those reasons, the renewed judgment of acquittal is denied. Ms. Boone, I have a couple of questions to go over with you, ma'am. You've been previously sworn this morning. Your attorney has indicated that all of the evidence and testimony of all witnesses in your case have been presented to the jury, with the exception of the two no contact orders pre-marked as AB from June 16, 2019, and the no contact order of June 19, 2019, pre-marked as AC, which once the jury comes back in, he will enter into evidence and produce them to the jury for their viewing. Are there any witnesses that you wanted to call that your attorney failed to call?
No.
Is there any evidence that you wanted your attorney to present that any of them failed to present?
No.
Are you satisfied with all of your attorneys up and until this point?
Very.
Is there anything that you would like to bring to my attention at this time?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. I did receive the proposed jury instructions this morning. I'll look at them during the lunch hour, and after the state concludes their rebuttal case, we can proceed with addressing those. Mr. Beck, yes, sir.
No, the defense did not receive the red line copies that the court discussed yesterday. I don't know if those were sent or not.
I emailed Ms. Barrios last night. Once we got out of court, I'll send them to everyone this morning. Just give me a moment and I'll get those out right now. Is there anyone else? The email correspondence that I have is Mr. Owens's email, Ms. Andrews' email, Mr. Cacciatore's email. Is there anyone else that they need to be sent to from the defense side?
We'll pass them around.
Okay, all right, very good. All right. Can we go ahead and bring in our panel? State.
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes.
All right, let's stand and bring in our panel, please.
I'm telling you, Owen's just going to do something that's going to slow stuff down this morning. You know he is. There's just no way he's going to. Aw, hey, Maxine. It's 11 o'clock in Australia right now. Well, bless your heart. You stay up all night watching. I'm sorry. It is good TV, isn't it? Good gracious. Thanks for being here with us. Okay, so what was said about the TV bashing? Was there some kind? I saw something about that, but I don't know anything about it. It just said that there's a smashing party of the plastics laid down, or what? Someone mentioned it might have been a smash party. I've heard of those, but I don't know much about smash parties.
State, you recognize our jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. Y'all can be seated.
I do too, SC
Good morning,
nighttime.
members of the jury.
I do too. Thank you
Welcome
for your
back
super
to 12
chat.
Alpha in the Orange County Courthouse. If you could, just raise your hands to confirm that you complied with the court's instructions last night during the break. I thank you. Record will reflect that all jurors have raised their hands. We're going to have a little bit of additional evidence presented by the defense this morning, and then we'll go from there. Okay? All right. Thank you very much. Mr. Owens, you may proceed, sir.
Judge, at this time, I would move to introduce defense identification exhibit AB into evidence.
No objection to AB or AC.
What was pre-marked as defense AB will be received into evidence without objection as defense 19. And if you could just identify AC for the record, sir.
Judge, at this time, I would like to move defense identification AC into evidence.
Hearing no objection from the state, What was pre-marked as defense AC will be received into evidence without objection as defense 20.
And Judge, I would like to publish these to the jury and allow them to take their time and pass these down to.
You may proceed.
The first is Defense Exhibit 19. We'll just review it and pass it down. Next document is Defense Exhibit 20.
Shelley, they did the no contact orders from 2 of George's arrest in 2019. I think it was the summer of 2019. And they're just showing those to the jury because they had just admitted them into evidence. You know, Owen's trying to make a big hoopla over this. This is his last chance to do that before he rests. I wonder about this essay nighttime. I really do. I wonder if it was taken out of context or not. There's no way to know. I don't guess. I noticed that too. Has anybody else noticed that he just goes up there and the way he is in the courtroom, he doesn't have good courtroom ethics, I don't think. Or no, mannerisms is maybe the word I'm looking for. They do things a little different over there in Milton, Florida. Sarah's looking a little scraggly today with it. Her hair doesn't look that great. What's going on with the hair today? It doesn't even look like she brushed it. I mean, not that it's been, don't get me wrong. Don't misunderstand what I'm saying. But today it's just looking a little bit worse than normal. Could he not even make copies for each of the jurors? If we got to sit here and wait for him to pass it around. See, this is all Owens. He loves this whole. I don't understand it. It's a control of time thing that he has, and it's as if he's trying to make it affect. This effect that it's so dramatic, and I can see once again he's holding up the entire process.
Thank you, members of the jury. Mr. Owens, any other additional witnesses, evidence, or testimony, sir?
No, sir, on behalf of Sarah Boone, the defense rep.
Thank you. Defense or state, are you intending on putting on a rebuttal case?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed, sir.
Speak with Dr. Tonia Warner.
All right, buckle up, babies. It's time to roll. Defense has rested. Prosecution is coming in hard and heavy.
You swear or affirm that the testimony you should give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do.
Doctor, good morning. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us?
My name is Tonia, T-O-N-I-A, Warner, W-E-R-N-E-R.
Thank you. You may be seated, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Where do you work?
I'm employed at Meridian Behavioral Health Care in Gainesville, Florida.
And what services do you render there?
I'm their chief medical officer.
And can you tell the jury what your educational background is?
Yes. So I graduated with an undergraduate degree at the University of South Florida in chemistry. I then attended medical school at American University of the Caribbean. I did a residency in psychiatry at Connecticut Valley Hospital in Connecticut under the auspices of Yale University. I then came back to Florida and did a fellowship 1 year in forensic psychiatry at the University of Florida.
And since your educational background, what have you been doing professionally?
Yes. So I'm a licensed physician in Florida. I am board certified in general psychiatry and forensic psychiatry. I was initially employed on faculty at the University of Florida from 1998 through 2015. I retired there as the vice chairman of the Department of Psychiatry and the director of the Forensic Institute. I then went to work as the chief medical officer at Meridian Behavioral Health Care, which is a community mental health center.
What is psychiatry?
So psychiatry is the treatment of mental health disorders.
And what is forensic psychiatry?
Forensic psychiatry is the interplay of psychiatry and the law. So anywhere where psychiatry intersects with legal issues.
What is the difference, if any, between a psychiatrist and a psychologist?
So a psychiatrist has gone to medical school, where a psychologist has not.
And as a licensed physician, are you able to prescribe medication?
Yes, I am.
In the course of practicing medicine as a psychiatrist, do psychiatrists prescribe medication to treat mental disorders?
Yes, we do.
And when did you begin your work as a forensic psychiatrist as opposed to working at the faculty at the University of Florida, or was that concurrent?
In 1996 in the state of Connecticut, while I was doing my training at Yale University, I testified for the first time as an expert witness in the state of Connecticut.
And over the course of your career, have you done forensic psychiatric evaluations?
I have.
Approximately how many?
Thousands of times.
And does this include on matters such as competence?
Yes, it does.
And does it Just explain briefly to the jury, what does that mean, legal competence?
So competence is, do they understand the legal process? Do they understand who the different players are in the courtroom, who's on their side, who's not on their side, what they're charged with, what the possible penalties are, what the possible plea options are?
And have you ever done any forensic evaluations about insanity?
I have. I've done sanity at the time of the crime, and also I've been appointed by the governor of the state of Florida to do sanity for execution.
And have you ever been involved in working as a forensic psychiatrist involving the subject matter of battered spouse syndrome?
I have.
Can you describe your experience in that area for the jury?
I've been asked to do evaluations by the prosecution and defense several times with regards to, and it's come up in different cases, criminal cases with regards to intimate partner violence.
And does all violent episodes within a relationship result in something that we are describing as battered spouse syndrome?
No.
And I see there is a book in front of you. What book is in front of you?
Yes. So this is the Diagnostic Statistical Manual, and this is the 5th edition text revision, which is the most current edition.
Is battered spouse syndrome in there as a diagnosis?
No, it is not.
And where, if anywhere, does it fit into any of the categories within the DSM-5 TR?
It would come under one of the trauma categories, most specifically under most likely post-traumatic stress disorder.
Can you describe for the jury what post-traumatic stress disorder is?
So this is a disorder that's recognized under the DSM for individuals who have suffered a traumatic event, and then they have re-experiencing of the traumatic event. They have different symptoms besides re-experiencing, such as hyperarousal, and also avoidance of triggers or symptoms, things that would trigger a response to it.
Are there any agreed upon criteria within the relevant forensic psychiatric and forensic psychological communities about battered spouse syndrome?
There are.
And what would those be?
So it's again, having experienced a trauma, repeatedly, violence within an intimate relationship, and then having symptoms secondary to that, avoidance, so tiptoeing around, trying to avoid recreating the violence.
And if a person experiences an environmental stimuli, something happens to them, another person does or says something to them, is their subjective reaction what is defined as whether there's trauma present or not?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Let me rephrase it.
You can rephrase.
You described there's a difference between experiencing a violent relationship and whether or not that person is going to experience trauma from those behaviors they witness and experience. Is that fair?
Yes.
Now I've lost my train of thought. Is it fair to say that an experience that a person has, whether or not that person believes it's traumatic, is a subjective experience?
Yes, each individual is different, and so each individual is going to take that experience differently.
Can hypothetically a couple be involved in a violent relationship for a number of years, even 3.5 years, and battered spouse syndrome not necessarily apply to either or both of them?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you explain that?
So again, each individual is different. So one individual may develop the symptoms of battered spouse syndrome, and one individual may not under the same exact circumstances, just depending on their makeup and what they've experienced in their background and their biological makeup.
And is there a cycle of violence that is sometimes used to describe battered spouse syndrome?
There is.
Can you describe that?
There is. So there's the initial, there's kind of a tension buildup section where you feel the kind of tension building up, and the individual can feel kind of the incident coming, and then there's the actual incident of violence. And then following the incident of violence, there's a honeymoon phase, what they call the honeymoon phase. And that's the third phase, where the individual who created the violence attempts to make up to the victim and recreate kind of the relationship and pull them back in. And then it starts all over again, where you feel the kind of tension start building up again to the incidents of violence.
Does abuse have to come in the form of physical or sexual violence?
No.
Can you explain your answer?
So it can also come in ways of coercion. It can come in ways of control, such as financial. So if an individual controls another individual financially, or controls their ability to drive or go out, their ability to be around their other family members or friends, kind of isolates them from other individuals, controls their ability to work, so controls their ability to make money or access to funds, so they can control them in any number of ways.
Is this kind of about like an inequitable power dynamic in the relationship?
Yes, absolutely.
Can a man be on the receiving end of emotional or physical or sexual trauma and potentially experience, strike that. Can a man be on the receiving end of verbal, harsh words, physical violence, or sexual violence, and end up having this syndrome of battered spouse syndrome?
Yes, it crosses all boundaries, and we see it in all types of relationships, whether it be heterosexual or homosexual relationships. We see it cross all boundaries.
And can this element of control come from controlling personal items such as identification papers?
Yes, absolutely.
Can control potentially, hypothetically, come from partner A gifting partner B an item, but still considering that item partner A's because he or she paid for it, even though it was a gift?
Yes.
And in this particular case, were you asked to do an evaluation of Sarah Boone?
Yes,
Do you see Ms. Boone in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point out where she is and what she's wearing?
She's sitting at a table there, wearing a dark suit and a pinkish top.
May the record reflect she's identified the defendant.
Record will so reflect.
What date did you have an evaluation of Ms. Boone?
It was early in October, I believe October 2nd.
And this was at the request of the state of Florida
Yes, it was.
and subject to a court order?
Yes.
And where, who was present for this evaluation?
The defense and the prosecution.
All right. Tell us about the evaluation with Ms. Boone. What do you do first?
So I met with Ms. Boone at the jail in a conference room. Again, the prosecution was there and her attorney. I met with her for approximately 2.5 hours, just under 2.5 hours. I introduced myself and explained that the interview would not be confidential, that I would be coming to court if asked to share my opinions. And she agreed to participate. I then start out with just general information, so getting to know her, date of birth, kind of background information, who her parents are, childhood. I go through her educational background, work background, her marital background. I go through health, psychiatric background, any substance use issues. I do a mental status examination.
Can I stop you there?
Yeah.
Elaborate further on that.
So a mental status examination is just questions to determine kind of memory and cognition, kind of how their thought process is, how they're thinking. Are they able to kind of fluidly think through processes?
All right, go on after that.
And then I transition from there into walking through the incident that happened with her.
All right, what did she indicate occurred on February 23rd, 2020 to you?
All right. Is it all right if I refer to my notes just to
Just if you need them to refresh your memory, please do so. but don't read from them. Just let us know.
So she had a difficult time recalling what time they actually woke up that day. Initially, she said in the morning, and then she said she wasn't even sure that it was in the morning. She said that they both wanted to drink, but that she asked that they could clean the house first instead, and that they did some vacuuming and cleaning. They had a half a bottle of wine left over from the day before that they drank. She felt about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. They drank that out on the back porch. And she described that they had kind of 2 beach chairs out there and a dartboard, and that they kind of hung out there a lot on the back porch, spent time out there. They did a puzzle out there and completed that, and then did some kind of artwork. She felt like he was getting frustrated thinking about his life, that he had lost his job. And so she encouraged him to call his daughters, although she knew that that they did not like to talk to him when he was drinking. So I'm not sure why she had encouraged him to call them at that point, because they were already drinking. And she also at some point encouraged him to call his brother, because she wanted him to explain to his brother that he had pulled her down the stairs the night before, although that didn't happen. He didn't explain that to the brother, and according to her. And then at some point they went and got another bottle of wine and some cigarettes from the grocery store and continued to drink. And then they were inside the house, and then he, I guess, tagged her at some point and said, "Tag, you're it," which indicated that they were going to play hide and seek. And she said she went upstairs and hid in the shower and waited for him to come, and he never came upstairs. Excuse me. And so she eventually came out of the shower to look for him. And as she was coming down the stairs, she said she saw him slipping into a suitcase, which was on the living room floor, that they had put out because they were going to donate it. And sorry. And so she went downstairs and indicated that she had found him, and they were kind of laughing. And she zipped the suitcase up, and they continued to laugh, she said, at that point. And they were having a good time and laughing and enjoying themselves and having a good time. And she said, and then she became angry. And she said she remembered what it felt like when he was choking her, and she became angry.
What did she do after she became angry?
I'm going to refer to my notes at this point.
Refresh your memory, just
Yes.
put them down and then tell us what you remember.
It's not hearsay, Bobcat, because she's a doctor. That's why.
She said that she shook the suitcase and that she lost control of it and it flipped.
And then what happened?
Then she said that he stuck 2 fingers out, and her son's baseball bat was sitting there, and she picked the bat up and hit his hand.
Then what happened?
And then she went upstairs and waited for him to come upstairs.
All right. Alcohol. Can you tell us what you know about the effects as a medical doctor of ethanol or alcohol on the human body?
Yes. So it causes intoxication, as we all know, and it causes disinhibition. It works on the frontal lobe of the brain and allows us to do things that we wouldn't normally do. It disinhibits us.
And in the course of your practice, have you ever come across a diagnosis of alcohol abuse disorder?
Yes.
And what is that?
Well, alcohol abuse is an old disorder. So we used to use alcohol dependence and alcohol abuse. It's now been combined in the DSM-5. In the DSM-5 TR, it's alcohol use disorder.
In considering what a patient or a client or somebody that you've been asked to evaluate by a government entity, do you take into account that person who's relaying the history to use a consumption of alcohol at the time of the history that they're given?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because again, it affects their behavior and their actions.
Does alcohol have any effect on a person's memory?
It can.
What, if any, relationship is there between acute alcohol use or acute alcohol intoxication and battered spouse syndrome?
Again, it can affect your memory. It can affect your reactions. It can affect your response to different things.
Does the disinhibitory nature of alcohol strengthen, weaken, or have no effect on battered spouse syndrome?
It would depend on each individual again.
Generally speaking, it is important as an evaluator to get as much information as possible before rendering an opinion, such as diagnosing somebody with something out of the DSM-5 TR or battered spouse syndrome.
Yes.
In this particular case, did you require any additional information to reach your conclusion about the relationship between battered spouse syndrome and the events of this evening?
I based my opinion on the information that I had. Certainly, if there was more information, my opinion would be subject to change.
And what was your opinion?
My opinion was that she did not give me enough information to diagnose her with post-traumatic stress disorder at the time that I evaluated her at the jail.
And specifically talking about
Yes.
Well, the only problem I have with this, y'all, is that this lady only spent 2.5 hours with Sarah. But the big thing that she said, and I think the jury's going to catch this because it's been said too many times recently. She took the bat and hit his fingers that were trying to unzip the suitcase. She said hit, which means Sarah said hit, right? Not poked. Like the defense has been changing that word to poked every time. Before James Owen started saying poked, it wasn't poked. It was hit every time we heard it said before up until then. Just recently, a couple days ago in trial, he changed that word. So I'm wondering about, oh, sorry. Take that thing off. Yeah, it's like all of a sudden she became angry. He should have said objection to that. 2.5 hours with her, and it wasn't a private meeting. It's hard. I think if I'm a juror, I'm going to look at that and think, that's not the same, though, as this other doctor, because this other doctor spent 9 flipping appointments with her, 8 days with her, whatever it was, right? Yes, poking and prodding doesn't leave bruises. Exactly. So I don't see that. I worry that they're going to say, well, she only met with her one time. It was 2.5 hours and it was in front of everybody else. So Sarah may not have been as forthcoming with the information. I don't know. That kind of makes this, to me, that kind of makes her meeting invalid, unless she's going to come up with something more here moving forward. Let's see what else she says. Cheer says, plus they keep saying hand, only his 3 fingers were hanging out. Yeah, there was only like 2 or 3 fingers hanging out. So I don't understand that. Beck says, looks like she made him hit the TV. George goes, fine, but you're going to help me take this shit out. She saw a broken TV as a chance for more abuse proof. Yeah, it was staged. Like, it could have been something that at the time she wasn't planning on using it like for that, but then when she needed it, she used it. Thank you for the super chat, Beck. Eric Junker says the TV already had a 4-inch hole in it at the top left side before he hit it with the bat. I know, and that's just it. Like, we don't know how that happened. So I'm wondering, was it damaged because by accident, and then they decided to go ahead and do that with the baseball bat? I don't understand. I don't think it was normal that they did that with the baseball bat. Normal people don't do that. If you're going to do something like that, you would take it outside or something. I don't know. It's just kind of strange, but yeah. Thanks for your super chat. Joanna Poole, welcome to the membership. Lunacat says, game on. You know it, Lunacat. The party is fixing to get started here in a minute. I just want more from this doctor. I didn't realize she'd only had such a small, but you know why she only had such a small amount of time? Because they didn't bring in the BSS defense, or they couldn't until later into when Owens got involved, which limited their time. But at the same time, and Dr. Parker or Harper was involved way back when Sarah first became charged. And that was her first attorney that Dr. Harper was working with originally. So that goes back to 2020. But I don't know why the state wouldn't have been more prepared for this. That is a little disappointing to me. State's got the resources to go ahead and have this prepared and ready in case they do have to battle the defense on it. And I don't think the state went into this trial thinking that she was going to take that plea deal on the first, right before they started. I don't think they thought she was going to take it. What are they arguing about? What could they possibly be arguing about, you guys? I say arguing. They're discussing it. Okay, whatever. All right, Janice, thank you for all your volunteer work. Take care, honey. We'll see you in a little bit. You think the first damage was done from a ball, Carol? Carola Van Meenen? Carol? State will show her insistent lying and changes stories. Well, yeah, this will be interesting, Ginger Snap, to see if there's a story change on all this. Hubgrass says, I wish they would focus more on that she pushed him down the stairs. The problem with that is it's just he said, she said. We have proof of them hearing something, but I guess because the state just doesn't, maybe it just brings up too many question marks, and the state is scared to do that because I don't want to leave anything open like that and leave the jury questioning why they would bring something up like that where they didn't have solid proof. So that might be why. Gene P says Sarah clearly has selective memory depending on when it's in her favor. Absolutely. I mean, she did have her story down. She had her story straight in a lot of it that she said. I will give her that much. That's why I always wondered about that whole hide and seek thing, because she never swayed from it. She always stuck with the hide and seek thing. Oh, arguing is the proper terminology. Okay, yeah. Thank you, continuously evolving. Cindy says the reason is because the battered spouse syndrome just came up, and that's why they didn't have somebody else in here. I just feel like they should have, though. I don't know. I'm not an attorney. Nana, we already went over that motion. We went over it yesterday, and we went over it again this morning. I am a survivor, and at no point did my ex smash anything that calmly, without simultaneously screaming at me. Yeah, I felt that was weird. It's like the anger in that video wasn't towards Sarah. I just think that was a captured moment that didn't have anything to do with this trial. There's somebody sent something to me from Reddit the other night, or last night, and I'm going to play it during the break because there's at the end of the last video, or at the very end of one of them, you could barely hear George say something. And I want to play it for you guys and see if y'all hear it. I finally heard it. I wasn't listening for it before, but when they mentioned it and then I listened to it again, I'm like, oh my gosh, I think you can hear him say help. Jen Mead said, that's why Sarah took still photos of the TV video. She clipped that video so we don't see her in part of that. Sarah said the TV was broken on direct. Oh, she did already confirm that it was broken. Yeah. Okay. Michelle, thank you for your super chat, Jen. Michelle, I hope you had a wonderful birthday yesterday. Thank you for gifting the 5 memberships. That's so nice of you. Bless your little pea picking heart. You guys say thank you to Michelle. And just so you know, YouTube memberships, they're just doled out to whoever can takes them. Michelle doesn't have any control over who gets them. That's okay, Nana. I forgive you. I forgive you, Nana. Y'all, I'm eating donuts. I apologize. Why can't the state play some of the videos we've been seeing here on the YouTube, like George's arrest videos? That's what we're hoping for today. Chihuahua. I'm hoping that during this rebuttal, we're going to see a lot of this body cam footage, and hopefully in some of it, we'll see that was those redacted moments that we weren't able to see before.
Members of the jury, thank you so much for your patience. I have a matter I have to discuss with counsel outside of y'all's presence. It may take a little bit more time than just our conference up here, and we don't want to have y'all just hanging out waiting for us to figure out what we're going to do next. So I appreciate your patience. We're going to excuse you to the deliberation room at this time. Please do not conduct any independent investigation or research as to the person, places, things, or charge involved, and do not have any conversations amongst yourselves or anyone else about those things, and we'll bring you back promptly as possible. Thank you.
Well, this is a good thing because maybe now we'll get to hear what they're talking about.
Y'all can be seated. Thank you. Mr. Owen, see if you can find me that portion of the transcript that we were addressing as to additional opinions and other depositions and anything in Dr. Warner's deposition that you believe we need to address regarding this opinion as it relates to PTSD.
Well, and Judge, it applied to every opinion she was going to express. It started on page 37, line 24. As it relates to Sarah Boone, do you have any diagnosis as it relates to her? And then 38 is when she started talking about a generalized anxiety disorder, and that she was not for sure whether Sarah Boone had a generalized anxiety disorder versus if it was just an adjustment disorder to being in jail. And then she also mentioned in that same answer that Sarah Boone had some narcissistic personality traits, and that those were my 2 major diagnoses. And then I questioned her further about that. She explained again on line 17 about general anxiety disorder versus the adjustment disorder, and that I hadn't had time to fully formulate that opinion out. Line 21, I need time to go through my notes and think about it and process.
Page. We're still on page 38?
38, line 21. I need time to go through my notes, think about it, process it. But I had the other depositions, as you're aware, yesterday, so I had to prepare for those and go through that. So I have not had time to process on my notes. And I said on line 39, well, doctor, I'm trying not to inconvenience you. You know, we're set for trial October 7th for jury selection. Line 6, I anticipate your testimony would be until a little later. So we could discontinue the deposition and then reset it when you've got time to review. Because obviously I'm not going to want to take your deposition and you have other opinions that are not going to be covered. And then I asked, looks like Mr. J asked, what's your position? He said, conducting discovery after the jury trial starts is completely unacceptable to me. So that's my position. If she needs to issue a supplemental report, or if there has become a need for a second deposition, then we can address that. But it would be my position that we need to get this done because the state doesn't have any appellate rights once a jury is sworn and jeopardy attaches. And I say on line 23 of page 39, well, you obviously understand my position. I'd like to finish the deposition today as well. But if she is holding out that she may have other opinions and other diagnosis after she has had more time to think, review the paperwork, then obviously that creates an issue. And then she said, but if that happens, I can bring that forward, and then you can add to your deposition at that point if my opinions change after having reviewed further. And I referred to Mr. J. Page 9 of 40, Mr. J says, I think we plow ahead. This is our time with her. Court reporter's prepared to give us a transcript by the end of the week. Something needs to be amended.
End of the weekend.
End of the weekend. If something needs to be amended, then she can A, issue a report. B, if we need to take a deposition, an abbreviated deposition on the limited subject matter she is not prepared to testify about to on today, then we can do that. But the notion of halting a deposition today that is set for 3 hours and then doing a 3-hour deposition during trial, especially after jeopardy is attached, is not what the state would do. And I respond on page 40, line 23. I'm not suggesting that, Mr. J. I'm suggesting what you just said at the very beginning, which is let's finish. But if she has some supplement, then I would want to take a brief second deposition as it relates to any new diagnosis or opinions. Mr. J responds on line 4. Okay. What I'm understanding her to say is right now, there has been a previous diagnosis of an adjustment disorder in some of the records, and she just needs to review her records to see if she thinks that is the best diagnosis that she would give as opposed to a generalized anxiety disorder. And then the witness says, you essentially flipped that, Mr. J, upside down. You got that backwards. So we go on to page 42. Line 1 up, Mr. Owens. I agree. And Dr. Werner, just let the state attorney know.
Okay, but we're skipping a massive portion of 41
Okay.
that addresses specifically opinions
All right, let me go back.
as it relates to generalized anxiety disorder.
Okay, the witness starts on line 15. So she's saying she has the generalized anxiety disorder, and I'm saying I want to review it more. Because Sarah Boone had disclosed to the doctor that she had been previously diagnosed with a generalized anxiety disorder. And so the Dr. Werner was considering that admission, but she was saying, I want to review it more to see if I think it's more of an adjustment disorder to being in jail, Judge, to being in the correctional setting right now. And that the stressors that she is under right now as opposed to a generalized anxiety disorder. So Mr. J says on line 22, okay, so on this topic, if something new comes up, then we can address it. But if you have other topics to depose her on, then I suggest we go on. And then page 42, line 1, that's when I say, I agree, and Dr. Werner, just let the state attorney know. I know that you may be, we are on short time. If you do review your notes over the weekend or whatnot, formulate any other opinions, just let the state attorney know, and I will address it.
We'll address it.
And we'll address it. Line 7, the witness, Dr. Werner says absolutely. And then, do you want me to continue reading or?
If there's portions you want to highlight for me, I mean, I have the transcript. I'm following along with you.
That was the general understanding that we had about all diagnoses, all opinions that she may have. And so she starts talking about the mental status exam that she gave her, and then she page 43, line A, she said she said she has narcissistic personality disorder traits. Or I asked that question, that's how she answered. She goes through a little bit of that.
I would laugh my butt off if he fell back in that chair.
And then paraphrasing, she talks about the grandiose component or criteria that she met. And then on page 45, I asked her what other criteria, line 1, would tend to indicate that she was a narcissist. And the answer by Dr. Werner, I didn't say that she was. I said that she has narcissistic traits. And that was the examples. That was,
Excuse me for interrupting, but can we lasso this back into?
I understand that's what the depo reflects, but the non-objection which led to objection pertains to an opinion specifically about post-traumatic stress disorder. And at this time, no opinion is being referenced, nor does the call of the question pertain to narcissistic personality traits or diagnosis of narcissism. The question pertains to PTSD.
all right, page 46. Line 1, question, okay. Do you feel like she suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder? Line 3, answer. She didn't give me criteria with regards to that. She discussed having fear and anxiety of his family and fear that they would come into the jail or have someone else come into the jail and harm her. She talked about that. And she spoke about, having recollections, remembering abuse from George during the evaluation. Question 13, line 13, on 46. But you don't believe that she suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder, in your opinion? Answer, line 15. No. I would have to look back through my notes to see if she fully met the criteria. Question, line 17. Can you explain why you don't think she suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder? Answer, line 19. No, I didn't say one way or the other. I would have to look back through my notes for that. Line 21, question. Is that something that you may, in the future, give an opinion about after some time reflecting and reviewing your notes? Line 24, answer, I may. Number 25, question. Okay, and that's something you will let the lawyers know about if that changes? Answer, line 2 of page 47, yes. That's specific to the post-traumatic stress disorder.
Okay.
So at the time of this deposition, when I asked her specifically,
So what's the legal objection? What are the legal grounds of the objection?
I
Does that
would
sound
not
familiar?
take that deposition, Judge. When she said, I have not had time sufficiently to answer these questions, these diagnoses, these opinions, if this wasn't set for a definitive date that you had already told me it's not going to be continued, I would refuse to take that deposition. But under the promises from the state,
What
I
are the
will be notified of any changes.
legal grounds of your objection? I'm familiar with the background. I'm familiar with the time frame. I'm familiar with all the dates and the depots and the coordination and everything we had to do to get this all teed up before trial. What are the legal grounds of your objection? I understand the backdrop.
I mean, I don't know if there's a legal ground other than we had an agreement as attorneys, as parties, that I would be notified of a change of opinion and I would be allowed to take a second deposition. That's the only thing I know to object to.
Okay.
Because I was not given that opportunity, which was an agreement between the parties.
Response.
Judge, I don't appreciate the implications that they're making. What I would proffer with this witness is, we spoke yesterday. I asked her if she had any change in her opinion about any of the diagnoses. She said no. And I asked, well, then My position, my understanding of her position is that it doesn't matter whether she had PTSD or not, because what Ms. Boone said at the time was that she zipped Mr. Torres up into the suitcase. They were both laughing. And once he was already secured in the suitcase, she became angry and then did all the things that she did. My expected answers from the doctor, based on a very brief conversation yesterday and this morning, was that if I asked her whether or not PTSD or BSS had anything to do with this particular case, that her answer would be, it doesn't matter because of what she stated happened. I'm not asking her about her diagnosis of PTSD. I'm not going to be going into narcissism. I'm not going to go into whether or not she ever delineated the difference between adjustment disorder or anxiety, because my understanding of what she told me was that none of this matters. None of this matters because of what she said to us during the evaluation.
But the question was, and I may have to ask Madam Court Reporter to read it back, but my memory of what the question was is, have you formulated an opinion with regard to PTSD?
And my expected answer was, it doesn't matter because of what she said during the evaluation.
Okay. Unfortunately, that was not the answer that came from the witness. The answer was a definitive no.
Attorney's fault.
I'm not casting blame. I'm just going back over of what was asked and what was said. Okay.
Yes.
Judge, and that's his position, that post-traumatic stress disorder, that doesn't apply in this case, and that he, I'm sure, reflected his opinion to the expert. But that doesn't mean that that's my opinion, that post-traumatic stress does not apply.
Okay, that's irrelevant with the purposes of this argument.
Well, their discussions and him feeling like it didn't apply.
Okay. As an officer of the court, he just told me he spoke to the expert yesterday and the opinions hadn't changed. And the opinion that was offered at the deposition was, I'm not sure. And based on what he had proffered as to what he expected the answer to be, the answer was not going to be any different. It's not applicable. It doesn't matter because of what she told me. That's unfortunately not the answer that was given. So what is it that you're asking me to do at this time, Mr. Owens?
I'm asking, I don't know if we need to proffer the entire testimony of this witness, because opinions and diagnoses have apparently changed. I think I have a right to take a second deposition before she testifies.
What other opinions, Mr. J, if any, are going to be offered by Dr. Warner?
May I just proffer?
Yes.
All right, you've been present for all this hearing. Yes, doctor? Yes. Am I misrepresenting any of our conversations?
No.
All right. And so if I ask you if battered spouse syndrome or PTSD has any relationship to the facts of the case as the defendant relayed them to you, what would be your answer?
That it's not related to the incident as she reported it.
Okay. And if I ask you, therefore, if there were any prior instances of violence, would that change your opinion? What would your answer be?
No.
And if you reviewed any other materials, would that change your opinion based on what she told you about what happened that evening?
No.
That's it.
Judge, number one, she's given a legal opinion. Number two, it's a discovery violation.
What is the legal opinion?
That post-traumatic stress disorder doesn't apply in this case.
Dr. Harper testified it did, and that's what experts do.
I would like to have known that, and that was going to be her opinion before today.
That's not a change in testimony. That's
Where is that a change in the
So you're
deposition?
going to have to read the whole transcript. I asked.
No. This is a 87-page transcript. You're objecting. You have the burden to establish your objection.
Give me a minute. I'll read through it and find where I asked her.
I mean, this isn't the first time I've looked at this deposition. The state provided it to me when we had the hearing on whether or not battered spouse would be permitted. The state provided specific highlights for me to look at. At no point in time did the defense say, look at this, look at this, look at this in her deposition when we had that hearing. So other than what's being provided to me right now and what's been testified to this morning, I don't know what opinions she has. All I know in coming into today is what the basis of her opinion was, specifically with regard to any of the statements that Ms. Boone had provided, which was the whole crux of the state's motion to prevent battered spouse from coming into evidence.
Judge, if you look at page 66, line 20. Let me know when you're there, Judge.
Hang on. Yes, sir.
Page 66, line 20, question. Okay, so other than the couple of hours that you intend to maybe reflect on your notes and anything else, any other work that you intend to do on this case? Answer 23, no, sir. Not that I'm aware of. Line 24, question. And you've expressed all your opinions, at least generally here today. Answer, page 67, line 1. Yes, sir. Question. Then I go into fees. Then on 67, line 7, question. Just double dog sure. You admit that you have no other opinions other than the ones you've expressed here today. Line 10, answer. That I've been asked about. If I'm asked something else, that I'll offer it. Number 12, question. And you've been provided all the resources you need to rely on and express your opinions. Line 14, answer. I have based an opinion on the resources that I've been provided. If there's other things out there to be provided that may or may not change my opinion. I believe it's a discovery violation because I should have been notified that there was going to be a change in opinions here today. And we had an agreement that I was going to be allowed to retake the deposition and not be ambushed in the middle of the trial with a new opinion.
What new opinions are different based on what Mr. J proffered the testimony is going to be?
I have to ask Madam Clerk to reread the question and the answer from the expert. It's been so long now.
Madam Clerk, or Madam Court Reporter, are you able to reread the portion of the proffer as to what Mr. J asked of the witness? Absolutely. Of course.
I know, right, Lesinator? It's been like that the whole flipping trial. He talks more than
We're
anybody.
going to step off for a moment while Madam Court Reporter is able to provide that reading.
Thank you for your super chat. Owen's middle name is Sullivan. It's Stalin. Okay, so I was going to read some of you guys are some of the things y'all are saying in the chat. It's cracking me up. Thank you, Cheryl, for your super chat. Oh, good gracious, y'all. I object because this is detrimental to my case. Patty said Owen's always throwing a hissy fit. Yep. Owens likes to break the stride too. That's exactly what it was. It's like just as they were starting to get going, Amy, it's all like all of a sudden he's jumping in with this. He's decided on this. Paul Berry says, "Shut up, Owens." And Gentai says, Owens is calling out Cranick. He's been calling out Cranick throughout the whole trial. He's been so disrespectful to the judge. It just makes me so angry, y'all, that he gets away with it. Thank you, Paul Berry, for your super chat. We're glad that you could air your frustrations out here on our channel. Uh, Anonymous said, I have adjustment disorder. Basically, any changes in my life, it is hard to get used to. Or what did they say about her having that she did or she didn't have it? I don't remember. It's been so long. Huh. Jurors ordering lunch right now, seated around the table, all looking at menus. That's from Purple Haze. Griffin Cash says, Owens has honestly done a great, slimy little job at defending her. No, and I agree with you, Griffin. Like, I get where you're going. You meet, like, honestly, he is, if you needed somebody to defend you, he's better than nothing. And he's trying hard, I guess. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, it's a lot of under the table things going on there. Just not good. Owens is nervous about the psychiatrist. Very nervous, Irene. Ill829 says, oh my God, here goes Owens and his control issues. He's controlled the courtroom for 2 entire days, and now he's eating into the state's time. Exactly. He's already arrested, right? JPC. Hey, good morning, Grandma. Her opinion is that she doesn't have any opinion on narcissistic disorder on PTSD. Well, that's just it. So, you guys, while everybody's freaking out about it's PTSD. Okay, so they've said both her and the previous experts that have been up on the stand have both said that the PTSD is a subcategory, or BSS is a subcategory of PTSD. So I guess when she says at first, she's like, I evaluated her not to have any PTSD. That's when Owens flipped his lid. And he was just waiting for it. He was waiting to do it. He knew he was going to do it. He knew coming in this morning he was going to do it. He thought about it last night. He was thinking about it when he was eating his Wheaties this morning. Yeah, he knew he was going to do that. This is just more of his shenanigans. Thank you, JPC, for your super chat. Continuously Evolving says that I hope that they make the distinction between fingers and hands. I don't know if they said hands, did they? I thought they've always said fingers. MYB says Owen's issue is she solicited the truth from SB. She solicited the truth from Sarah Boone. Oh, okay. So you're saying that because Sarah told her the truth and she went with it, Owens is upset about that. Thank you for your super chat, MYB. Goodness gracious, y'all. Blue Sky says, good morning. Thanks for the live stream. The banner here is nicer. Aw. Yeah, like we know there's going to be issues, but at least you enjoy watching it on our channel. Owens must have his panties in a wad again. I'm saying, Bama. Caffeinated Slug said, I wish the Crane family lived next door to me. Caffeinated Slug, you're so cute. Everybody in the chat's like, rah, 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 about Owens. And you're like, I wish the Crane family lived next door to me. You're a calm soul and we need you here and we love you. Thank you, Caffeinated Slug. Ginger Snap said, pipe us into that jury room so we can help them deliberate. Kova says, character reduction. Dr. Berry mentioned that the relationship girlfriend could be transactional on Sarah's part, which makes sense if the woman puts money on Sarah's books and gives her attention. Yeah. I mean, if Sarah got out, she probably wouldn't have nothing to do with that woman after that, you know? I agree. I gotta email Dr. Berry back because she said we talked about kind of doing something together. Not necessarily on this trial, but just doing something together. Sarah got mad, hit him with the bat, hand becomes fingers. And a hit becomes a poke. And fingers become a hand. Oh, how things change over time when people say it over and over and over again with different people. You see why? You see, you guys? Gotta have those receipts. Gotta have those receipts. Thank you for your super chat, MYB. Yeah, the word of the day is, or the phrase of the day is sit down, Owens. How did I not know that was going to be the best phrase of the day? We're doing the earbuds giveaway this afternoon. And as long as you type that phrase into the super chat, then, or into the chat box, you will be eligible to be in the drawing. It's for members and non-members of the channel. Just as long as you chat us up. Carrie, let's see. Gregory says, Carrie, do you think Dr. Harper watched the trial the day before when Sarah was on the stand talking about the bat and how she used it? No, I don't know. You know what? Like, my first reaction was no, but then, like, I'm thinking because she is, like, a paid to play, like, she did come across as somebody who wants to make sure that she does what she was, paid to be there for. Maybe it's like research to her. But she'd already presented her evaluation. She already had it ready to roll. It just, They had to change it to her hand for it to qualify as an overt act. The more Sarah talks, the more her story changes. She's exaggerates. Poking doesn't cause blunt force trauma. Thank you, Paula. That's what I'm saying. I want to know if Sarah's been yelling at Owens at the jail each evening. I'm sure he doesn't have time to go to the jail with her. I mean, they might have a phone call or something, but I'm wondering if there's any time for that. I think all the yelling might be at the courthouse. And yeah, I do think there is yelling. I think that because we've seen before, like when they got done doing whatever it was they were doing, they would get into little piffs and spats and stuff. But Owen seems to know how to deal with her. He doesn't. It's like she's met her match, And I say let him at it, but just put a camera there so we can watch. That's all I'm asking. That's all I ask. If you're gonna do it, But maybe, just maybe, like we thought, like we maybe know now, there's a production camera somewhere in the gallery taping all this for us to view in the future. Okay, somebody said something about the doctor's depot. What was that? Do these doctors' depositions not get recorded? Their meetings with Sarah should have been recorded. It avoids said situation. Okay. I think they do. I think all depositions are recorded, right? But that was what they are. And that's what he was just reading from the transcripts of their meeting. And he's saying that she's saying something different now, but I haven't heard anything different. And I haven't heard, obviously, the judge is still asking him for the law. What's your legal argument? Oh, that's tomorrow's words. That's tomorrow's chat. What is your legal argument? You'll have to remind me. If we're back, we will be back tomorrow. That's tomorrow's chat of the day for our earbud giveaway. Don't put it in now. Just remind me that's what it is tomorrow. I'm going through I'm going through. Wait, shoot, y'all are doing super chats. Okay, hang on. Ashley said, thanks for being here today, praying for the spicy testimony. Well, thank you, Ashley, for being here every day. You've been so kind and always putting up a nice super chat. You're so sweet. I appreciate you for doing that. Y'all are so nice to me. Y'all are so good to me. How do y'all put up with me? Dog Mom's been a member for 5 months. You go, Dog Mom. Sarah and girlfriend were found in bathroom stall. I heard that. I heard that was when they were in the jail together. Or are you talking about in the courthouse? See, once again, I need receipts, Dog Mom. You know this. Because they are both manipulative, narcissistic sociopaths. Birds of a feather. Yep, Miriam, you're right. Miriam. This is a production crew filming. There is a production crew. Oh, you're asking me, is there? I'm just Susie Q. I'm just wondering because why would the prosecution say something about that? Say something about the terms of their deal or whatever if something didn't come to his attention like that? Because or maybe someone approached him with information he didn't have. I don't know. Maybe Owens has signed a contract somewhere and he has, because again, he's not going to put it up there if he doesn't have the receipts on it, right? So if there's somebody recording in the courtroom, he's going to notice that and he's going to find out who it is. I mean, he's got people on his team too, you know. We just don't see him flaunting around over there like we do Sarah's team. But I was just thinking, like, how would he have been, unless somebody let the cat out of the bag, how else would he know? Now, people have been talking about the people sitting behind Owens, and y'all had said, remember y'all were saying like on was it Tuesday, Owens has a whole gaggle of people behind him supporting him. They came over from Pensacola. What if they're not from Pensacola? What if that's a crew of people that are writing up a good script for what's going to be put out into whatever James Owens has up his sleeve, you know? Degon says Owens has nothing but delay and dispute words. He doesn't have any legal arguments. So yeah, I guess it is. Delay and dispute. Delay and dispute. Delay and dispute. Legal argument? Delay and dispute? No. Legal argument. Delay and dispute. No. Thank you, Degons, for your super chat. That was so nice of you. Have I gotten to all the super chats? Let's see. Lunacat says he objects. The depot was before the new story. Okay, so you're saying that he's objecting to the fact that she's changed her story now? Or you're saying, I get what you're saying. He's objecting now because the defense has changed their story and it doesn't fit their narrative, so that's why he's objecting. I think that's where you're coming from, and I agree with you on that 100%. 100. Thank you, Lunacat, for your super sticker. We're gonna, it's only 9:30, well, it's 10:30 their time. It's not like they're gonna come in and go, well, we can't send them to lunch, Owens. What do you want us to do now? The jury's here. See, the plan didn't work yesterday with him stalling because we were going, why did he want to bring in, and I could see where there wouldn't be a problem with him bringing in those orders, what are they called? Protective orders on George that George had. So in June of 2019, did issue protective orders when they arrested him after Sarah called the cops on him. And he broke those orders. And so Owens brought that to the jury's attention now. But I think he wanted there to be a lot more time given to that. There's a reason he's stalling, and I can't figure out what it is. What is he waiting on? Is there something he's waiting to happen?
All right, we're back on the record. Case number 2020 CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. State.
Dave Castro on behalf of the state.
William J. for the state.
Defense.
James Owens, Ms. Boone.
Kevin back on behalf of Ms. Boone.
Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table wearing the same clothing from this morning. Madam Court Reporter, have you had the opportunity to review the transcript as to the proffer of Dr. Werner's testimony? Okay, you may proceed.
By Mr. J, question. You've been present for all of this hearing, yes, doctor? Answer, yes. Question, am I misrepresenting any of our conversations? Answer, no. Question, all right, so if I ask you if battered spouse syndrome or PTSD has any relationship to the facts of this case and the defendant relayed them to you, what would be your answer? Question, and it's not related to the incident as she reported it. Question, okay. And if I ask you, therefore, if there are any prior instances of violence, would that change your opinion? What would your answer be? Answer, no. Question, if you reviewed any of the materials, would that change your opinion based on what she told you about what happened that evening? Answer, no. Question, all right, that's it.
I don't think that's the very beginning before I objected.
What was asked was to read back the proffer.
I thought I was asking to go back to the very beginning when the question was asked and then her response and my objection to it.
What was specifically asked was to the proffer, because the question before the court was whether the proffered opinions are at odds with what was testified to during the course of the deposition. There's the question that was asked and the answer that was given affirmatively provided an opinion as to PTSD. I think Mr. J admits that. Mr. J has advised the court that's not what he was hoping the answer would be. The answer was supposed to be something different as identified in the proffer, which is why I had Madam Court Reporter read back the proffer. So the question Mr. Owens posed to you is whether the proffered opinions that Madam Court Reporter just read back to us are different than what was provided in the deposition.
Yes.
How so?
She tended to explain in the proffer some legal reason why it did not apply in her opinion. That was not discussed in any way in the deposition.
Okay. My question is specific as to opinions. Her opinions were as to battered spouse syndrome or post-traumatic stress disorder and their relationship to the case based on the defendant's responses. The answer is not related to the incident as the defendant reported. Those are the opinions, as I understand them based on the proffer, as it relates to battered spouse syndrome and post-traumatic stress disorder.
Judge, I'm gonna need more time. I'm just gonna need more time, Judge. I gotta go through all this.
I think I'd refer to page 46. Line 13 was the question, but you don't believe that she suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder in your opinion. Line 15, the answer is no. I would have to look back through my notes to see if she fully met that criteria. Question 17, can you explain why you don't think she suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder? Line 19, answer no. I didn't say one way or the other. I would have to look back through my notes for that. Question number 21, is that something that you may, in the future, give an opinion about after some time reflecting and reviewing your notes? 24, I may. 25, okay, and that's something you will let the lawyers know about if that changes. That's on page 47. Line 2, yes. That's fundamentally, substantially, materially different from what she's testified as it relates to post-traumatic stress as it applies in this case.
In the proffer?
Excuse me?
In the proffer? She's not rendering unless I misunderstood the proffer, she's not rendering an opinion on PTSD and whether or not Ms. suffers from it.
Well, she led me to believe that she was trying to decide whether or not Sarah Boone suffered from post-traumatic stress. Now in the proffer, they're claiming that post-traumatic stress does not apply. I don't know what the initial question was. We haven't had that read back when it was first going on, when a question was asked, and I believe she rendered an opinion. And I, again, like that to be reread back, what the initial question was, what the response was, because it didn't, I know I objected, I can't even remember it now, but I know I objected because I knew it was inconsistent. with-
You asked to approach, and then you explained that the question was, it was not something that was framed in the deposition. Multiple times I asked you for a legal objection. And it wasn't until right before or right after we sent the jury out that you provided some legal objection. You know, Madam, if you want Madam Court Reporter to go back and read the question that led us to where we are right now and the answer, I'm totally on board with that. I have a memory of what it was, but nothing like.
Before she does that, can I get the first question of the proffer? If BSS or PTSD has any, can you reread that? So I can-
Let's just reread the entire proffer, just so that it's a clear soup to nuts, alpha to the omega, what the proffer was. Madam Court Reporter, if you could be so kind. Yes, ma'am.
By Mr. J, question. You've been present for all of this hearing. Yes, doctor? Answer, yes. Question. Am I misrepresenting any of our conversations? Answer, no. Question. All right. So if I ask you if battered spouse syndrome or PTSD has any relationship to the facts of this case as the defendant relayed them to you, what would be your answer? Answer. That it's not related to the incident as she reported it. Question. Okay. And if I ask you, therefore, if there are any prior instances of violence, would that change your opinion? What would your answer be? Answer, no. And question, and if you reviewed any of the materials, would that change your opinion based on what she told you about what happened that evening? Answer, no. Question, all right, that's it.
And then if she could go back to the initial.
Thank you, Michael, for your super chat. I object to the expert opinion, but I have no legal arguments.
You ready, Madam Court Reporter?
Oh, I was waiting on you. Please, go ahead. Sorry. Pay no attention to me. Go ahead. My understanding is it was the question and the answer right before Mr. Owens asked to approach.
Question, what was your opinion? Answer, my opinion was that she did not give me enough information to diagnose her with post-traumatic stress disorder at the time that I evaluated her at the jail.
Can you read that for me one time, please? Both the question and the answer.
Question, what was your opinion? Answer, my opinion was that she did not give me enough information to diagnose her with post-traumatic stress disorder at the time that I evaluated her at the jail.
May we please have the previous question as well?
Question, and in this particular case, did you require any additional information to reach your conclusion about the relationship between battered spouse syndrome and the events of this evening? Answer, I based my opinion on the information that I had. Certainly, if there was more information, my opinion would be subject to change. Question, what was your opinion?
Mr. Owens?
Number one, that question and answer, she gave a differing opinion than what she gave in her deposition, which, subject to the agreement we had, I should have noticed. Number two, with the proffer, it seems that she's going to find that post-traumatic stress disorder did not apply to the facts as related by Sarah Boone. And that is an opinion that I needed to know about. And I asked throughout this deposition and at the very end, some general, if you have any new opinions or anything new that differs from what you've said here today, please notify the lawyers or words to that effect. So it's an evidentiary issue. I've got a right to be prepared for the trial through discovery to know what the witnesses are going to opine. And this is a discovery violation based on two things. One, her initial answer to the question that I objected to, and then two, the proffer is a new opinion. It's a discovery violation. I ask that the witness be stricken.
Any response?
Judge, I think it's clear from my original question that the intent that I stated was the intent of my question, to get the answer that I intended to get was what the question was intended to elicit from the witness. As far as the discovery violations and continued attacks, I'm just not I'm not convinced he understands what the answer means or what it's going to be. The answer isn't going to be Ms. Boone didn't have PTSD, hence, therefore, battered spouse syndrome doesn't apply in this case. Mm-hmm. What I believe she's going to say, and what I believe I've been saying she's going to say, based on our conversations, was irrespective of whether anybody believes Ms. Boone had BSS or PTSD, it is irrelevant because of what Ms. Boone told her happened at the time of the event. That is not a discovery violation. She was specific in saying, if you have any questions you want to ask me, I'll give you an opinion. That is exactly what she said on page 67 of the deposition in response to a question that starts at line 7. Question, just double dog sure, you admit that you have no other opinions other than the ones you've expressed here today. Answer, that I've been asked about. If I'm asked about something else, that I'll offer it. They didn't ask about the interplay of the facts with the relevance of the syndrome. That's them, not the state.
Any other argument?
The totality, if you read that deposition and all that we talked
I
about,
specifically asked you, Mr. Owens, to point out for me
what
excuse me, I specifically asked for you to point out specific portions of the deposition that are at odds with either A, the opinion that was previously given, or B, what was proffered to. You have provided me pages 45, 46 of the deposition relating to specific opinions on whether or not Ms. Boone suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder. Are there any other portions of the depo that you would like to point out for me? I am not going to read an 87-page deposition and continue to waste our jurors' time as we try to find a solution for the situation that is now before us. If there are specific portions of this deposition that are at odds with the opinions that have been proffered and or provided so far, I would ask you to direct my attention to them,
Well, the ones that I expressed.
other than what you've already identified.
The ones that I expressed, and that just the understanding that we had, that she, in the pages that I have talked about previously here today, in the pages that I referred to about our agreement, that she was going to let me know if there were any opinions that she had, in addition to the opinions that she gave in the transcript.
All right, thank you. All right. Any other argument, Mr. J?
So there's no other
Okay,
argument.
thank you very much. All right, the court has had the opportunity to listen to the proffer as read back by Madam Court Reporter, read back of the opinion that was previously offered. The portions of the deposition which have been highlighted by the defense specifically pertain to opinions by the defendant as to whether or not the defendant suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder. That opinion is not being offered. The opinion pertains to the relationship of battered spouse syndrome and or PTSD as it relates to the facts of the case as the defendant has relayed them to you, and that they are not related. However, the deposition is identified by the defense identifies that if there were any additional opinions, that there would be notification. So the court at this point in time, as there has been an alleged discovery violation in accordance with binding precedent by the 6th District Court of Appeal, which is binding on this trial court in Young v. State, 369, Southern 3rd, 1243. At pinpoint 1248, the court is now going to conduct a discovery violation or discovery Richardson hearing. State any other arguments with regard to the elements of a Richardson hearing?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. Any other arguments with regard to the elements of a Richardson hearing, Mr. Owens?
None other than I understood she did give an opinion about post-traumatic stress in that initial series of questions.
Okay. All right, the court, again, reviewing the proffer and the opinion, finds that the state's violation was inadvertent based on the proffer by the state, which was agreed to by Dr. Werner as to the conversation they had last night, as to the opinions and whether or not that they had changed. However, I do find that that violation is substantial with regard to the opinions based on the testimony in Dr. Werner's deposition that any other additional opinions would be notified to the defense. As it relates to the third category, the effect on the defendant to properly prepare for trial, although the questions in the deposition as highlighted by the defense so far are do not address the opinions being currently offered, I do find that it had some impact on the ability for the defendant to properly prepare for trial. As it relates to the opinion that was previously provided as read back, specifically my opinion was that she did not give enough information to diagnose her with PTSD at the time of the evaluation at the jail. What is your position, if any, with regard to that opinion now that the jury has heard it? Mr. Owens. Because my question is, do you want it struck?
I need to take a break, Judge.
On that issue, we'll address it on cross-examination.
So you do not want it to be struck, and you do not want a curative instruction.
Well, I'm going to question her about post-traumatic stress, so it's going to come out through my cross from the deposition about what she said, and then it's inconsistent with what she said here today, so I'm going to want to rely on that question or that answer.
Okay, all right. Ms. Boone, have you been paying attention to the questions and answers and the readbacks of both the proffered testimony and the opinion testimony?
Yes.
And are you on board with the strategy not to seek to strike that opinion?
Yes.
Thank you. With regard to the proffered testimony, I'm going to permit now in open court, and I will oversee the deposition for you, Mr. Owens, to inquire as to those opinions.
I'm sorry?
With regard to the proffered opinions, the court will oversee a deposition now, and you may proceed.
Right now?
Yes. With regard to the proffered opinions.
For now?
And I believe that will provide a cure for the discovery violation under the Richardson violation based on your request not to strike the prior opinion. And since you're going to utilize that on cross, I find that the prejudice is limited. But with regard to the new opinions, I will give you the opportunity to depose her now, curing the prejudice at that point in time. You may proceed.
Dr. Warren,
Yes, sir.
good morning.
Good morning.
At some point, the state attorney notified you that you were to come today.
Correct.
Did you and the state attorney have a discussion about your testimony?
Yes.
When was that discussion?
Briefly last night.
So y'all talked on the phone last night?
Yes.
Have y'all had any discussions since the phone conversation last night?
Briefly this morning.
And how long was the phone conversation?
Less than 5 minutes.
How long was the face-to-face conversation?
Less than 5 minutes.
Did y'all discuss that your testimony would be that you did not have enough information that you gathered from Sarah Boone to form an opinion as to whether or not she suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder?
Correct. That my opinion hadn't changed.
I'm sorry?
Yes, that my opinion hadn't changed, that I didn't have enough information.
Okay. And did the state attorney speak to you about that it didn't matter whether you had an opinion if you didn't feel like the facts that Sarah Boone had given you as it relates to the facts and issue in this case, that you didn't, if you didn't feel like post-traumatic stress even applied, then you could answer that way?
Correct. That was my opinion. Correct.
But did he present that to you initially for you to form an opinion about it?
No, my opinion was that it didn't apply because of the way that she described the incident to me.
Was that your opinion back when I took your deposition?
Yes,
When did you form that opinion?
when she described the incident to me.
Why didn't you let us know that was your opinion at the time that I took your deposition?
You didn't ask me about that, sir.
Do you remember me asking you any other opinions that you may have as it relates to this case?
You didn't ask me specifically about that.
I understand that, but you're saying you formed that opinion prior to the deposition, correct?
Yes. The state attorney and I discussed that on the way out of the jail, as a matter of fact.
After the deposition?
No, sir. After the evaluation.
Okay.
On the way out of the jail.
All right. And I asked you, were there any other opinions that you may express at trial after you had discussed that with the state attorney prior to the deposition? Is that correct?
Yes.
And so you were aware that I didn't want to be ambushed at trial. I wanted to know any and all opinions that you may be expressing in the Sarah Boone case.
I didn't know what specific information you wanted, sir. That's why you had a deposition. I answered your questions. I don't know what all information you want me to provide to you.
So because I didn't ask you specifics, you felt like you didn't have to respond specifically.
No, sir, I answered all of your questions. And as I said, I'm happy to answer any questions that I'm asked. I don't know what questions you want me to answer.
But you know that this was the central issue in the case. Did you not? Your opinion
Yes,
is relating to a central issue in this case.
correct.
You're aware Sarah Boone's on trial for murder.
That's
And you had this opinion when I was taking your deposition, and I was asking you specifics about any opinions that you may be expressing in the trial of Sarah Boone, and you did not disclose it.
Well, I told you that I would answer any questions that were asked of me. I have a number of opinions. I know that I don't feel that she's suffering from major depressive disorder. I didn't offer that opinion either. I have a number of opinions.
That's all the questions I have.
Mr. J, anything else?
I'm just making sure he doesn't want to inquire.
This is your opportunity, Mr. Owens.
because that was more just about.
Inquire about what?
This is your opportunity to inquire. You are conducting a deposition. This is your opportunity and your only opportunity to cure any prejudice that we've identified with regard to those proffered opinions as it relates to the relationship of battered spouse syndrome and or post-traumatic stress disorder as proffered.
The problem is now, Judge, is I've got my expert, and we weren't aware, you know how in these type cases, the experts are allowed to listen to the testimony of the other experts and read the depositions of the other experts. Dr. Warner, were you given the opportunity to read Dr. Harper's deposition?
I was.
I mean, that's standard operating procedure in these type cases. And now I'm taking a deposition on the fly, and then I haven't had a chance to speak with my expert about those opinions and whether or not that would change her opinion. It just puts me in a very difficult situation, but if I'm ordered to continue the deposition, I will.
That's your decision. It's not an order. I'm just saying that this is the opportunity to cure that Richardson issue. You asked previously to strike the expert. I am disinclined to do that. The case law says that is an extraordinary remedy, one which I am not going to permit.
Dr. Warner, you realize you're in a courtroom
Yes, sir.
and we're waiting on the jury on the trial of Sarah Boone.
Yes.
Are there any other opinions that you intend to express in this trial that you have not disclosed to me in the deposition, or you have not disclosed here today under oath?
I'm happy to answer any questions that I'm asked.
Are you refusing to answer my question about any other opinions that you intend to express here today as it relates to Sarah Boone, who was on trial for murder in the second degree?
Judge, I'm going to object. The catch-all vague question that Mr. Owens wants to ask this expert witness about any and all opinions she may or may not have, 99 out of 100 attorneys would come in here and say, that's not how you do depositions with expert witnesses. You have to ask specific questions. Anytime you ask a question like that of an expert, the expert is always going to say, please ask me a specific question. And that's what she did then. That's what she's doing now. It's unfair and vague to ask somebody, tell me every opinion you have.
Judge,
Yes, sir.
we're in the middle of a trial. She's fixing to testify. She's had conversations with the state attorney. She knows what she's going to be asked in terms of opinions that she's going to express. That's why she's here, to help the jury understand the science that relates to the law and express opinions. I mean, for me to ask, we're playing hide the ball here? In the middle of a trial?
I disagree that there's any hiding of the ball. There's been a proffer that's been read multiple times as to the scope of the opinions regarding to battered spouse syndrome and post-traumatic stress disorder and its relationship to the facts of the case as the defendant represented them. And the answer is they are not relatable to the incident as relayed by the defendant. That is the opinion that have been proffered.
All right, can I continue with my deposition?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Warner, do you recall expressing that you wanted more time to reflect as to whether or not Sarah Boone suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder?
Yes, that I was going to review my notes to see if I had enough information in there to support or negate that.
All right. What additional information would you need for you to express an opinion that she suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder?
So she did not give me information regarding the presence of intrusive symptoms. She didn't give me information regarding persistent avoidance. She didn't give me information regarding alterations in arousal or reactivity.
Anything else?
No.
Would you agree you failed to ask her those questions?
I asked her if there was any other important information that she felt like she needed to share with me at the end of my evaluation, and she said no.
So a catch-all question.
Correct.
Were there any other personality disorders? Isn't that what you do as a psychiatrist? You diagnose an opinion, express opinions about whether people suffer from personality disorders?
Correct.
Are there any other personality disorders that you have formed opinions about Sarah Boone that you intend to express?
No.
So narcissism, you did not find.
I found narcissistic traits.
In terms of your opinion that she suffers from narcissistic personality disorder.
No, sir, I said narcissistic traits.
Okay. So you don't have an opinion that she suffers from narcissistic personality disorder.
Correct. She displays narcissistic traits.
You expressed an opinion that she suffers from alcohol use syndrome,
Alcohol use disorder.
alcohol use disorder.
Correct.
Is that still your opinion?
Yes, it is.
Anxiety disorder. Is it your opinion she suffers from the anxiety disorder?
No.
Do you recall in your deposition indicating that you felt like she suffered from either anxiety disorder or adjustment disorder?
That's correct.
And you've changed that opinion now?
I'm leaning towards the adjustment disorder secondary to her legal situation.
So you haven't formed an opinion as to whether or not she suffers from general anxiety disorder or adjustment disorder?
Correct.
You agree that she suffered from trauma as it relates to the domestic violence history that she expressed to you from the intimate partner violence with George Torres?
Yes, as reported by her. Yes.
Do you have anything to dispute that?
No.
In your opinion, does she suffer from any form of psychosis?
No.
Is it your opinion that Sarah Boone suffers from acute stress disorder?
No.
Is it your opinion that Sarah Boone suffers from intimate partner violence?
Yes, I think that there is enough history of the volatile relationship between the two of them.
Because of that, do you believe that Sarah Boone suffers from battered spouse syndrome?
She may meet the criteria for that.
May. So it's possible?
Yes.
Is that your opinion?
Yes.
Definitively, you can't say?
There's a history of her having that. Yes.
So you agree she suffers from battered spouse syndrome?
Yeah.
I believe we've covered anxiety disorder, narcissism, battered spouse syndrome, and alcohol use disorder. Are there any other opinions that you intend to express as it relates to that or any other psychological condition of Sarah Boone?
No.
That's all the questions I have.
Any other arguments at this time?
No, Judge, just the one I've already made.
Okay, all right. The court has conducted its Richardson hearing and made its findings. The court, as previously identified, will not strike the expert as that remedy is quite draconian, and I will not do so based on the questions that were asked as highlighted by the defense and the opinions that were offered. The specific areas for which opinions are being offered were not inquired into, but the deposition did leave it open that I'll ask questions about any other opinions that I'm asked about or anything else that I'm asked during the course of the trial, specifically page 59, 22 through 26 on 1, page 60, lines 11 through 25. So in the abundance of caution, the court has permitted that in-court deposition. Anything else, sir?
No, sir.
State, anything else?
No, sir.
All right, let's go ahead and bring back in our panel and we can,
Before we bring the jury back in, may I approach Mr. Cacciatore on a completely unrelated matter?
does it need to be on the record or?
Yes, it does.
Okay, go ahead.
We would concede that Detective Copsell and Detective Lowen are not testifying against us here in court this morning.
They're still under defense subpoena.
I
We have
asked,
not,
I asked Mr. Henderson if you guys were calling Capsule again. He said no.
and we're not, in our defense, our direct defense, is there a possibility that based upon the information the state is going to present today or this afternoon, that we may want to seek rebuttal, and possibly through these witnesses? They're under subpoena, and I'm sorry, Mr. Henderson's not here. I've just noticed their presence. Out of an abundance of caution, I think that we need to clarify for the record that they're here listening to.
What's your base? Well, we're off the record. There's no jury here. That's fine. You all stay where you are. What's the basis for your sir rebuttal?
We don't know because I don't know what the state's going to place in rebuttal. But
That doesn't answer my question. What's the legal basis of a sir rebuttal?
Judicial discretion as to the fairness of the proceeding that the defendant pursued.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Cacciatore?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. The rule sequestration is still in full force and effect. Detectives Lowen and Capsule, good morning. I'm going to ask you to be excused from our proceedings and not view them and not have any communication amongst yourselves about testimony that has been previously given or any questions that have been asked or answered, and just keep your separate ways as it relates to this case and any questions or testimony that you intend to give, may give, or have give, and then comply with any instructions that were provided to you by the state regarding the rule of sequestration. Thank you very much. Anything else, Mr. Owens, we need to address?
No, sir.
Anything else, state?
No, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring back in our jury. You can continue your inquiry, sir.
Thank you, Cookie, for your super chat. I'm not happy. I'm not happy. I don't like the way that went. How is it that Owens always seems to win these little battles? I've never seen a child just lay down on the floor and kick like he does and win. It's like a bad parenting move or something. He needs to go to the law library. He sure does, because how many times did the judge say, I need legal basis? I need legal basis. Is there a legal basis for that? Thank you, Patty, for your super chat. And I'm going to get to yours, Margaret and Emily, when we get a chance. Fan Lady says, I've been a member for 2 months, and I'm asking y'all to please hit that like button when possible. Thank you. Thank you, Fan Lady, for using your super chat for that. I appreciate it.
Jury's entering.
You guys, I'm not happy about this. I feel bad for the prosecution. I don't think they're getting the fair deal in all this. We're so busy catering to Owens that we're not, it's
State to
not
recognize
even.
our jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
That's to recognize our jury. I thank y'all. You can be seated. Members of the jury, thank you again for your patience. We had some issues I had to address with counsel outside of your presence, and we're going to continue the state's rebuttal case this morning. Again, if you could, please just raise your hands to confirm that you complied with the court's instructions during the break. Record reflect all hands have been raised. Mr. J, you may continue your inquiry, sir.
State would move to strike the last response as non-responsive.
Approach.
What's going on? The last response is non-responsive. I thought that's what they agreed on. Isn't that what they agreed on? Isn't that what we just went through? Is that what we just had all that time doing? You said it, Dread, and I can't put it up on the screen, but I am so thinking what you're thinking. Giannis, I said the same thing from his first interview. Something is just not right. I am confused. I'm very confused right now. I'm with y'all. Did the judge decide on that sidebar? Or did Owen stand up again behind him and wave his hands?
Your objection's overruled.
All right. Irrespective of whether anybody has an opinion about whether Ms. Boone was suffering from PTSD or BSS, irrespective of that, based on your evaluation of Ms. Boone and what she relayed to you about the facts of the case, does PTSD or BSS have any relation?
Objection, that's an asked and answered.
Overruled.
No.
And what particular part of her statements about the incident is that?
The whole part where she's describing the part about playing hide and seek and that they were having a good time, they were laughing. When he got in the suitcase, when she found him, they were enjoying themselves. She zipped him up. They were still laughing, having a good time. All of that isn't consistent with her having a feeling of she had imminent risk or imminent, there was an imminent risk of harm that she needed to protect herself.
Yes.
Ooh, imminent fear, imminent harm. Key words here. That's what the jury's looking for. She does not. She was not consistent with having imminent fear or being in imminent harm, and that's why Owens just said sidebar. Wait a minute, Judge. I just spent an hour stalling to get what I wanted to get, and now you're taking it away from me? I'm sorry, Judge. I don't understand what happened here. Next, he's going to accuse the judge and the prosecution of being in cahoots together on the trial. Sheriff says, y'all calm down. Okay, let's go back over here. Margaret says, please make a damn it, Margaret t-shirt so I can say it, because I say it to myself all the time. I will. I'll do one. I'm sorry. I've got such limited time at night to put together what I need to put together for the next day. I just haven't had a chance yet, but I will, I promise. Thank you for your super chat. Emily H says, that Kranick just went to the bathroom for some quiet time during the break, like some poor exhausted mom who needs a hug and a vacay and ... I know, right? And sympathy. Peace and quiet. Thank you, Emily. Owens and Sarah deserve each other, says TY. TY, roll with it, OCOV. Is it, am I saying your handle right? That's not thank you, roll with it. Is it? Thank you for your super chat. They do deserve each other. Most definitely. James Darrell Brooks Owens. Ooh, I believe it. I agree they both belong together. Yeah, it's totally on purpose. I don't know if some of this is just to rattle the prosecution because he knows that this rebuttal is coming. This is just the beginning of the rebuttal. I don't know. Oh, Jules left. She's not feeling good. Isn't she undergoing chemo right now or something? So we won't get her updates from the courtroom. That sucks. Amy says George never threatened her from inside the suitcase. We don't have any proof that he did. We just have her saying that. We don't have it on film. I think if Sarah gets off, she needs to go get an apartment with Casey Anthony. And they need to start a book club or something together. Jesus. JLCX 2024 says Jay is well on his way to exposing Sarah Boone's inconsistencies. I hope you're right. I hope he does it in a format that they can get it and understand exactly where we've all been coming from. I've never seen something like this before, y'all. Oh, you meant shut up, Margaret. Well, I'm sorry, Margaret. Damn it, Margaret. I didn't know that. Shut up, Margaret. Thank you for your super chat. I'll make both of them. How about that?
Members of the jury, I have something I've got to discuss with counsel outside of
Oh.
y'all's presence. Same instruction. Please don't conduct any independent investigation or research on the person, places, thing, or charge involved, and don't have any conversations amongst yourselves or anyone else with regard to that, and we'll bring you back in as promptly as possible. Thank you.
Damn, I am having Waukesha flashbacks. Jesus. This is ridiculous. She's like, we won again. Henderson's not in the courtroom, which means Henderson's out there doing something. That might be why he's stalling with all of
Y'all can be
this.
seated. Thank you.
To give Henderson time to do something.
Madam Court Reporter, when you're ready.
If anything, he's messing up this testimony altogether because they're not getting the straight, flow of her testimony. Maybe that's what he's trying to do. Thanks for being a member for 1 month, Beach Lover. Don't drink too much. Just don't drink and drive, okay? That's all I ask you. Your poor liver. JPC. The kids aren't over there, are they? Don't cuss in front of the kids.
Yes, ma'am. Just read it from the question, answer, question, objection. Let's just have we can buttress it. Go ahead.
By Mr. J, question, all right. Irrespective of whether anybody has any opinion about whether this building is suffering from PTSD or ESS, irrespective of that, based on your evaluation of this building, what she relayed to you about the facts of this case, does PTSD or BSS have any relation? Mr. Owen's objection, asked and answered. The court overruled. The witness, no. Question, and what particular part of her statements about the incident is that? Answer, the whole part where she's describing the part about playing hide and seek, we are having an good time. They were laughing. When he got into the suitcase, when she found him, they were enjoying themselves. She zipped him. They were still laughing, having a good time. All of that isn't consistent with her having a feeling of she had imminent risk or imminent risk of harm.
Any other argument, Mr. Owens?
That invades the province of the jury. That's a decision whether or not she had imminent risk of harm or perceived an imminent threat is a question for the jury. This expert can express opinions on science, on medicine, but not on the ultimate issue of fact, and explain to the jury that this defense doesn't qualify, that you should rely on me as an expert, and I'm going to make the decision for you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, by telling you that under the facts expressed to me by Sarah Boone, she was not perceiving an imminent threat at the time.
Response.
Judge, it's not an objectionable opinion. It's not an opinion on the ultimate issue. It's an opinion upon the applicability of a particular set of evidence that the testimony that the defense has offered, called battered spouse syndrome, to kind of help explain a portion of the justifiable use of deadly force or non-deadly force instructions. She's not up there saying Ms. Boone was unjustified in doing what she did. She is not saying that justifiable use of force doesn't apply. What she is saying is, in her opinion, based on the facts that she relies on, given by the defendant herself just a couple of weeks ago, that this particular set of testimony and evidence that has been offered through their expert, Dr. Harper, doesn't apply. This is no different than one expert coming in and saying, well, yeah, you can know that the defendant was sane at the time, despite his mental illness, because he ran from the police, he hid, he concealed evidence, so on and so forth. And therefore, because of those facts, insanity doesn't apply. And a defense expert may come in and say, well, insanity does apply because my client, after stabbing her mother to death, called 911, was speaking unintelligibly and singing, and greeted the officers at the door with a pair of knives and wouldn't drop the knives, and was incoherent for 12 hours after the offense. Therefore, based on those facts, the expert says, well, insanity does apply. It's not becoming a lawyer. It's not becoming the juror. It is explaining a particular type of expert testimony. And it just happens to disagree with Dr. Harper's. And Dr. Harper came in and said that BSS does apply and that she was in constant fear. And the reason she's in constant fear is because of all the past episodes and whatnot. It's permissible testimony, Judge.
Any other argument, Mr. Owens?
That's totally wrong. The prosecutor claims Dr. Harper came in and said BSS does apply. That's true. But he just got through saying and trying to get the witness to say BSS, it's not to be regarded. Post-traumatic stress is not to be regarded. It doesn't even come into play. Post-traumatic stress disorder, battered spouse syndrome does not even come into play because at the time she was facing, according to this witness, no imminent risk of harm. Therefore, you can discount everything you hear, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, about battered spouse syndrome.
How does that have anything to do with whether or not it's an improper legal opinion under 90.703?
It is. It's the ultimate issue of fact in this case because self-defense has been alleged by the defense. And the issue for this jury is whether or not Sarah Boone had the right to defend herself with force, deadly force or non-deadly force, based on her beliefs and impressions at the time, whether they were reasonable under the jury instructions, under the special jury instructions that are going to be applied for battered spouse syndrome, under the jury instructions, under justifiable use of deadly force, whether her perceptions about the threat was imminent and whether it was appropriate or reasonable to act the way she did. This expert is trying to say that she was not facing imminent risk of harm at the time.
Thank you both for your arguments. Court is going to overrule your objection, find that it is not an ultimate issue of fact as addressed by 90.703. The court specifically relies on Dinkins versus State 976, Southern 2nd 660 at pinpoint 661. In that case, a psychologist testifies in the instant case in Dinkins, the psychologist's opinions were not legal conclusions. The psychologist did not opine on the defendant's guilt or innocence. Rather, the psychologist opined only as to whether the victim was, quote, mentally defective, end quote, and capable of consent to intercourse. Although the opinions did go to ultimate issues in the case, Florida law, expressly provides that an expert witness may render such opinion, see section 90.703 Florida statutes, which provides that testimony in the form of an opinion or inference otherwise admissible is not objectionable because it includes an ultimate issue to be decided by the trier of fact. Thus, the jury had the power to accept or reject the opinions and was not bound by such. For those reasons, your objection is overruled.
Madam Court Reporter, I'm just going to ask you to read the question and answer, and then I have no further questions of the witness.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry?
He is going to have Madam Court Reporter read back the question and the answer, and then he is going to have no other questions for this witness.
I object.
Basis
It was asked and answered.
overruled. There is a pending objection. I'm allow the state to re-ask it so it's clear based on that objection.
Judge, it's 11:30. I'm going to be at least an hour for mine.
We're going to begin your cross-examination after we're done with the state advises the jury in open court. There are no more questions. Let's go ahead and bring back in our panel.
Where's Henry?
State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury? All right, you may be seated. Thank you. Members of the jury, again, if you could raise those hands. Juror number 2, back right, he gets it. All right, thank you all very much. Record reflect, all hands have been raised. State, you may proceed.
Request to read back the question and answer.
Madam Court Reporter.
Question by Mr. J. All right, irrespective of whether anybody has any opinion about whether Ms. Boone was suffering from PTSD or BSS, irrespective of that, based on your evaluation of Ms. Boone, what she relayed to you about the facts of this case, does PTSD and BSS have any relation? Mr. Owen's objection asked and answered. The court overruled. The witness, no. Question, in what particular part of her statements about the incident is that? Answer, the whole part where she's describing the part about playing hide and seek. They were having a good time, they were laughing. When he got in the suitcase, when she found him, they were enjoying themselves. She zipped him, they were still laughing, having had a good time. All of that isn't consistent with her having a feeling of she had imminent risk of harm.
No further questions.
Any cross-examination?
Yes.
You may proceed, sir.
Dr. Warner, good morning. What all did you consider collaterally as it relates to your opinions you're expressing here today?
I had a number of documents that I reviewed. I'll look at a list. I had the Orange County Sheriff's Office investigation report. I had a transcript of a 2-hour interview of the defendant. I had a.
That's the 2-hour interrogation with Detective Lowen and Detective Copson.
It was an interview, yes.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
It was labeled an interview. Then I had a transcript of a second interview the next day of Ms. Boone. I had medical records from Aspire Health and Advent Health. And then I had some cell phone records. And I also received the deposition of your expert.
The deposition of Dr. Julie Harper?
Yes.
Okay. And did you listen to Dr. Julie Harper's testimony in this trial of Sarah Boone?
No.
Do you agree you have a right to do that?
Yes.
And did you listen to Sarah Boone's testimony in the trial of this case?
No.
You agree you have a right to do that?
Yes.
And you elected not to listen to her testimony before expressing opinions here today?
Overruled.
I did not have time to do that.
You did not have time to do that?
Correct.
She's on trial for murder.
Yes.
Sustained.
You said you considered some text messages from Sarah Boone's phone.
I reviewed them, correct.
Would it be fair to say that of those text messages, they're not necessarily overly relevant?
Objection, reproach?
Yes.
I swear, because of Owens, I can't even take a bathroom break. My goodness. What the heck? Cheryl Stokes says the jury only has to consider the events of the day. The doctor is correct to only say her opinion to that day based on Sarah's statements. Oh, thank you, Cheryl Stokes. Very well said. Now, I'm waiting for Owens to come back and say, what did you, well, he's already starting to get there. You know, what did you use or whatever to come up with this information? And she's doing the same thing that he's going to say the same thing that Jay said. Oh, you didn't do this, or you didn't do that, or you didn't do this. And if he does, then that doesn't help him either. So if he goes there, it's going to be like, really? Okay. Because, you know, does that mean we're supposed to just do backflips for your person?
Regarding these text messages that you were provided, did that inform your opinion that you just expressed about the inapplicability of BSS or PTSD to the facts of this case?
No.
Did it apply to your opinion that Sarah Boone suffers from battered spouse syndrome?
No.
Are that information, when you express opinions in court about a patient or about an individual, you rely on your personal assessment as well as the documents and evidence that you're provided and asked to review, are you not?
Correct.
And in this case, your testimony is that you reviewed all that information before you interviewed Sarah Boone for 2.5 hours on October the 2nd of 2024, 22 days ago.
Correct.
So you had the information,
Yes.
the documents, you read the documents,
Yes.
you read all the text messages,
Correct.
and you are going to express some opinions here today, are you not?
Correct.
You're going to express some opinions about narcissism, whether or not she had.
Any approach?
Yes.
Didn't we just go over the whole bit about how we're not allowed to talk about narcissism? Or that she said that she didn't diagnose her with narcissism? Wasn't that his whole argument of why we stopped trial earlier? Because he had an issue with what she was saying? And now he's going to remind the jury of what was said? I'm confused. Somebody put a seatbelt on Owens, please. Thank you so much. Thank you, Miss Patty. I'm just confused about. I guess this is just his way of. This is all distractions. I don't think this is looked upon in the legal world as being very professional, is what's going on here right now. What do you guys think? Magnum says Florida's crazier than I thought. Nah, just the panhandle part. I don't know. Jenny says this morning has been so confusing to us. I know. Can you imagine how the jurors feel? Well, they haven't heard everything that we've been hearing. They're probably going, "What is going on right here?" He is spinning out, isn't he, Cindy? It's like he's having a little bit of a freak attack or something. Is he positioning for a mistrial? There's no telling what he's. You know what? You're probably right. Before everything's said and done, Owen's going to put it all on the record that, yeah, he wants a mistrial, and he's probably going to call out that the jurors did something wrong. He's probably got Henderson out there right now checking up on all the jurors' backgrounds. There's no telling with this guy. I mean, it's just, I don't know. This is like something out of a movie. Yeah, the whole point of them bringing their expert in is to, say that she's doing her job, just like your expert came in and she did her job. So you can't whine and throw a hissy fit because their expert doesn't agree with. Well, you knew that she wasn't going to agree. And then to sit there and say that you were ambushed at trial, I'm insulted. The state of Florida is insulted. Go back to Pensacola. And I think, honestly, the way the judge was reacting earlier, I think the judge got insulted with some of the accusations that Owen was making about all this. It's a total distraction. It's a game he's playing. I just hope it ends well for us. The good guys, you know what I mean? Meanwhile, I wonder if George's daughters are in the courtroom behind the prosecution still. They were there, 2 days ago? I wonder if they're still there. I'm sure they are. If they came down for the trial, they'll probably be here. Well, I don't know if they live in Florida or not, though. I think one of them might. I'm not certain. Well said, Rose. Sometimes I think he's trying to make it about him. You know what I mean? Like, Sean, I think he's like trying to make sure I get on stage and all that. But then other times it's like he's just trying to throw out distractions. It's like he's trying to let loose a bunch of squirrels in the courtroom. So the jury will be like, what the hell? The next thing you know, he might do that. He'd bring in a whole crate of squirrels and just let them loose from underneath his table. Tiffany Hinyard. I've heard of her. Let me write her name down. I've heard of her. I can't picture what she's done right now, but I have heard of that case. I have to go back and refresh my memory, but I'll make a note of that. Cookie, thank you. You know how I do like to go after the bimbos. The girls were up in Pennsylvania. I think that's where the family came from, but I don't know why I felt like one of them lived here still. Like I think he has a much older daughter. And then I think he has a younger one. There's no way Owen can complain now about not getting his time to argue all these different things. Is this just the first trial in the Sarah Boone show? Right? The state has been much more careful than the defense. Yep. I agree, El Gordo. I was thinking that too. He's like messing up the pace of her testimony. So he's chopping up all of her answers. So the jury comes back and go, wait, what did she say? Because I didn't get it all. I got confused and stopped, and they came back and you're right. Carol says, let it go to appeal. Who cares? Just convict her now. Well, and that's the thing is, well, I guess they can see that Owens is causing the problems. So, yeah, when he does that, and the judge has to send him out. Owens was well aware of the time frame. Melody Ferris in Georgia. Okay, is that one I need to check into? All right, well, I'll look at that case too. How can I ask again? Did she... Okay, Sandy. How can I ask again? Did she hold a phone to video phone and beat him with the bat? Those 11 minutes were beating him. He never had a chance. I know, we're going to all be drinking before lunchtime. Jesus. Oh, Gayla thinks that Owens is just going to walk in after lunch with something extravagant and be like, oh, we got to change the whole case now. Thank you, Miriam. That's so kind of you. Jen C thinks the prosecution got too comfortable and dropped the ball, and now she's going to walk. I hope you're wrong, Jen C. She doesn't come across as battered to me, no. Blanco says, no, I have faith, Carrie. It's going to end well. I hope you're right, Blanco. Dark Star says this is an interruption game. Exactly. Jenny said, I wonder if anyone is on the defense team believes any of her BS. They don't have to. They're putting on a show. No, I think they know she's cuckoo for crazy.
Objections
Butter Cocoa
overruled.
Puffs.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Ma'am, is it fair to say, in your evaluation of Sarah Boone on October the 2nd of 2024, that you felt like the text messages that you received from the state attorney
Objection beyond scope.
Overruled.
are not relevant to your evaluation of Sarah Boone?
I wasn't sure at the time who actually, I wasn't sure whose phone number it was. In all honesty, we discussed that in the deposition, and I wasn't sure. I have no proof of who actually sent the text, who actually had possession of the phone and put the text, any of the text in.
Well, I was there for the deposition, was I not? Or I appeared by Zoom, did I not?
No, so you were present in person.
Okay, I'm trying to think.
Oh, deposition.
The deposition.
By Zoom, yes.
You appear by Zoom, I appear by Zoom, the state attorney appeared by Zoom.
Yes.
And we discussed that these were the phone records from Sarah Boone's phone.
Yeah.
Okay. And at that time, you said they're not necessarily overly relevant to your evaluation. Did you not say that?
I don't recall specifically. I'm happy to look at it.
Can I approach the witness?
You may.
I have it. If you just refer me to the page.
Just a moment.
You got it?
I do.
Page 14. My question is at line 3. Your answer begins at line 5.
Correct.
And you agree that any,
Commissioner Watt here, based on
Let him finish. Let him finish.
well, I'm going on, I'm going to ask another question about the text messages, Judge.
You just said line 5, approach.
Look at look at the she's like, she looks at the jury, it's gonna be okay. It's okay. Yeah, the Dalton mayor in Dalton, is it Dalton, Illinois? Yeah, that's all J9 Eve. Y'all go see her for that one. I'm not jumping on that
Dr. Warner,
train
did
wreck.
that refresh your recollection about our discussions about the text messages in your evaluation?
Yes.
And would you agree that they're not necessarily overly relevant to your evaluation of Sarah Boone?
Correct.
And you agree that after reviewing all those text messages, that there was nothing that stuck out to you that caused you to pause and feel like they may have some impact on your evaluations of Sarah Boone?
Commissioner Watt here.
Can she answer the question?
Have her answer the question first.
I'm not sure what you're referring to in the deposition.
Page 14. My question is at line 21. Your answer is at line 25.
Correct. And I said no. As I said, it made me aware that they had a volatile relationship.
But my question to you specifically is there anything in the text messages that stuck out to you that caused you to pause and feel like that may have some impact on your evaluations?
Correct.
And you agree your answer is no?
As I said, it made me aware. That's not my complete answer.
Okay, well, let's
I can
talk.
read my
First,
complete
you said
answer.
no.
As I said, it made me aware that they had a
Ma'am,
volatile
ma'am.
It's not my complete answer.
I know, Dr. Warner, but didn't you say no to me? That was your first sentence was no.
It's not my complete answer.
I understand. I'm going to let you answer that. But when I asked you if there was anything in the text messages that caused you to pause and it would in some way affect the impact on your evaluation, your answer to me was no.
It's not my complete answer.
I understand. But was your answer not to me no?
Yes, but that is not
All
my
right.
complete
Now,
answer.
at the same time, Dr. Warner, at the same time, you expressed that they had a volatile relationship.
That is not the totality of my answer either.
Okay, and I'm going to get to it.
Okay.
But part of your answer was that they had a volatile relationship.
Correct.
And this is in relation to my question about the text messages. You agree?
Yes.
After you said no, you said they had a volatile relationship and that she text messaged calling him an idiot, a fucking idiot for overdrafting her account.
Correct.
And in those text messages, there was some reference to domestic violence between the two.
Correct.
And that demonstrated to you that they had a violent relationship.
Correct.
And do you not agree that that evidence of a volatile relationship had an effect on you expressing your opinion here today that Sarah Boone suffered from battered spouse syndrome?
Judge, we need to object. We need to approach.
Oh yeah, he's badgering the witness big time. That's not cool, man. Ashley Lynn says, this is silly at this point, and if I'm on the jury, I do not like the way that Owens is behaving. I totally agree. Thank you, Judy. Badgering witness. Yes. Not cool. Okay, gosh, you guys are late. Owens is a pain in the behind. Michelle, preach. Tell me something I don't know, Mama. She's like, I just had to get it out. It made me feel better to say that. Thank you, Michelle. It makes me feel better too. If he had a strong case, it would prove itself. Oh, Cheryl, mic drop moment. Mama, talk to me. Nope, nope. Should we have just taken the day off, you guys? My goodness. Should we even be here? I feel like I'm getting into somebody's time or something with all this. You're exactly right. I object. Cranic. Okay, basis, legal basis. Because it's bad for my client. Legal basis. Because I'm offended. Legal basis. I don't, Judge, I don't like it. Legal basis. Thanks for your super chat, Dorothy. Tlenser. Jay has been great on paper, but not as dazzling when in action. More subtle than anything. Very like a paper tiger. Oh, talk about scarring somebody with words. Thank you for your super chat. I feel like it's okay. It's gonna be okay. I think he's watching his snark because we know he's got the snark in him, right? And I think he's watching his snark because of the jury being present. I don't think we're going to get the same attitude when the jury's in their courtroom, which is a professional thing. And I agree with that. And I'm okay with that. As long as the points are going to get made in front of the jury, I don't mind. I think he's doing okay. I'm not totally upset yet. It's not over yet. I'm waiting to see what happens. Owen supports battery by way of his own actions. Ooh, Cheryl. Owens supports getting paid. It doesn't matter who's involved, who was injured, any of that. Owens is for Owens. And Owens doesn't care who he steps on to get to what he needs, obviously. Thank you for your super chat, Cheryl. I agree with you. It's all about him. You guys are just coming in and watching this trial and you're wondering what is going on. I'm missing a lot. I know there's more I need to look at. If you go to my channel, I've got a ton of playlists on this. I've got a playlist with all of my Sarah Boone coverage, and then I've a lot of items broken down into different playlists for Sarah Boone. So you can go in and watch that tonight and get caught up. Dottie, I can't repeat what you just said. Sherry says, I'm out. I can't do this anymore. It's ridiculous. We had people saying that yesterday too. And remember, was it yesterday or the day before yesterday? And it ended up bouncing back and being a good day. Yeah, I just said that. I just said that. It did though. It was. It really was. We thought it was going downhill. We were all panicking. And then Jay came in and I thought he did an excellent job. And people were saying that so many other channels were saying that he missed opportunities. He didn't do this. I don't know. I just kind of felt like, I don't know, just everything that I know about the trial and the way that he presented everything that afternoon, I was very impressed.
All right, members of the jury, it is 11:55. At this point in time, we're going to go ahead and take our lunch break. I'm going to give you a similar instruction that I've given you throughout the last couple of days. Give me a moment to pull it back up.
Kranik's going to give him his time.
Jurors, you must not conduct any investigation on your own. This includes reading newspapers.
And then he's going to say, oh, I forgot what I had to argue, Judge. Can we go to lunch?
At all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Jurors do not watch local news or read local newspapers. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends, family members, or even your fellow jurors about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let anyone make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. I want to stress again, bless you, that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. With that, members of the jury, we're going to be in recess till 1:30, and we'll pick up at that point in time. Thank you so much for your service.
1:30. Uh-oh. Well, yeah, that's about right, though. He's been doing 1.5 hour lunches, hasn't he? Okay. I think it's fixing to get crazy, though.
Y'all may be seated. State, anything else?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Defense? All right, we'll see you at 1:30. Thank you very much. Court's in recess.
Okay. I thought we were just going to see some more fighting. I'm just confused what happened. And I think I think Owens did exactly what he planned to do and what he set out to do is he messed up that woman's testimony. I don't know what happened. I don't know where he ended up. Are y'all confused? Owen said 3 weeks because he knows what he's like. Yep, costing the state money like this in trials, my guess. Yeah, I think we all kind of need a break. I want to play what his lady said yesterday really quick once Sarah gets out of the courtroom. I know how y'all like to make sure we see all this, just in case. Okay. I'm going to play what the lady said yesterday. I clipped it down for you guys.
Is that one of the conditions that someone may suffer when they have this syndrome of battered spouse?
Yes. I also think it is typical for victims to not reveal to other people that the abuse is going on. And it seems like denial. In other words, your coworkers ask you, like, are you okay? Did something happen to you? You're not likely to disclose that. That looks a lot like denial. It is a denial in public of some of the private issues that you're having.
She proceeded to let me know and was showing me a lot of bruises and marks. There were handprints, scratches. She even at one point had to go to the hospital.
Part of the records that you did not review were the text messages that were part of the phone extraction of her phone device, correct?
That's right.
Ooh.
Specifically, the materials you reviewed. I just want to make sure we're on the same page. Paperwork from prior cases involving Mr. Torres and Ms. Boone.
Yes,
Medical records for Mr. Torres.
that's right.
The medical and Aspire records for Ms. Boone that we've discussed.
Yes,
The crime scene photos from the incident in February.
that's right.
Pages 1 through 413 in discovery in this case.
Right.
A photograph of a suitcase and 2 videos involving the suitcase.
That's right.
And additional videos on that phone, correct?
Yes,
Such as baseball bat smashed in the TV.
that's part of it. Yes.
And then did you review any other videos where there's conversations between Ms. Boone and Mr. Torres?
Yes.
One prior 911 call?
Yes.
Now today you had indicated that you had reviewed the photographs from some prior incidents of violence, correct?
Yes.
When is it that you did that? Is that recently?
No, there are photos included with the
The prior case packages?
case packages. Thank you. I'm not sure what to call it. So
That's fine.
All right.
All right. And did you review any body worn camera from those prior case packages?
no, I did not. I didn't have that.
Anything else that you reviewed that I've not covered?
Are you speaking of documents only?
Yes, materials other than your 9 visits with Ms. Boone.
All right. Just checking with the
That's fine.
folders I
I
prepared
just
for
wanna make
today.
sure.
I don't know if, I guess that would be part of the discovery. The investigative report is within those 413 pages.
Did you interview anybody else personally besides Ms. Boone?
Yes.
Who else did you personally interview?
Melissa Sexton.
All right. Anybody else?
No.
I went over, sat down, talked to George. I talked to him for about 30 minutes altogether. And, you know, George had explained to me that she was actually the aggressive one. And the reason she ended up with marks is, in I'll say my perception of what he was trying to explain is that she's very hands-on, in the face, you know, dramatized in talking and explaining or fussing or whatever they might have been doing.
Right.
And I believe that because Jean, my assistant, doesn't even like to deal with her, would avoid her like the plague because she was always drunk and she's very hands-on. There was one day, as a matter of fact, it was that same day that I talked to George by himself. She kept grabbing me by the arms to the point that I told her, I said, touch me one more time, we're going to have a problem. You know, I'm either going to contact the police or whatever we need to do, but you can't keep grabbing on me. I had asked her several times to quit touching me. And because of that, she would do the same thing to Jean, and Jean didn't like it.
Right.
So, you know, that's what he was explaining to me, is she was always the touchy one, the aggressive one, you know, not that she was hitting him, but she would be like in his face, or she might, you know, push him, or, you know, little things like that. And she would block him from coming out of the room or whatnot, and he would take her and move her. You know what I mean? And just, that's the way he had explained it to me.
Right.
She has told me, even literally to Monday, I have been told by her several occasions that he has drugged her around by the hair of her head. I've been, you know, told about by neighbors. I'm sorry I don't have it anymore, but at one point a tenant actually sent us a video clip via text of them two fighting and beating on each other out in the backyard.
You didn't interview Brian Boone, correct?
I did not.
You did not interview their child in common, correct?
No.
She can get a bit violent when she drinks. She started just really angry when she drank a lot. Honestly, I don't always believe her when she said these things were going on.
And you said when she drinks that she can get physically aggressive?
She can. I mean, she did it to me a lot, where she'd hit me and stuff like that. I mean, she's tiny. I mean,
What do you mean hit, though? Like open hand smack you, or like trying to punch you?
Yeah, she'd punch me. I mean, more arms. She many times would use her claws. I mean, I had scratches on my neck at times, on my arms. I mean, things like that where she'd dig with her claws.
Okay.
I never got that drunk, and I had restraint. I never touched her back. I think George didn't have that restraint, and at times he would hurt her back. So, I mean, for all I know, all the times he got arrested, she started it. I don't know.
And you didn't review the phone text messages extracted from her device, correct?
No, I didn't.
So yeah, I thought I'd throw in some information that might have been good for her to have, and maybe some information that she probably already did have that she possibly overlooked. Thank you, Emmy James, for another super chat. You said, you think they're all enjoying each other's company? I can tell you right now that Prosecutor Jay and Prosecutor Cacciatore are not enjoying anything. Absolutely not. Thank you for your super chat. Oh my gosh, you guys are doing the movie thing. Okay, hang on just a second. Let me look what I had planned for you guys this morning. Well, Jules isn't in the courtroom, so I can't really read her stuff. Oh, I did want to show you guys this really quick. The Reddit thread piece. All right, get your earbuds in and listen to this really quick. She said she thinks that he's saying, "Help me, Sarah." I think I just heard him say help. Because right when it opens, it's going to, you'll hear it. It sounded like he said, "Help, Sarah." Well, I guess it would help if I shared it with y'all.
What is the location of your emergency? 47.
Okay, I did it again, didn't I? You can't see it. Hang on.
911, what is the location of your emergency? 4748 France Court, apartment 3. 4748, what's the street name? France, Frantv. And the apartment number? 3. Is this a police or medical? My boyfriend is dead. Okay, send the line for the fire department. Do not hang up.
Fire risk. What's the location, emergency?
That's 32. No, please don't leave. 4748 France Lane, apartment 3. France Court. France Court? Yes.
Okay, is this near Mackenzie Drive?
I don't know where that is.
Okay, fine, okay.
It's Hillwood Park Apartments.
Okay, 4748 France, correct?
Correct.
All right, correct. Now tell me exactly what happened there.
My boyfriend and I were playing last night, and I put him in his case and we were playing. And like kind of hide and seek kind of thing. So I fell asleep and I woke up and he was dead in the suitcase. So I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened.
Right, okay, what's your apartment number?
3.
Apartment 3?
Yes, like he has like blood coming out of his mouth, and I don't know if like he had like an aneurysm or what happened.
Right, okay, all right, okay. Listen, we're getting help out there too. All right, okay. Okay,
Right now?
Okay, man, listen, we're on our way out there. You're at 407-716-8684. Okay, is he hanging from somewhere or what, ma'am?
No, I pulled him out of the suitcase. I tried giving him CPR.
Okay, so he was in a suitcase?
Yes, and I fell asleep.
Okay, how old is the boyfriend, ma'am? 42-year-old male. All right. Okay, we're sending help out there. Sheriff's Officer anywhere out there?
Yes,
I'm sorry?
Yeah. Okay. All right. Listen to me. Okay. I just need to confirm this. All right. I understand. I just need to confirm this. Is he awake at all? Is he conscious at all?
No, he's purple.
Is he breathing?
No.
All right. I need you to get him on the floor, flat on his back for me. Okay.
I did. I tried giving him CPR.
All right.
I tried giving him CPR.
Yeah. Okay.
But nothing happened. He's purple.
Okay. Listen to me. There's a defibrillator available. I need you to get it for me. Okay.
What is it?
You have an AED available?
No.
All right. Are you right by him now?
I'm sorry?
Are you right by him now?
Yes.
Okay. Lay him flat on his. Okay, ma'am. Listen. So listen. Is he cold and stiff?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, he's not necessarily cold, but he's stiff. And he's purple.
Okay. All right. Listen to me. Listen to me. I want you to lay him flat on his back for me on the floor.
I did.
Removing the pillows. Okay.
Yes, I did.
All right. Okay.
He's stiff and purple.
Right. Okay. Listen. Okay, man. That's fine. We're still going to do compressions on him. Okay. All right. Place the heel of your hand on his breastbone, right in the center of the chest, right between the nipples.
Yes.
Put your other hand on top of that hand.
Baby, I'm telling you. Just by looking at him, you can tell.
Okay.
Please. Okay, he just gurgled.
Okay. Listen to me. All right. I want you to place the heel of your hand. Okay, right between his chest, right between his breastbones.
Yes.
Put your other hand on top of that hand.
Yes,
we want to pump his chest to me hard and fast, going at least twice per second.
I'm doing it again.
Okay, no, just keep on pumping. That's all you need to do for me. Keep on pumping his chest for me. I don't need you to stop and talk or anything. I just want you to count out loud for me, okay?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. This is nice.
Okay, ma'am, just keep on pumping his chest. That's all you need to do for me, okay?
Yes. Come on, please. Hurry up.
Okay, ma'am, they're driving here as fast as they can. Okay, don't stop to say hurry up. Just keep on pumping and counting.
I'm still doing it while I'm talking to you, okay?
Okay.
Still doing it.
All right, just continue to just count on a second count with you.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. Please hurry.
Okay, ma'am, they're getting there as fast as they can, okay?
He's stiff and he's purple.
Okay. Keep pumping his chest for me, ma'am.
I'm still doing it, okay? Still doing it. Just don't make me count.
Right, okay, that's fine. You do the job. Just keep on doing it for me. That's all right. They're getting there as fast as they can, along with the sheriff's office also, okay?
Please.
Okay. Keep on pumping, ma'am. 1,
We were playing
2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Keep on pumping for me, ma'am.
I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Believe me, I'm doing it, okay? We were playing hide and seek.
Okay. All right, I understand. All right, just keep on pumping for me, okay? Okay.
Please hurry.
Right, okay.
Horrible. This is horrific. What happened? Like, what happened?
Okay, ma'am, just keep on pumping his chest for me, okay? They're in the parking lot. They should be up there shortly, okay?
I'm still doing it, okay?
All right, okay, good. And you found him in a suitcase, you said?
Yes. We were playing hide and seek last night. I fell asleep. I think they're here.
right, just keep on pumping his chest until they take over, okay?
I am.
Okay.
I am.
Okay.
I am.
Okay.
Open. Come in. Can I stop pumping now?
Let them take over for you, okay?
When was the last time anybody saw him? Last night. Okay. We were playing hide and seek. He hit another. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Unfortunately, he's been down too long. There's nothing we can do for him. Hello, ma'am.
So I wanted to play for you guys one other thing. I keep pulling it up and I'm not. Give me a second. It's from this Reddit post. He says, "Help, Sarah." He was losing his breath right there. He said, "Help, Sarah." He sounded like he was at the end of it. They said that he would have passed out. He would have lost consciousness. So he probably was at the point of losing consciousness around 11:45. Because he sounds like he can't. His voice is so. Sorry, I'm looking for you guys. Do you want to watch the ME again? I'm open to watch whatever you guys want. I don't have a whole lot for you this afternoon. I was thinking about taking having quiet time today. Did y'all hear it when I just said that? When I played that? Yeah. That was the begging part right there. That was the part where it got bad. It will be explosive. That's why I kind of want to just take a minute. I think when they come back, it is going to be explosive. If what's his name would ever let that happen. Again, want to remind you guys that right here is the phrase of the day to go into the drawings for the earbuds. So make sure you type that in the chat. So somebody said the docket. There was something that had come up on the docket, and it's the state's request for special jury instructions regarding withdrawing from physical contact. Withdrawing from physical contact. All right, hang on. Let me drink something, and I'm going to read this to y'all. Okay, so it says, the state of Florida, by and through the undersigned assistant state attorney, and states and alleges as follows. 1, the pertinent portion of the facts of this case begins at some point around 11:03 p.m. and ends with the passing of the victim at an unknown time after that. The defendant's testimony is that she found the victim attempting to hide in the suitcase and evidence as she came downstairs from the upstairs shower while the two were engaged in a game of hide and seek. The defendant then, out of jest and levity, zipped the suitcase shut. Her testimony is that it was not zipped completely shut, but ultimately the victim was not able to escape from the suitcase and died from positional asphyxiation and environmental suffocation. While the defendant and the victim both found his predicament Funny at first, eventually the victim failed to see the humor in not being able to breathe and told the defendant as much. The defendant, not now out of anger, decided that she would make fun of the victim like he had made her feel. Wait, let me go back to that. The defendant, now out of anger, decided she would make the victim feel like he had made her feel in the past when she could not breathe because of him choking her and cheating on her. This was to last 2 minutes, and the defendant used those 2 minutes to express herself in video. And then he references the video to her captive audience. In the 9 minutes and 14 seconds between the videos, the defendant testified that the victim was now becoming angry about his predicament and told the defendant, "I'm going to end you." The defendant was the aggressor. Part of the justifiable use of force, both deadly and non-deadly, instructions states, in good faith, Sarah Boone withdrew from physical contact. The unique circumstances of this case do not lend itself easily to this portion of the standard jury instruction. While she did withdraw her direct physical contact from the suitcase, the victim was While she did withdraw her physical contact from the suitcase that the victim was in, she went upstairs to go to sleep, and she did not release the force she was exerting against the victim. The victim was still confined in a suitcase, unable to free himself for at least 20 minutes prior to her departure, and for an unknown amount of time until he suffocated to death. This is no different than the defendant having tied the victim to a set of train tracks with the train of asphyxiation and suffocation coming in the near future for the victim. A special jury instruction is warranted when A, the special instruction is supported by the evidence, B, the standard instruction did not adequately cover the legal theory it is meant to, and C, the special instruction was correct statement of the law and not misleading or confusing. 12. A battery does not require direct contact between two people. A car can be an extension of both the defendant and the victim. Clothing or objects held by the victim are an extension of the victim's person. Nor do the false imprisonment need to be direct contact between two. Tying up a victim is sufficient for false imprisonment. Barricading a victim in a room with grocery carts is confinement sufficient for kidnapping or false imprisonment. Of course, he's noting these other cases where this happened. Leaving the victim trapped in the suitcase after his 2-minute example of what it is like to feel choked and cheated on hindered his ability to seek help, and he was left in a precarious and vulnerable state that resulted in his death. Therefore, at the conclusion of the 2 paragraphs regarding initial aggressor in the justifiable use of force instructions, the state is requesting the following to be read. Physical contact includes any restraint on George Torres. Physical contact includes any restraint on George Torres' movement. This request meets the 3 prongs required for a special jury instruction given the unique facts of the case. And that was what was up on the docket this morning. The other item that was referenced was just the order from the judge giving them a ruling that, yes, you can go ahead and submit more invoices to the JAC for the cost of the investigator, Billy Lane, of Prison Break Investigations. So that's where we're at now. So they're also going to remember, they're going to put in there about the law enforcement thing. They're trying to get that in. I don't know if that's going to occur. I don't know what's going to happen there with that. That I was just reading from the docket in case I didn't pull it up again. I'm so bad about that. I'm sure Owens is going to see. This is what's going to happen. Let's predict it now. So they're going to go in when they finally get there. They're going to go in and try to do the jury instructions. And then Owens is going to pivoting and everything else last minute, doing all his things. It'll be the end of the day tomorrow before they get that done. Y'all, I'm telling you, every time Mr. J, Prosecutor J, starts to get some momentum going right here in his rebuttal, Owens is going to stand up and object. I wonder if there's anything that they can do to keep him from doing all that. Well, we've already admitted the videos into evidence. We've already gotten that approved, right? So when they're playing the video, he ought to be quiet for at least 2 hours. But somebody said if we'll find out what was going on with Henderson if he shows back up after lunch. There was it yesterday? I thought they gave them a deadline at some point in time. They said you have until lunchtime or you have until noon tomorrow. And I was trying to find my notes on that, and I don't see where my notes are, but I remember him telling them, you've got until the end of the day, and you've also got until lunch on 2 items. I don't know if it was today or yesterday. It's all right. It's all running together for me, so I apologize. You renamed him Slowens instead of Owens, Michelle. That's funny. Yeah, I think we're going to take a quick break, guys. We've got another 30 minutes before they... No, God, we've got another hour before they come back. I don't think I want that whole hour. I don't know. Hang on. Let me just play some stuff for y'all. I got too much stuff I can play for y'all to send y'all away. Hang on. I'm going to play the body cam. I think we're going to end up watching the body cam. Let's do the interrogations because I think they're going to play the body cam today already. So let's go into the playlist for interrogations. I'm going to pull these up and play them. We're going to start with this phone thing that Sarah, the last portion of Sarah's car interview, since that's the newest one. We'll start with that one. Let me share the tab with you guys. And again, if you're looking for this playlist, I have these all broken down on my channel.
February 24th, 2020. The time now is approximately 17:16 hours. This is in reference to Orange County case number 20-017904. My first recording on a separate digital recorder. The memory became full and we could no longer record. But I am in my unmarked agency vehicle with, can you state your name, ma'am? Sarah Byrne. And my partner, Detective Scott Lowen. We are outside in my unmarked agency vehicle outside of 4748 France Lane, number 3 in Winter Park, collecting a statement from Sarah. Okay, Sarah, just for recording purposes, because it did technically stop and I wasn't able to say the time that it stopped prior, we have not talked anything further, not on recording. Correct. Okay. And you do understand that you don't have to speak with me if you don't want to, correct? Yes. Okay, perfect. All right. So I think I asked you, my last question was, and I'm not sure if you may have answered or not, but my last question was, you guys were just playing to have fun and it wasn't like something you do right before like sex thing. No. Or it's just a silly. Okay. But you do say that you are intimate. Are you guys intimate every single night? No, not every single night. Okay. But I mean, did you think it was gonna happen last night? Yes. Did you guys talk about it, or you just assumed like, oh, probably gonna have sex tonight? Yes. Okay. Which is normally after we do the puzzles and artwork and everything. Yes. Okay. We were just having a good time.
enjoying each other's company,
And so,
dancing with the dogs.
mhm. At any point, when he was in the suitcase, did you hear him say, please let me out? Was he?
We were laughing about it.
Yeah, okay. Did you make any jokes about it? Oh, you're in the suitcase, but I know you had said that you were left upstairs and he didn't basically come find you. Did you make any jokes about, oh, okay, well,
No.
now you're in the suitcase?
No.
Okay. But I'm assuming the game was over, like you guys weren't gonna continue to play hide and seek anymore? Like you went upstairs and went into the room?
Right, waiting for him.
Okay. And you said you laid down?
Yes, the dogs got in the bed.
Do you guys sleep together in the room every single night?
Yes.
Okay. And which side of the bed do you sleep on? Like if
It's, okay, here's the bed. I'm on the left side, he's on the right-hand side, because I've got Lucas's pictures over here, he's got his kids' pictures over here.
okay, so you're
So towards
closer
the
to
wall.
the door or closer to the other? Are you closer to the door to exit your room or is he closer?
Yes.
Okay. So where the pictures of Lucas are on that side, that's your side?
Correct.
Okay. And is that where you slept last night? Did you sleep in the middle of the bed? Did you sleep on your side of the
I
bed?
slept on my side.
Your side? Okay. And I noticed there's like one pillow on the bed and then there were like 3 up against the closet.
Mm-hmm.
Are those his pillows and he brings them into bed or what's?
No, when I woke up, what I normally do is, I don't know if you noticed the mice that we have in there, this is mice.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll make the bed, excuse me, clean the mouse cage, and then go downstairs.
Okay.
So, but what I'm saying is that normally I'll fix that upstairs and then I'll head downstairs.
Okay.
So that's why those were over here, was because I was trying to fix the bed a little bit.
Okay. Okay. Were they in the bed prior? Like when you went to sleep, how many pillows were in your bed?
We only have the 2.
You have 2. Okay.
Well, it's the 2 white ones and the king size ones when we watch movies.
Mm-hmm.
We'll put behind the white one and then the third pillow just goes in between everybody else.
Okay. Do you use one pillow to sleep or do you each have one, right? Is that what you just said?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Okay, so you just basically didn't finish making the bed, is my understanding. That's why the pillows are up against there's like 3 pillows
Correct.
up against the closet.
Yes.
They're like standing.
Yes.
Okay.
Because I'll move all the pillows off and then I'll shake out the bed and then put everything back together.
Okay. Okay. And did he say anything to you while he was in the suitcase? I know you guys were laughing, joking, but was any jokes made? Was anything said?
No, nothing negative or anything like, I'm telling you.
Just anything that he said, like.
We were laughing about it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and I waited for him upstairs.
Did you tell him you were going upstairs or?
No, I did not. I literally went upstairs to wait for him.
Was the line, was it all gone at this point while you guys were playing hide and seek?
I think so.
Okay. Is it, at that point, I mean, I don't know how often you drink, but would you say that you were under the influence and he was under the influence, or?
Well, I mean, we weren't drunk.
Weren't drunk. Okay.
We weren't drunk. I mean, we had a handful of glasses throughout the evening.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, we weren't like inebriated where you couldn't drive. You could still, I mean, we were compass mentis. That's what I'll say. Both of us were compass mentis.
Okay.
You have to explain that one to me.
Yeah, I don't know what that word means.
I mean, we had our wits about ourselves.
Okay.
That's why he and I were playing.
That's the thing though, this isn't a trick question. You're at your home, you're consenting adults. If you're drinking, say you were drunk, there's no law against it.
Right.
Nobody's judging you. You're at home.
Neither one of us were drunk.
Okay.
We were just
I'm just trying
at
to
the
let you
giddy
know,
stage.
okay.
That's what it was.
listening to music again, dancing with the dogs.
Okay. Well, luckily his blood alcohol level will show us on the autopsy as well too. So, you know, we have that as well. Okay, so,
there was no ill will between the two of us last night.
Yeah.
Not,
when's the last time you guys have gotten into an argument?
maybe last week.
Okay. Over just normal relationship stuff, or?
It's a little bit of everything because he and I both stressing about jobs.
Right.
It's been extremely depressing for him where he worked up here at it used to be an Ace Hardware, but Ace dropped them as a franchise because of how bad the store is going down. And he thoroughly enjoyed his job and everybody he worked with. But it's between stuff like that, and then of course we've got the bills that we have to pay, and I've been having to ask Brian, my husband, for money to pay for electricity and hot water for Lucas and groceries.
Okay.
So I think that, of course, because he can't support me, has been bothering him, which is why I bought a new puzzle for the two of us to do.
Right.
And that's what we were working on in the painting.
Do you guys normally argue often, not often, weekly, every other?
It all depends on like if he had a good day or a bad day kind of thing, where he would just be happy to come home and see me because he knows that it's going to get better. And then most of the time he would go for a drink and we would sit on the back porch. He would tell me about his day.
Mm-hmm.
And we would have a glass of wine and then kind of start our evening-ish kind of thing and smoke. But then we would go inside because we're tired of being outside. And then that's when we started to do the art and puzzles. And then listening to music and playing with the dogs. And it's a thing, tag your it kind of thing.
Gotcha. Is there anything he drinks specifically, like his go-to drink, or?
It's honestly whatever it is we can afford, which is why we used to drink like liquor, but like months ago.
Right.
Which is why we have the wine.
Okay.
What did you guys make for dinner last night?
He made a pork sandwich with cheese. And what was it that I ate? I think I made a sandwich. And some chips.
You guys didn't have to go out and get anything? You got everything there?
Yes.
Like a sandwich, like a deli sandwich, like deli meat sandwich, or do you think you have pork ham? Like a ham?
I made a pork one the other day for him and Lucas.
Mm-hmm.
And they were leftovers, so
he had that.
He made a pork loin sandwich with cheese, and I had there's ham in the
ham sandwich with chips. Okay.
Does he normally come up to bed, or will he do the typical guy thing where he's downstairs and will fall asleep on the couch?
I mean, he's done that before just because of his crappy day that he had, but yes, we'd sleep in the same bed.
You normally sleep in
Yes.
the same bed. Do you guys go to bed at the same time?
Most of the time, yes. But because he's been very excited about looking for a job, he might stay downstairs for half an hour, 45 minutes, and then would come upstairs and he and I would watch movies together until it was just, okay, there's no more movies that we want to watch. And then we would just turn the lights off and go to sleep.
Last night when you said you went upstairs, do you have like a ritual that you do prior to going to bed? Like you brush your teeth, wash your face, put on TV? Is there any like normal things that you do?
Me and myself? No, I'll go upstairs, maybe like rinse my mouth out with Listerine.
Okay. Do you recall what you did last night?
I just got in the bed with the dogs.
Okay.
waiting for him.
And how long do you think you were up waiting for him until you passed out?
I wouldn't say I necessarily passed out.
Oh,
Yes, he knows too that I'll go upstairs sometime because of how tired I am,
Mhm.
which is why he'll just give me my space a little bit. Maybe I'll watch a show and then he'll come upstairs. So, I mean, nothing out of the ordinary.
No, I know, but last night, how long do you think it was prior to you falling asleep?
Oh.
Like, how long did you wait up for him?
Maybe 20 minutes, 30 minutes. I mean, I literally, I dozed off, warm in the bed with the dogs, waiting for him. I didn't even bother turning the TV on. Just got in the bed. He knows too that I would go upstairs because of how tired I am. He knows. Like, I'm mentally exhausted. So.
Who usually gets up first? I mean, are you an early riser or is he an early riser?
He
Or
is.
he's usually an early riser?
Yeah, he has to be at work by 8 o'clock, so he'll usually wake up at like 6:30-ish if I don't have Lucas.
How long has he been out of work?
Gosh, maybe. Well, he did some odd job stuff up there. But I think his last day was like Friday 2 weeks ago.
So he hasn't worked in about 2 weeks?
Yes.
And during that 2 week period, has he maintained just his body naturally wakes up early or does?
Yes, it's his body clock.
Okay. What time is that normally?
Like 6:30, 6:45-ish. But again, if I have Lucas here, I have to take him to school, so we're up at like 6:30. I'm feeling really like weird, guys, like lightheaded. Like I feel really weird right now.
You feel like you're sick?
No, I'm not sick, just I don't know.
You need food?
I haven't even fed my dogs today. The mice need to be taken care of still. I don't think they have any food. But again, I'm gonna use downstairs on the laptop, so he can use the laptop and then I'll use the laptop afterwards.
So it wasn't when you woke up this morning, it wasn't out of the ordinary that he wasn't there? You didn't wake up this morning and go, oh, where's George? You woke up thinking, okay, George got up like he normally does before me.
And it's downstairs on the laptop looking for jobs.
You had made a comment earlier that he's losing his teeth.
Yes.
What is
I think we don't know. I think that's one of the things subconsciously that has been really on his mind also, is that he keeps losing his teeth. Like, he just would break off, he lost a whole molar or something in the back the other day while we're eating. And then he keeps talking about how it's chest, and I'm blaming it on stress.
Yeah.
So I don't know what that is. I don't know what the teeth thing is. I know it can't be a good sign.
You said he got into, you said an argument, but he had a bunch of facial injuries where he had reconstructive surgery.
Yes.
So he and his brother got into
Yes.
this fight.
Oh my gosh, it was horrific. Yes.
Was it any? I mean, usually when you have that much damage, it's more than just a fist fight. His brother hit him with something?
No, wait till you guys see Mo. Mo is a gorilla. Like, he's.
It is possibly that's what's causing the teeth to get messed up.
Did they have to do work on his teeth or his jaw? or
Just his
anything?
eyes.
His eyes.
Just the orbital sockets.
Yes. Well, and they fixed his nose too.
Now, the damage to his eyes, is that still, I mean, is it noticeable or?
No.
Okay, so when they fixed the sockets, they came back and you couldn't tell that they damaged?
I couldn't tell.
but his children recognize it, where they say he doesn't look like the same dad. But to me, I've never noticed it.
No other damage to the jaw, forehead, anything like that?
No. It was just his eyes and his nose.
Bless you.
You said he's been complaining of chest pains?
He had mentioned it a couple times, where I'm just blaming it on stress. But again, I kept trying to encourage him, with or without money, go to a walk-in clinic. You'll eventually get a bill. But the teeth thing has been worrying me also, and I didn't want to say anything to him about it. But we were in the process of eating dinner, and a tooth comes out. That's scary to me, and a red flag if you ask me.
Well, this is the reason I was asking what you guys had for dinner last night. What is his dietary habits been lately? I mean, he looks super thin to me. Now, I don't know George, but he does not look like he's an average weight.
He eats, believe it or not, like a horse. Like he'll eat like 4 or 5 times a day. Again, one of the things that has been concerning me, which you all will be the first people that I actually say this to, is his weight for the amount of food that he eats throughout the day, how he doesn't gain any weight. He and I and Luke is going out to Publix every time we step on the scale, and he continuously loses weight. Well, I don't even want to step on the scale anymore.
How long has this been going on for?
Months.
So way before losing this job?
Yes. It's been ongoing. I mean, I'm not going to even say months. I can say at least a good year.
Okay.
And he eats like a horse.
You said you don't know any drug history?
Since I've been with him and known him, he's never done drugs. But I know him growing up in Philadelphia, he had a bad stint with marijuana and alcohol. If and when you talk to his children and or his ex-wife, she will tell you. His family will tell you. But since he's been with me, no, I have not. He's never done drugs now.
Your phone, is it password protected or touch screen?
It's password protected.
Does George know the password as well?
He doesn't know the code, but he does the face thing.
His face will
recognition.
on it. Okay.
And the only reason why I have that is because I had lost 2 phones previously where I can't. Before I had the passcode was somebody else being able to get into my phone because I lost it twice. So that's the only reason why I have it.
Oh, like that's the reason you put a password on it,
Yes.
just in case you lost your phone.
Yes.
Okay, so do you recall what time you went to bed?
I know that it was after midnight.
Okay. How do you know that? What makes you remember that?
Because I walked up the stairwell and we have a clock that's on top.
Like you see it as you're walking up the stairwell?
Yes. You have to turn the corner and it's right here.
Okay. And you don't remember when you went into the shower around what time it was, looking at that same clock?
I didn't shower. I mean, I showered earlier in the day.
No, when you said you hid in the shower when you were playing hide and seek?
Yes.
Did you happen to look at that clock then and see what time it was?
No, I just happened to look up on my way.
Going to bed? Or going into the room?
Yes.
Okay, so it was after midnight. Do you think it was before 1 a.m. then? Was it between midnight and 1 or?
To be honest with you, I don't know. I mean, if I had to say, it was like 12:30-ish.
Okay. Okay, and when you went upstairs, you and George no longer having a conversation, laughing about the suitcase, you just decided to go upstairs.
No, we were laughing about it.
Okay, so you continued to joke about it as you were going upstairs,
Yeah.
thinking he'll just get himself out and then.
Yes, that's why I didn't close it all the way. That's why I didn't close it all the way. I'm like, he'll be up here in a minute now. But then I guess I dozed off. And again, I'm thinking he's downstairs on the laptop this morning. Gets out of bed this morning, most of the time.
When you put him in or when he got into the suitcase,
Yes.
correct? So the suitcase now, if we're looking at it, what side was his head on when he got into the suitcase and you zipped him? Was his head like on the, if we're looking
If
at it
it's
right?
like this, his head was here. The hole was here.
So his head was closer to where,
Yes.
like when you close it, his head was closer to where it's closed.
No, that's where his head's here. This is him doing the finger thing over here.
Right, so his head is closer to where you can close it. So when you close it, his head is on that side. Or his head is on the opposite side of where you close it. Because there's obviously an open, there's when the suitcase is open, and then when it's shut. And it's obviously the zipper's on opposite sides.
So if you do this, yes, his head was here, where the zip part was.
Okay. Okay.
But again, that's why I didn't zip it up all the way.
Is there anything else that you think is important for us to know that we haven't asked you?
I don't know what happened. Like, I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. I don't know, again, if he had like a heart attack or an aneurysm or what. Like, I don't know what happened.
Do you keep your phone on you? Like, is it always in your possession?
No. Because it's a community phone between me and him, like if he needs it, most of the time it's on the kitchen counter.
Okay.
Where it's like, he knows that's where my phone is, or hey, after you're done talking to Lucas, do you mind if I call my daughters? So it's our phone.
No, I get it. I just,
But no, I don't walk around with my phone on me all the time.
okay. Did you bring it upstairs with you when you were going to bed?
No.
No. Okay. So it stays downstairs.
No.
Or is downstairs with him?
Yes, he was downstairs with him. Because that's how I heard my phone ringing and I knew it was Brian because he called over and over and over and over again, which is what he does.
So you assumed it was him, but you didn't know Brian was calling you, but you assumed it was Brian.
Yes, because he calls back to back to back to back to back to back. So I just leave my phone answer.
Okay. Okay, so your phone was downstairs.
Yes.
Alrighty. Can you raise your right hand for me? Do you promise and swear everything we've talked about has been true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes. But may I ask you though, because I was telling you guys about it earlier. Like, I don't know if I'm afraid for my life at this point.
I know. But
I'm afraid.
I don't know anything about your guys' history. Like, I don't know, other than the family not liking you, like.
And they get upset because of the drinking. And just the things that we have gone through, and I know that they don't want him to be with me, but he and
Are
I
they gonna tell me that he's an alcoholic?
probably,
Okay. Are they gonna tell me that you're an alcoholic?
they'll say that, but they don't know. They assume
Okay. Why do they say that he's an alcoholic?
because of his track record in Philadelphia and all of the things that he has done. Cars that he's wrecked, ex-wives' cars. He's been divorced twice. And he has, yes, they'll say that.
Okay.
They'll say that, but they don't know. They just assume.
Okay. Well, people have their opinions. Okay, you can't not. There's nothing you can do about someone having an opinion and saying something like that. As far as what's going on here, I've told you, prior, we don't know what happened. So I understand you feel like they're gonna not accept, what happened and they're gonna think that it's your fault, but at this time, we cannot conclude and say anything differently. I know you talked about you possibly going somewhere else for tonight. You have to do what you have to do to keep yourself safe, but at this point in time, no one has made a threat to you. No one has done anything.
I just haven't said anything to him yet.
Right, but we will obviously talk to them, and of course, we're gonna instruct them that this is an ongoing investigation.
I have my son.
Well, your son's with Brian and is gonna stay with Brian. So we're gonna cross that bridge when we get to it. I know you're fearful of it now, but nothing has happened to where you're in fear based off of past history and what they think of you and how they threaten me all the time. Do you have proof or is it all verbal? Like, would it be in your phone?
No, it's verbal.
Okay.
It's verbal.
So it's he said versus she said, or she said versus she said. So
Yeah, they've been really nasty to me. Really nasty.
it's gonna be a shock. It's gonna be, everyone handles things differently. We're not gonna leave there with them hooting and hollering.
She's going to
and
collapse,
being upset.
and then they're gonna all come over here.
Okay, well, who's gonna collapse? I don't even know
His mom.
His mom? What's his mom's name?
Blanca.
Is that her government name or is that just what you call her?
No, I think that's her government name.
And you said she lived around here?
They live down the street.
When's the last time you said he doesn't even really talk to his family because he was you over them. So when's the last time you've seen them or talked to them?
I believe he did something with his brothers a couple of weeks ago, but I don't go over there.
Okay. So if he goes over there, you do not go?
No.
But he did something with his brothers?
I'm guessing so. I know that they come up to his job all the time.
When he was working there?
Yes.
Okay.
But
So
they don't come, they have come over here and have just been completely disrespectful.
Okay.
And again, he ended up having to tell them, don't come over here if you're gonna act like that and treat Sarah like that.
Do you know their address?
I have it inside. I know it's Ball Hall Boulevard, but if you go down, what is this out here? Goldenrod, there's a Twisty Treat ice cream place on the right hand side, and you turn down that road. And then you make a left, and then you'll see Ball Hall, and you make a right. And their house is white, and it's fenced in, and it's got a whole bunch of garden flowers.
I'm gonna end my recording. Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay.
One quick question, just out of curiosity. I'm noticing your front door, it has a bunch of dents in it. What is that from?
When we moved in, they were already there.
I don't see any other doors with dents like that.
Whoever it was that lived here previously, I know it was a girl, but that was here when we moved in.
This ends our recording 17:47.
All right. So Based upon everything that I put together from the timeline of when they called the police and everything and what they did, based upon what Sarah said, okay, this is what's wrong. But I put together some things. Now, on February the 23rd of 2020, let me take the banner off here that I've got up so you can see this. The majority of the phone calls during the day that were placed and received were to Brian Boone, starting at 11:52 hours. So 11:52 a.m. And they continued until 9:20 hours, 7:20 p.m. Now, just because I said majority of the calls, I mean, it could have been 3, it could have been 4, I don't know. But I found it really interesting that she was calling him so much. Also, at 12:17 p.m., we have a Publix receipt that says that they were at the Publix buying wine. And we've heard that Sarah and George both went and bought wine at 12:17 p.m. I don't know why she's left that out. Because again, at 5:39 p.m., we have another receipt that shows that they went back, and according to what we know on the Publix video surveillance is that he was by himself at that point. So it's like she started telling the story around 5 p.m. and left out the rest of it. At 7:24, George called his daughter, Cookie. This is based upon the police report, you guys, that I received and the timetables from her cell phone. At 7:25 p.m., George called his other daughter. So the other one, so Cookie may not have answered at first. At 7:30 p.m., he calls Juan Torres and speaks to him, and they actually put him on speakerphone. That call lasted 4 minutes and 6 seconds. At 8 p.m., excuse me, at 8 p.m., George tried calling both daughters again because he didn't get them the first time. And Sarah was screaming about, get off the phone, when he was on the phone with Juan because she wanted to call her brother. But what I found very interesting is that she never did call her brother. Never did. Okay, what do we have here? We got, I believe Sarah didn't remember the video and didn't delete it, but has that been confirmed? I never thought about, thank you for your super sticker, aka the cat lady. I never thought about the fact that she had deleted it until today, honestly. I'm going to be honest with you. I felt that she had just totally forgotten it was there because she was so intoxicated. But then somebody wrote in the chat today that they thought, what if she deleted it? And they found it after the forensic unit got in there. And it could be. But it's going to make her look even worse if they find out that she deleted it. It's going to look even better for the prosecution. So I don't care if she did delete it. It doesn't matter. We found it. It's there. So 8 p.m., George tried calling both of his daughters again. 10:30 to 11:15, Vincent and Brandon hear the banging going down the stairs. Let's listen to Vincent's testimony, you guys.
Hours. I am located at the Tealwood apartment complex at, what's the building number? 474 Tealwood apartment complex. I am talking to the resident of one of the residents. Sir, can you give me your name, please?
It's Vincent.
And what's your date of birth, sir?
1999.
All right, is it okay if I call you Vincent?
Of course.
Okay, well, like I said, my name's Scott Lowen. I'm the homicide detective with the Sheriff's Office. Please just call me Scott. Obviously, we're out here today talking about an incident that occurred with the residents of Apartment 3, which are your direct next-door neighbors, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to kind of preface and start out with a couple of different basic questions. How long have you been living in apartment?
The end of January was a year, so about a year and a month.
Year and a month?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And your apartment, from what I can see, is a single-story apartment. It's not a townhome like your neighbors, correct?
Yes, no, it's a single story, yeah.
Okay. Is your bedroom the one in the back, next to the back wall?
Yeah, it's the one where you can see the kick out from the back patio of their apartment there, yeah.
That's what I was wondering. So your bedroom is right next to their back patio?
Yes.
So you get to hear everything that's going on in the back patio, or is it
on the back patio and the living room, because their living room at the bottom of their stairs is right next to where my head lays on my bed.
Okay.
So literally, and it was like an everyday thing, with the beat, and it wasn't even just him on her. It was like they were going at it, like at each other, you know. And it was like it was just really bad and really loud, like every night.
Was it verbally?
No, like physically. Yeah, it was like.
So what were you hearing?
It was like, I don't like, you know, it was never like I couldn't physically hear like hitting, you know what I mean? But like I heard like thrown up against the wall, you know, or like I've heard thrown down the stairs a few times. Like it's just and it's like that's a very clear sound, you know what I mean? Like you hear somebody up here get down here very fast, you know, and it's like you just kind of know what happened. And it's like, and the reason that like I've never said anything about it, or I was just kind of minding my own business, is because I literally found out that this happened so often, and they were known by the local police here or whatever, that all the neighbors just stopped calling because the police were tired of it, pretty much. Like, not like tired of it, you know, but it was like, it was just like, it was an every week thing, you know, once or twice a week. So it was like, I don't know. And then there was the one night I was standing on my back patio, I was smoking a cigarette, and then she just randomly walked over and like started talking to me about how she like knows I can hear stuff. And then she was just like, if you ever hear anything like get really loud or whatever, like just, you know, keep quiet about it. Like pretty much like she was like respectfully like try to mind your own, like keep it to yourself, you know. I was like, okay.
I tell you what, this guy's at Bruiser. I'm on the live stream. This guy's interview is just really, I mean, it's so telling. It just, because he was there all the time and could hear them. And, you know, when you live in an apartment complex, it's way noisy. The walls just are not the same as a house.
Like, whatever, you know.
You do you on me.
Pretty much. That, you know, I go to school down here. You know, I'm from New Jersey. I don't live in Florida. You know, I'm just here to do my school and live my life, you know. And it's like, so for her to tell me, like, don't really pay attention, I was just like, all right, you know.
How long ago was that, you think?
2 months, probably like 3.5, 4 months ago, probably. You know, she was just like telling me, like, just keep quiet, like, if you hear it, pretty much. And I was just like, whatever.
Okay. Did you ever hang out with them on the back porch?
Yeah.
You hung out with them?
Yeah, I have. And it was like, not for like long periods of time, but like, you know, I'm a musician. So like they heard me playing guitar the one day. So they asked me to come over and tune their son's guitar. So I tuned their son's guitar for them and everything. And I was playing on the back porch because, you know, I write songs. So they were like asking me if they can hear it and everything. I was like, yeah, sure. I had nothing going on. So I went back there and I was hanging out with them and I was playing some guitar. And I did it a few times. And then I was actually in their apartment a few times. Like he was an artist and he was showing me like a bunch of his paintings and like artist drawings and stuff like that. So, I mean, like, they were cool people, but like there was something going on, especially with Sarah. You know what I mean? Like there was something going on with her. Like you could even tell. You know, it was like she wasn't all there. You know?
Okay. Now,
he said she wasn't all there.
As far as like their drinking habits, did you notice? Were they heavy drinkers? Did they drink at all? Or?
God, whoa, hey, that's like, I mean, like. It was so bad. It wasn't all the time, but it was like there was some mornings where I'd be leaving for school at 9 a.m. and I'd like see him like stumbling off the sidewalk right here, you know, like that drunk at 9 o'clock in the morning or like even earlier sometimes. It's like, it's ridiculous sometimes. But I do have to say, whenever her son was around, that was the only, like, the times where I never saw them ever drinking. That was the only time, you know what I mean? But like, other than that, it was like drunk all the time.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And it was very visible, you know what I mean? They were like functioning alcoholics, you know what I mean? It was like they had to drink to get through the day type thing. You know?
Did you know their drink of choice?
No, I'm not sure.
When you were hanging out with them, you never.
No, because like when I was hanging out on the back porch, they weren't drinking. We were just honestly sitting there, and we were smoking cigarettes, and I was just like playing some guitar. But yeah, they weren't actually drinking that day.
Okay.
And even when I was in the house, I didn't see anything that was like a bottle or anything that they would drink. Yeah.
Okay. How old are you?
20.
Yeah. I'm going to make an assumption here.
Okay.
And I don't mean no disrespect by it, but I'm assuming as a 20-year-old, you have smelled what marijuana smells like when it's burning.
Of course.
Now, have you ever noticed that coming from their place?
No.
They're not smokers.
Definitely not. I don't believe they're like towards like any type of drug, you know what I mean? Like,
good. How are you?
I don't think they like were on any type of drug. You know what I mean? It was just like very visible, like
They were drinking.
alcohol, you know, because like I've had like uncles and stuff that have dealt with it. So like I just know what it looks like to be a heavy alcoholic, you know, and it's just like that's what it looked like, that they just had a lot of drinking problems, you know.
I got you, yeah. Sorry about the sneeze.
Oh, you're fine. God bless you.
Thank you. Were you home on Sunday by chance?
Yes. Yeah.
Did you
I was
hear
home.
anything?
Yeah, actually I did, yeah. That night. So I was reading the article online about what happened and everything, and like it's just like that story is just like it doesn't match like what we heard, you know what I mean? Like when me and my roommate heard, it's just like it wasn't that quiet. Like the whole like it was a joke or whatever, or like whatever, you know, but it was too loud.
Okay.
Like I literally like it. I don't know about the whole like what the suitcase deal was and everything, but it was
let's do this. Let's back you up.
Yeah.
And I want to kind of get this to flow through.
Okay.
What time did you get up Sunday?
In the morning?
Yeah.
Sunday, I was up at 4:30. I was going to work. Yeah.
Holy cow! What time did you get home?
I got home at 1 o'clock.
So you were at home at 1. Yeah. Did you take a nap or anything, or you just power your way through it?
No. Because I get it home and then I have class the next morning on Monday. So like I just stay up so I don't have trouble sleeping at night.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
So I just power through the day.
Okay. So you get home at 1. Was there already noise going on? It was quiet?
Yeah. It was. I didn't truthfully, like I didn't hear anything until like and before like the whole loud noise and everything, I just heard like the normal yelling at each, the verbal like yelling and like the whole like arguing, and I hate you, blah blah blah, whatever.
That was gonna be my next question. What kind of stuff were you hearing?
Yeah, it was just like the normal, like it sounds like a normal
couple. Like a really elevated screaming. It was just
no, it was elevated scream, but it was like normal, like
their normal.
Yeah, it was like screaming. Pretty much.
I got you. Okay. So that's the normal back and forth. So that was basically going on starting when you got home.
I would say probably a little later in the afternoon. Later in the afternoon there. Probably around like 7 o'clock. It's like, because I feel like that's when like the drinks are settling in and they get a little more violent toward each other, you know?
You know what I was thinking about? Like, you know, they're going to have, I bet this guy ends up being pulled up on the stand because he seems to know a lot about just the whole fact of seeing them out walking around at 9 a.m. just toasted out of their minds. But Patty was saying here that talking about the premeditated and all that, you know, even with that video that she's got, there's no way that she can do anything to fight the video evidence. There's no way around that. Can you imagine the jury's going to be like, you know, as soon as they hear the video evidence, which will probably be on day 1 or 2, they're gonna be like, yeah, y'all can just, you know, kill the rest of the trial. We're good. We're good. We've seen enough. Homegirl's going to jail. That's it. Game over.
And it's like,
were they outside or was this all inside? You remember?
It's sad. Like truthfully, when I'm home and stuff, like I'm a music producer, so I'm on my laptop a lot in my room, you know. So like, from what I heard in my room, it sounded like they were directly across from me, or like directly across and up. So like either in the rooms there, or like downstairs in the living room in that, you know, area right there. So
did you go out on the back to smoke it all that night?
No, actually, I quit smoking. I smoke a vape now, so I stay in my apartment now. It's just a little vape now.
Good for you. Oh, that's a big thing. I mean,
well, yeah, and after the law changed and everything, I can't buy them anymore, so I got forced into it. You know? So it was like, this is just like I needed it to like kind of ease the cigarettes off, but we're working at just trying to go completely off it. You know?
Wow. Okay, so but you're in your room. How late did you stay up that night, you think?
I was up pretty late. I stay up pretty late every night. You know, I just get so lost in my music. I was up probably till like 1 a.m. that night, probably right around there. Yeah. And then, like I said, we were just talking about it before, me and my roommate actually. That night, right around, it was probably right around 10:30, 11 o'clock maybe, is when I heard like it get escalated, you know, like it's like the voices got louder, they were yelling, whatever. And then like it got quiet for a little while. And then I heard this really loud, like slamming noise. Excuse me.
Do you know about what time that was?
right around 11:15. It was about 15 minute span there, you know, and then
When you say a slamming noise, does it sound like something hit the wall?
like something like was bouncing down the stairs between the railing and the wall and the stairs, like all the way down, like, you know, and it was clear because like my roommate even said it too, like he heard it up here and it kind of went away from him, and he's the front room here,
Yeah.
and I'm in the back, so it was kind of like it was in the middle of the house
Coming at
and came right at me, and it was literally right next to me, and I've never felt this before. But that night, I was explaining to him the next day because he had said he heard the noise, and I was like, dude, I felt the wall shake. Like, it was literally like such a powerful hit against the wall, like the wall shook, and I felt it. And that was like something that where I was like, I kind of looked at the wall, and I was just like, that was a little much. Yeah, a little much. But like, I thought, and this whole time, I really, really thought it was like him, you know what I mean? Like going off or whatever, but like I said, I don't know what happened inside, but it's like what I heard, and it sounded like it was just bouncing, you know what I mean? Like down the stairs between like the wall and like.
And that was like 11:15, you said?
Yeah, it was like we heard like yelling and stuff around like 10:30, 10:45 ish, and then it got quiet for like 20, 30 minutes maybe, and then maybe like between 15 and 30 minutes around there. Yeah.
No worries.
And it was like then that loud noise, and then I heard like shuffling around, and then just we both heard it at the same time. It just got silent, and I was just like, okay, I guess it's over. You know, I guess that was like the last, like, then they're done. Like, I guess they walked away from each other.
You didn't
know?
hear anything after that?
After that, not loud enough to where I could hear it through the wall. You know what I mean? I don't know if anything
Did you hear
happened.
muffled anything, or
No,
just nothing? Went dead quiet.
Dead quiet after that. Because, like, you know, the walls aren't thin, but they're not thick.
Yeah,
You
I know,
know?
I got it.
I mean,
So they
yeah,
could have been over there talking normally, and you would never know.
yeah, because like you're having normal conversation and stuff, no. But like when they're fighting and they're arguing, you can clear. It's like being on the other side of a bedroom wall, you know, because it's apartments and they're so close.
But at 11:15, that's the last thing you heard. And what you heard was a thump.
Yeah,
on the stairway.
it was right about that time, like right around 11:15. Yeah, 11:15ish. Yeah.
And you were up till about 1, and you heard nothing else.
Nothing. I heard, like I said, like a little shuffling around down there, and then that was it.
Did you hear anything? Like, could you make out what the? Hey, have him grab his buddy's stuff, his food, please. I feel bad. Your stuff is on the ground, and they were going inside.
Thank you very much.
When they were yelling earlier, could you make out anything, or is it just kind of?
It's kind of just like I was saying. It's like you can like hear the whole like I hate you, like, and then you clearly. Thank you, bro. You can clearly hear like something like the I hate yous and the clear like cursing at each other and stuff, and you know.
I'm gonna bring my partner over here.
Okay.
I'm gonna introduce her onto the recording. This is Chelsea Kepsel. She's actually the lead investigator on this case. I'm going to kind of surmise what you told me for her. And if at any point I'm misquoting you, please stop me, okay?
Of course, yeah, sure.
He got up Sunday morning, went to work about 4:30, got home about 1. Things were quiet till probably about 7. He said that then he hears the arguing. He said it's the normal. He's in his bedroom. He can hear the I hate you going back and forth, you know, at a pretty much high volume, which is their normal arguing voice. This continues on pretty much throughout the night. But at right about 10:30, you hear a lot of arguing, right? It gets a little bit escalated at that point.
It got louder.
And then right around 11:15, they hear this, he hears this banging coming down the stairs. He said hears bang, bang, bang. You could tell it's coming down the stairs because it starts and then it stops right next to him. And when it stopped, he said something just slammed the wall. He said it shook the wall. He said that was the first time he's ever felt like the whole wall shake like that. He said after that, it was quiet. He was up till about 1 o'clock. But prior to that, I was just trying to, did you hear any threatening anything prior to that? Was anybody screaming, I'm going to kill you? Or
no, I never heard anything like that. Not that night.
Have you heard that in the past?
No, I've never, not that I can recall truthfully, like I can't remember ever hearing like, I'm going to kill you or like any type of like threat towards each other like that. But like I've also like it's very visible them sometimes.
Right.
It used to be, like it'd be very loud arguing, and then the next morning you see her outside and bruises on her face, or him out here with like scratch marks everywhere, bruises everywhere. It's like it's just very visible what was going on and everything.
Right.
And it was just like I was saying before, I just there was a time where she literally came up to me and she was like, no matter like what you hear, pretty much like just kind of keep quiet about it, respectfully, like mind your own business. And I was just like, okay, you know what I mean? Like,
Okay.
like,
You remember when that was?
I would give about 3.5, 4 months ago.
Okay.
Yeah. Not too long ago, but not like very, very recent.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Okay, you guys want to listen to his roommate's statements now? Brandon? Okay, I'm going to, where am I? Put me back on stage. There it is. Okay. I'm going to pull that because we are just a few minutes from going back into court. And let me put that up on the screen for you guys. Thank you, April Knight, for your super chat. I think Sarah woke up at 11, found George, and cleaned. I do too. I would, for the longest time, we've been sitting here trying to figure out what happened. What happened that morning? That's the part that just doesn't make sense. There's just too many. I'm not saying she didn't oversleep. She probably did sleep a very long time. Somebody that doesn't have a job, she doesn't have a routine or anything, right? So, yeah. I think she was cleaning. I think she was getting ready for her to cover things up as much as she could. Thank you, Rebecca, for your super chat. Buzzman Jr. says, much love to all you ladies that have suffered from horrible men. Real men do not condone this weak A behavior, and you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Too many times we get bamboozled when we meet a man, and sometimes it's too late. You're already in it, and you can't get out of it. Sometimes you can see it right off the bat, and you just stay away from it. I mean, I'm sorry, but I would rather be alone. Ugh. Teresa, how do you think the photo of 11:03 ties into the hearing with the loud thump at 11:15? The photo at 11:03 ties into. Oh, good, very good point, Teresa. He was already downstairs in that photo. Maybe her dumbass fell down the steps, y'all. But she didn't have any bruisings on her, though. Wait. Hang on, though. The loud thump. Brandon said it was between 10:30 and 11. And Vinny said it was between 11 and 11:15, right? Didn't he? I think so. So Vinny and Brandon were like 30 minutes off in their time thing on that, but they were close enough to where, and they were consistent with those times. So it was like, okay, they were probably, one was looking at the clock and one wasn't. So I don't know. I don't know. Could that have been right before he got? I still think somebody went. Yes, somebody went down the steps. Somebody went down the steps hard, and they fell down him. Was it a suitcase? Was it a person that was standing and fell? Was it someone that got pushed? And again, I don't think we're ever going to know because Sarah's not going to tell anybody. She doesn't have to now. She's told all she needs to tell to get her lie across. Thank you for your super chat, Teresa. I appreciate you. What's going on in the chat, you guys? What's going on in there, Ginger Snap? You're ready? You're going to settle in with us, Mark? That's so nice of you because you know what? I'm tired of you coming and going like you do. We're never going to have a solid relationship if you don't stick around more. Just saying. Just saying. We should be getting, let me make sure. I always have to click that live button just to make sure. Okay, we do have court feed. That's good. Make sure we got volume. We got volume now. So when they come in, we'll hear them. Let me take the banners down. All right. Too many bananas. Too many bananas. What do you guys think is going to happen this afternoon? My gosh, nothing is on schedule. Nothing is on schedule. Oh, well, he's supposed to finish his rebuttal. I think maybe, you know what? Jay might say, let's just play the videos. I can't deal with this guy today. It's enough's enough. Just play the videos. We're just going to play the body cam videos. Did I eat lunch? I did. I ate a sandwich. Thank you for asking. Did you stop and eat lunch, Ginger Snaps? Did you step away for a little bit at least? Did my mods take a break at least just for a little bit? I hope y'all did. I'm so thrown off by what happened this morning. I was just expecting so much more from this morning. Literally, if you think about it, you guys, we only got like maybe 15, 20 minutes worth of testimony before all that went down. And the whole morning, that's all that happened. 15, 20 minutes worth of testimony. That's what the jury saw. It's crazy. Drunky the Bear says, thank you for your work, Carrie. Justice for George. Oh, thank you for being a member for a month, Drunky. Yeah, to remind you guys, if you are a member of a channel, any channel, every month you get a free super sticker as an anniversary present from your channel mod. So you need to go in there and utilize them. Don't forget they're there. You ate earlier? Okay. The date was completely wasted, Cindy. I don't understand. Like we'll see what happens with Henderson. Is Henderson going to be back in the courtroom? I don't think he can be gone right now. I don't think he could have left already. His job is not over yet in this trial, I don't think. Because they plan on bringing him back. I'm trying to think of who they were going to bring him back for. You know Owens is going to do the closing. Of course he is. But I swear to y'all, I want to go back and find every time somebody sneezed in the courtroom, and I'm going to put a thing together. The judge interrupting court saying, bless you. He does every time. He stops and says, God bless you. She moved the bookcase to the foyer. Okay. Cher's got some salacious speculations. She moved the bookcase to the foyer to cover up the hole in the wall at the bottom from the suitcase hitting it. Girl. Surely they would have caught that. Yeah, we would have seen that. But wouldn't that have been crazy if they did find that? That would have been insane. It makes a good movie though, Cher. No, Route, you haven't missed anything. Literally, they didn't do anything. They talked to that doctor for like 20 minutes. Her testimony was completely ruined by Owen's constant interruptions. Sidebar, sidebar, sidebar. Now, I guess what's going to happen, did they say she was done? You guys, I got so sidetracked. Is she done? Or are they going to bring her back up? Because remember, she's getting paid by the hour. I can't imagine them keeping her around. Unless it's just for right after lunch. If she's done, then I think he's going to play the videos this afternoon. He's going to bring up the text messages. What else did he have? He's going to go through some phone extractions. Now, I don't know if he's going to look at timelines on the phone. I don't know if he's going to look at... It could be there's some more photos and stuff. We do have that one photo we want to see where she's coaching George, like you said, on the DV. But the 2 hours worth of video footage that he says we're going to watch, I just can't see him playing the interrogation again. They've already done that. Why would they do that again? They're not going to do that again. So it's got to be body cam. If they have anything more than body cam, I'm going to flip my lid and be like, what? I didn't know you know. What else could it be that we know about? Yeah, but well, here's the thing with the jury instructions. They're going to sit there and argue about the jury instructions. They said there was only one piece that they had to settle on. But then Henderson came up and said something else, and I'm thinking, oh, It's not gonna. Don't say why even bother trying to say it's gonna be easy, because it's not. Because Owens is involved. Owens and team. So I don't think anybody's drinking Owens Kool-Aid, Sean. I don't think so. Owens just submitted 500 photos from his family vacation to the docket. They're all photos of landscapes. There's no people in them. So going to make the mistake go through each and every one of them. Oh gosh, that would be, that sounds about right, Mark. Oh my goodness. That's awful. It's so true though. This guy is something else. Can Owens file motions on his lunch hour? He's got Margaret doing it for him. Yeah, I saw the special jury instructions. We read that. I read that right before I took a lunch break. No, I have not done the earbud drawing yet. We do have the same number of people back in here, so now would probably be a good time. Let me go and do that because they're not coming on yet. Share tab. StreamYard. Here we go. 261 people entered into the earbud drawing. Oh, Kristen Kennelup, Idaho. Now, she was in here yesterday for sure, I know. Must have been in here this morning, too. Kristen Kennelup, Idaho. You're the winner of earbuds. Don't forget to send me an email. My email address is in every video description that I put out. In the title of the email, please put, I am a winner. And in the heart of the email, please give me your mailing address so we can get these mailed to you. Hippie Chick, we don't know if that's true about the bookcase. We're speculating. Hope Judge has the Wambulance phone number on speed dial for Owens this afternoon. Wambulance. I get you. Mary Jo, I think you're right. That's probably going to be the next thing. He's going to have a coronary right there in the courtroom. Anything to delay, he's going to do it. I went out and got a spider during lunch. I'm going to let him bite me and I'm going to have an allergic reaction. Oh, God. All right. Well, congratulations, Kristen. Just make sure, hon, that you email me so I know to get that off to you and do it before tomorrow, or you forfeit your winnings. Yeah, no worries, Sarah. No CPR. Yeah. And we would probably all step back and let her give it and just not say a word. Be like, oh, I'm casually checking my voicemail. Oh, I'm over here on my text messages. Oh, don't pay no attention to the man laying on the floor in the middle of the courtroom. That's so horrible. That's so horrible. He'll be all right. Just give him a minute. Just give him some air. She'll hear. Y'all just make sure if she comes back, you tell her. Oh, and then, we're going to come back and we can't find Henderson and nobody knows where he is. And then, of all the guys, right? Henderson. And then all of a sudden they go, oh, isn't he? No, I'm not going to say that. The suitcase is no longer in the cardboard box. It's Henderson. The suitcase is missing. I don't know if she's released. That's what I'm saying. Like it got so convoluted there at the end. But with her being on an hourly little rate there, it seems as if we don't want to keep her hanging. His doctor got up and was on the stand spewing crap, what I call crap, for a long time. Well, I would say probably the first portion of her interview or her testimony was okay. But then when she got into the point where she couldn't even tell the truth because she was worried about making Sarah look bad, I just lost it. I was like, no, thank you. You should have stayed where you were. Get in your own lane. Sarah would have no problem ignoring a body right in the middle of the courtroom floor. This is true. She's been there, done that. Called Brian at 12:15. Share. Was it 12:15? I thought it was 11:46. Or is 11:46 when the last video was taken? My timeline's messed up. I think they're waiting on Owens. It wouldn't surprise me. No objection from the state. Owens won't allow that behavior in his courtroom. Que sera, sera. I'm starting to wonder whose courtroom it is. Alpha, Zeta. Owen's new book, If I Intentionally Did It, forwarded by Nancy Brophy. Oh. He's going to make some money out of this, you guys. Don't think he's not. He is definitely going to. Oh, Raven, thank you for your super sticker. Yeah, he's going to. Oh, Raven got 2 super stickers. Thank you. I'm sure the chat can see what the pictures are. I can't see them up here on mine thing. Good old StreamYard. If I intentionally did it. Intentionally, unintentionally. Know that. All right, here we go. I'm going to go on mute. Mute.
We are back on the record. Case number 2020 CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. Let me get appearances for the state.
Dave Castro on behalf of the state.
William J. for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for this bill.
Tony Henderson for Sarah Boone. Kevin back on behalf of this bill.
Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table wearing the same clothing from this morning. Are we prepared to bring back in our jury at this time, state?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense.
No, sir.
Yes, sir.
I'll make another motion. Judge, I've had a chance. I'd like to draw your attention to a few pages.
Which transcript are we referring to, sir?
The October 4th, 2024 deposition of Dr. Tonia Werner.
Okay.
He's still
Yes,
on
sir.
that.
I have it in front of me.
May I sit?
Yes, sir.
I'm referring to page 38 at the very bottom, line 21. Answer, I need to go through my notes and think about it and process it. But I had other depositions, as you were aware, yesterday, so I had to prepare for those and go through that. So I had not had time to process through all of my notes prior to this deposition today. Page 39. Line 2, well, doctor, I'm not trying to inconvenience you. You know, the judge set for October 7th for jury selection. Line 5, she answered, okay. Question at 6, but I don't anticipate your testimony would be until later, you know. Maybe we could discontinue your deposition and then reset it when you've got time to review. Because obviously I'm not going to want to take your deposition and then you have other opinions that are not going to be covered. Then at 13, Mr. J says, what is your position? And at 14, Mr. J, conducting discovery after the jury trial starts is completely unacceptable to me, so that's my position. If she needs to issue a supplemental report, or if there becomes a need for a second deposition, then we can address that. But it would be my position that we need to get this done because the state doesn't have any appellate rights once the jury is sworn and jeopardy attaches. Line 23, Mr. Owens, well, you obviously understand my position. I'd like to finish the deposition today as well. But if she is holding out that she may have other opinions and other diagnoses after she has had more time to think, review the paperwork, then obviously that creates an issue. The witness on line 4, page 40. But if that happens, I can bring that forward and then you can add to your deposition at that point. If my opinions change after having reviewed further. Line 8, Mr. Owens. Mr. J, Line 9, Mr. J, I think you need to plow ahead. This is our time where the court reporter is prepared to give us a transcript by the end of the weekend. And if something needs to be amended, then she can A, issue a report, and then B, if you need to take a deposition, an abbreviated deposition on the limited subject matter she is not prepared to testify about on today, then we can do that. But the notion of halting a deposition today that is set for 3 hours and then doing a 3-hour deposition during trial, especially after jeopardy is attached, is not what the state would do. Line 23, page 40. Mr. Owens, I'm not suggesting that, Mr. J. I'm suggesting that we just said at the very beginning. I'm suggesting what you just said at the very beginning, which is let's finish. But if she has some supplement, then I would want to take a brief second deposition as it relates to any new diagnoses or opinions. Then Mr. J goes, I think he gets confused about an issue relating to a diagnosis of adjustment disorder or anxiety disorder. So we get down to the bottom of page 41, line 22, Mr. J. Okay, so on this topic, if something new comes up, then we can address it. But if we have other topics to depose her on, then I would suggest we go on. And then page 42, line 1, Mr. Owens, I agree. And Dr. Werner, just let the state attorney know. I know that you may be, we are on short time. If you do review your notes over the weekend or whatnot and formulate any other opinions, just let the state attorney know and we'll address it. Line 7, the witness, absolutely. That was our understanding. I've been ambushed by a new opinion that I was not made aware of by any kind of report. I was not notified by Dr. Werner. I was not notified by the state attorney, William J. I first heard about the opinion when she testified to it, and I objected to it, relating to imminent threat, the ultimate issue of fact. I moved for a total dismissal for prosecutorial misconduct.
Denied. And here's the other reason it's denied. Page 38 of the deposition, specifically that you made reference to, starts at page 21, line 21. The question preceding that is important. Question 14. So from my understanding, when you just said was, yeah, I agree with general anxiety disorder that she had been diagnosed with. Answer, no. I said it would be generalized anxiety disorder versus adjustment disorder, and that I hadn't had time to fully formulate that opinion out. This entire conversation pertains to those two issues, anxiety disorder and adjustment disorder. Has nothing to do with PTSD, nothing to do with battered spouse.
But Judge, we go on and I see what she's doing, that she's saying, hey, I got jammed up. I had a deposition yesterday. I didn't really have time between the evaluation and the deposition 2 days later. She had a deposition in between to really think about it, really review my notes. So as a catch-all, I said on page 40, if you have other opinions or other diagnoses after she has more time to think and review the paperwork, then obviously that creates an issue. So yes, that was initially what she was talking about specifically, but I realized what she was saying was she was going to have to reflect on a lot of these opinions. So
That's respectfully, sir, that's not what it says. That's specifically in line with the anxiety disorder versus adjustment disorder. That was the entire topic that was being conversed with. Now, later in the deposition, there are references, as I believe that I identified previously. Give me a moment. On page 59, line 22, question is asked, okay, and do you intend on expressing any other opinions other than what we've spoken about here today? Line 25, no. I will answer whatever questions I'm, moving to page 60, line 1, asked. Page 60, line 11. Well, let me just start with 2 because it gives it more context. Question, well, I'm asking now. I mean, you're the expert. I'm not. You're the one that's evaluated her. You're the one that's given her the test. I don't know the field like you do. You know the field. I understand you've said, hey, I want to think some more about, hey, I want to think about this some more. I want to review my notes some more to see if, but in terms of right now, without any further reflection, without any further answer, yes, sir, question, reading of the notes, any other opinions that you think you could express in any form or fashion with all this experience, almost 1,000 jury trial or 1,000 trials you've testified as an expert. Anything else that comes to mind that may be an opinion that you might express in Sarah Boone's case? Answer. Anything else that I'm asked with regard to her diagnosis come into play with regard to her case, I guess? Question. What other opinions do you believe you're qualified to express as it relates to Sarah Boone and the facts and circumstances relating to this case? Anything with regard to her diagnosis, I guess. 61. Of those 4 things we mentioned, line 2, correct.
And Judge, the 4 things were mentioned were related to the anxiety disorder, the narcissism, the battered spouse, the alcohol use disorder, which are in pages 58 and 59. But the overall thrust of that was any other opinions that were expressed. That was in good faith what we were doing. I would have, like I said before, I would have never taken her deposition. Once she said I hadn't finished my analysis and I may need additional information, just like he said the other day, Dr. Harper, if you get those additional medical records, Mr. Owens, about George Torres and give them to Dr. Harper, then I'm going to want to take her deposition again. The same rules apply. Why would I take her deposition when she hasn't finished?
Because the court ordered you to take her deposition because there were concerns about being able to have all of this done prior to trial. And you had concerns about what she was going to testify to. And the court set a scheduling order as to when, how, where, and the deadlines for those depositions to be conducted.
That prosecutor should have let me know. If he was going to ambush me at trial, I should have known beforehand about a new opinion that Dr. Warner was going to express, especially related to battered spouse, post-traumatic stress, and whether or not there was an imminent threat at the time of this event.
And the courts addressed that. Court did exactly what was required by binding precedent by the 6th District Court of Appeal and held a Richardson hearing, analyzed the 3 factors as required by Florida law with regard to those, and gave you the opportunity as a cure. And with regard to your request to strike or dismiss the case due to prosecutorial conduct, the case law by the 3rd District Court of Appeal filed April 10, 2024, State of Florida versus Denninghoff, Denninghoff, and I can provide you a citation momentarily, states that dismissal is an extreme sanction to be used with caution and only when a lesser sanction wouldn't achieve the desired result. Specifically, dismissal of an information or indictment is an action of such magnitude that resort to such sanction should only be had when no viable alternative exists. There were multiple viable alternatives, including but not limited to my request, an inquiry of whether or not you wanted that struck, and the instruction to strike that opinion, which you demurred and said, no, I want it for cross-examination. And I gave you the opportunity twice to depose her here in open court, which I oversaw with regard to any opinion that she had based on the proffer or any other opinion that she would be offering today. For those reasons, the court is not going to exercise its discretion and strike due to the extreme nature of striking a criminal charge and for the adequate remedy that has been provided to you. Is there anything else, sir, we need to address?
May I supplement the record?
Yes, sir.
Judge, this deposition did not end on page 40 or 41 or 42. Mr. Owens took a direct examination of this deponent for 68 pages, and then it was turned over to myself for cross-examination during the deposition. Beginning on page 75, I asked the deponent, what did the defendant say about the murder? What she said on page 78 was that starting at line 13, and she said there was a suitcase and some clothes that had gotten out to donate, and they were trying to get that together. It was on the floor in the living room. And that, as she was coming down the stairs, she saw him kind of slipping into the suitcase as a hiding place. As she said, I saw him in the suitcase and I zipped him up and we were laughing. She said then he said he couldn't breathe. And I remembered feeling I couldn't breathe when he was choking me or sodomizing. And I was angry and I shook the suitcase. I lost control of the suitcase and it flipped. And she goes on and on about what happened. Defense counsel was there. He heard this testimony that there was no imminent danger presented at the time that she began getting angry, shaking the suitcase, hitting him with a bat, so on and so forth. And he didn't ask her that question after she had specifically instructed him, if you need an opinion of mine, you've got to ask me the question. It's unfair to experts to be thrown with this catch-all provision of please tell me any opinion about this case that you may think is relevant. Well, what the doctor may think is relevant is different than perhaps what counsel thinks is relevant. So it's really an unfair criticism of the state and probably more likely self-reflective that this deposition, this opportunity to ask about this obvious issue did not occur. So that is what I would like to supplement the record with.
Self-reflection.
The deposition was substantially longer than page 41 or 42, where it's acting like it's concluding and is there anything else? The state would just submit, I understand very well what my ethical duties are. I do not have any ethical duty to provide him an unrecorded statement that is not inconsistent with prior testimony. This doctor did not give me any unrecorded statements inconsistent with her testimony. Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge, I'd like to add on page 79 that Dr. Warner claims that Sarah said he put his two fingers out and I hit them with a bat. So there was rule of completeness, but for him to say that that's not standard operating procedure when you're taking a deposition of an expert.
Mr. Owens, I've ruled, sir. I understand. I understand your position. However, the questions that were specifically asked, which gave rise to this, specifically pertain to opinions of PTSD. I'm not going to rehash any and all of those things. The record speaks for itself. The court has ruled. Your motion for dismissal of the charges is denied. For the record, the citation that the court relied upon with regard to Denninghoff is located at 388 Southern 3rd, 10055, located at pinpoint 1057, Florida, 3rd District Court of Appeal, April 10th, 2024. With that, are we ready to bring back in our panel?
No, sir. Judge, I've got Earhart's Florida Evidence 2023 edition, volume 1, Charles W. Earhart.
I've already, let me tell you how you're going to rule on this, sir. I'm going to allow you, as I said up here at sidebar, to go into the facts that she relied upon and what it is that she utilized. I'm going to allow you, sir, as I said up here at the bench before the lunch hour, to go into those opinions that she didn't offer here today. And on rebuttal, Mr. J, I'm not going to allow you to stand up and say, may I voir dire, that wasn't one of your opinions today. You can address all of that and redirect. Is that clear?
Clear to state.
Judge, let me just review to see if, because I had several.
What you had inquired of me, Mr. Owens, up here was that you wanted to go into these other facts, medical records, text messages, statements. And you said, if I can't do it now because he's going to object, I'm going to call her and assert rebuttal. And the problem, as the state pointed out, is that you can't use her as a conduit to admissible evidence on direct examination. And that if you want to do it, you got to do it now. And your argument was it goes to her bias, it goes to her credibility, and that you're permitted wide discretion on cross-examination. I agree with you. I agreed with you before the lunch hour. My ruling hasn't changed. I'm going to absolutely allow you to go into those things.
I appreciate that, Judge. The other thing I wanted to readdress was
I'm taking care of it, Counselor. Give me a moment.
That audio thing is coming from there, and you guys, it's not us.
Yes, sir.
Judge, and I'm referring to Earhart's treatise, section 90.703, opinion on the ultimate issue. I'm on page 933. Testimony in the form of an opinion or inference otherwise admissible is not objectionable because it includes an ultimate issue to be decided by the trier of fact. And in that section 703.1, it talks about that opinion testimony is not inadmissible solely because it includes an ultimate issue to be decided by the trier of fact. The provision is equally applicable to expert and lay witnesses. The jury has the power to accept or reject the testimony of expert or lay witnesses and is not bound by their conclusions. Merely because a witness expresses an opinion to an ultimate issue does not compel the jury to find the facts to be true. The jury will be given the opinion. The jury will give the opinion as much weight as it feels the opinion deserves. Then it goes on. The abolition of the rule against opinions on the ultimate issues does not mean that all other opinions are admissible. Witnesses will be prevented from expressing their conclusions when the opinion only tells the jury how to decide the case. Witnesses will be prevented from expressing their conclusions when the opinion only tells the jury how to decide the case and does not help the jury to determine what occurred. For example, a witness cannot express his or her opinion as to the guilt or innocence of a criminal defendant. And I'm on page 940. 703.1 still. When a witness is asked to express an opinion that applies a legal standard to a set of facts, which Dr. Warner did, the opinion testimony is generally inadmissible. The danger is that the witness will apply a standard or definition which is different from that defined by the applicable law. The application of erroneous legal standard results in the opinion testimony being misleading and not helpful to the jury. For example, an expert cannot opine whether a nursing home was negligent in its care of the decedent.
It's exactly what we spoke about at council's table.
I know, Judge, but if you go on, it says an expert may not be permitted that a truck driver drove in a grossly negligent manner, whether the sheriff's conduct was unconstitutional, whether certain waters are navigable, whether the defendant's action constituted misapplication or concealment of funds, or the legal obligations of the parties to a contract. Whether the testimony of the expert is a permissible factual conclusion or the impermissible application of a legal standard or definition to a set of facts is sometimes a fine distinction involving a large measure of discretion with a trial judge. For example, the admission of expert testimony that certain investments, it goes on. However, the witness expresses an opinion about the intent of the accused. The opinion, this is one of the important sections. However, if the witness expresses an opinion about the intent of the accused, which Dr. Warner did, the opinion has not been permitted. The distinction drawn by the courts as to when this type of opinion testimony is admissible are often not clear. Section 90.703 does not permit a witness to testify to legal conclusions or express an opinion upon questions of substantive law. This expert testimony regarding substantive legal principles may not be helpful to the jury and may create confusion if an expert testifies in a manner that is different or even in conflict with the testimony of an opposing expert.
But the citations, respectfully, Counselor.
If I could finish.
Respectfully, Counselor, the citations that you're referring to are not at issue. Fluellen, error to permit arresting officer to testify that a quantity of cocaine possessed by appellant indicated that he possessed with intent to sell, which is a specific element of the charge in that case. Gamble, officer's expert testimony with the amount of drugs found in defendant's possession was inconsistent with personal use and therefore intended for sale was inadmissible. 644 Southern 2nd, 1376 for Gamble, and Fluellen, 703 Southern 2nd, 511. The Dinkin case that I read says this is acceptable. If a psychologist or psychiatrist can testify that someone is not mentally defective or was mentally defective, That's on all fours with, based on what the defendant had said to this expert, she was not in imminent fear. Now, I don't remember exactly what was said, but it was along those lines, based as looking all those things, the totality of the circumstances of what, in my evaluation on or about October 2, that the defendant had said to me as the expert, it's not imminent fear. That opinion is not inadmissible per the case law under Dinkins.
Judge, can I read a little bit more?
No.
If you're just going to be reading from the treatise, I've already read it.
Okay, well, I just want to make mention, because it's talking about does not prevent a witness to testify about legal conclusions or express opinions on questions of substantive law. And I was about to finish this text, this section, when this testimony, and I'm on page 947, this testimony may also interfere with the function of the trial judge to determine the applicable law and to instruct the jury thereon. As we know, we're going to do battle over the jury instruction on justifiable use of deadly and non-deadly force. The testimony from Dr. Warner, and I wrote it down. She said, based on what Sarah Boone told her, she was not facing imminent risk of harm. That invades the province and function of the trial judge to determine the applicable law and to instruct the jury otherwise, which we haven't even done yet. You haven't made findings of law about which instructions apply. That's what she did, Judge.
Your objection's been made for the record. The court previously ruled on this matter. I appreciate the additional argument, but the court's reliance on Dinkins remains. Just because 9703 speaks for itself. So your objection is overruled as to that issue. Anything else we need to address, Mr. Owens, before we bring back in our panel?
No, sir.
State?
Nothing. Thank you, Judge.
Okay, let's bring back in our panel.
Oh my goodness. I just cannot. I can't believe he did that. But the judge just, I love how the judge went, how we cut him off because he kept cutting the judge. He's been cutting the judge off, you guys, the whole time. And Cranick finally had enough of it. He always does it. He goes, oh, well, just 1 minute, Judge. Well, let me finish, Judge. He always does that. Not anymore.
Judge, should I push the letter now or what?
You can just stay where you are, counsel. Just wait for them to come in.
Henderson and Beck are going to go crawl up underneath the table and sneak out. Wasn't me. I wasn't here. Wasn't my idea. I want to keep my law license. Yeah, I noticed he was back. Henderson is. Can the people in the chat object? We've been objecting all morning. Oh, gosh. I'm going on mute now.
State, you recognize our jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, you recognize our jury. Thank you. All could be seated. Members of the jury, welcome back. Juror number 2, back row. He's already ready. I see those hands are raised. You know what's coming. Y'all complied to the court's instructions, right? Thank you. Record reflect all hands have been raised. Mr. Owens, you may continue your cross-examination, sir.
Dr. Warner, I don't want to rehash it, but just for the jury's sake, would it be fair to say that the text messages that you were forwarded by the state attorney for you to review, you did not deem to be relevant to your evaluation?
Right. They demonstrate.
Amendment said yes or no question.
Yes.
Now, from what I understand, when the state attorney sent you the information, they did not send you any videotapes.
Correct.
So you have not reviewed any videotapes in this matter.
Correct.
The suitcase videotapes, either one of those you have not reviewed.
I have not seen them. Correct.
Or any body cam videotapes you have not reviewed.
They're described in the police report.
My question is, have you viewed any of the body cam videotapes relating to this incident?
I have not seen them, correct.
Prior incidences between the two of them, have you reviewed any videotapes, body cam videotapes of any prior incidents?
I have not.
Have you reviewed the audio tapes related to some of the questioning of Sarah Boone?
I have not.
Have you reviewed the autopsy report?
It's described in the incident report, but I did not see the actual autopsy report.
Now, you're aware that we have called two experts, Dr. Michael Brannon and Dr. Julie Harper. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that they are forensic psychologists.
That's correct.
And you are a forensic psychiatrist.
That's correct.
So they didn't go to medical school and you did.
That's correct.
And they don't understand medical issues, so to speak.
I don't have an understanding of what they understand medically.
Do you recall telling me that they don't understand medical issues, so to speak?
They haven't been to medical school, but I wouldn't understand their medical knowledge.
If you would look on page 22 of your deposition.
Objection collateral.
Approach.
Kiss the cactus. Good luck staying muted on this one. I got to get to these other super chats too. Oh my gosh. Thank you for your super chat. Sound bit recommendation in the first scene of the
Objections
movie,
overruled.
Pitch Black. One of the. Okay, I'll get back to you on this.
Dr. Warner, have you had a chance to review your deposition on page 22, starting at line 7?
Yes.
Could you read down through line 11, your answer?
Yes, I'm talking about psychologists in general, not with regard specifically to your experts, which is what you were just asking me about.
Okay, but you would agree, your opinion is psychologists typically do therapy, but they don't prescribe medication or understand medical issues, so to speak.
Correct.
Overruled.
Correct. But I wasn't specifically talking about your experts, which you were just asking me about your experts
Okay.
specifically. And I said I didn't understand, I didn't know what their specific medical.
Right, that's what you said under oath, October 4th of this year.
Correct.
Sustained.
Now, is it fair to say that the majority of your work is in the field of competency to proceed and guardianship evaluations?
Actually, the majority of my work is in patient care. I work 7 days a week on the crisis stabilization unit, actually treating patients.
You work 7 days a week.
Yes, sir.
So as a forensic psychiatrist doing forensic work, the majority of your work in that area is in the field of competency to proceed and guardianship evaluations.
As a forensic psychiatrist, correct. As a psychiatrist, I work 7 days a week on the crisis stabilization unit.
And where is that unit?
It's located in Lake City, Florida.
So you work there 7 days a week.
Yes, sir.
And then you also do this forensic psychiatrist work doing competencies to proceed and guardianship evaluations.
That's part of the what comes under the umbrella of my forensic work. Yes.
That's the majority of your forensic work.
Yes, that's the majority of that's the most common cases that we're asked to.
And then next in line would be sanity at the time of the crime.
Yes.
So you would make a determination and submit a report to the court as to whether or not a defendant, an accused, is legally sane or not at the time of the offense.
Yes, that's correct.
Is it fair to say that you also testify weekly as a treating physician through Baker Act Court?
Yes, that's correct. Every Thursday, we have Baker Act hearings with regards to our individuals who are being held in our crisis stabilization unit.
Is that in Gainesville or Lake City?
No, sir, that's in Lake City.
Now, Lake City from here is north of Gainesville?
Yes, sir, it's approximately 40 minutes north of Gainesville.
Now, I believe you said you've testified in battering spouse situations in court approximately 5 to 10 times?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And you often refer to that as intimate violence cases?
Yes.
Now, my understanding that after you had a chance to evaluate my client, Sarah Boone, and I believe you evaluated her 2 days before the deposition, so it would have been October the 2nd of 2024.
Correct.
As to your diagnosis as it relates to her, do you believe that she suffers from a generalized anxiety disorder?
No, sir.
Now, you're aware that she was previously diagnosed prior to you evaluating her. She was previously diagnosed with a generalized anxiety disorder.
She told me that she had previously been diagnosed. I did not see any medical records with that diagnosis in it, but she told me that she had previously been diagnosed with that.
Did you attempt to secure any other records to us? Stand. Did you diagnose her with an adjustment disorder?
I did diagnose her with an adjustment disorder.
Do you believe that if she was diagnosed with a generalized anxiety disorder, it's really not that, it should be an adjustment disorder?
A lot of the symptoms overlap for the two diagnoses, and we see that quite often, that the different diagnosticians or physicians come up with different diagnoses based on a conglomerate of symptoms. So it's not uncommon for the two diagnoses to overlap based on the symptoms.
Do you agree back on October the 4th, 2024, when I took your deposition, that you could not make up your mind at that time whether she suffered from generalized anxiety disorder or an adjustment disorder?
I had not made a clinical decision at that time. I hadn't reviewed all of my documents at that time.
When did you make a clinical decision that she suffered from adjustment disorder as opposed to generalized anxiety disorder?
It was probably within the next week when I was reviewing all of going through all of the documents in her interview more thoroughly.
Dr. Warner, did you agree you did not notify me?
Judge, may we approach?
Yes.
I knew that was where he was going. He was walking her back into that same thing. I'm surprised the judge didn't call him out on it. Pitch black when the character screams at her co-pilot, Owen. Oh, I've got so many ideas. Thank you, telling, sir. Rebecca's wearing her Krennic shirt today. Thank you for the super chat. Emily said, expert is going to make voodoo of Owens for sure. I didn't realize this was going to get so brutal today. Wow. Fee and Me. I like your name. Thank you for the super sticker. That's so sweet of you. Fee and Me. I like It sounds like the Owens is trying to steer this doctor into battered spouse. And I diagnosed you, sir, with, I'm not going to say that, but I like what Orange Rose just said. She's a doctor. She's a real doctor. That's what Owens is trying to say, that she kept allowing the abuse because she was used to it. She was used to it. I understand why he is so spill on it. Okay. Say that again, Anonymous. Owens is trying to say she kept allowing the abuse because she was used to it.
Objection is sustained.
Dr. Warner, you agree that when I took your deposition on October the 4th, you had questions, in all honesty, about whether or not you felt like Sarah Boone suffered from a generalized anxiety disorder versus an adjustment disorder.
I was leaning towards adjustment disorder secondary to her being in the correctional setting, and I think I said that in my deposition. I didn't know that I had enough information from her because I only had information from her. I didn't have anything in the medical records to support generalized anxiety disorder. So I wanted to review that.
I'm just learning it now as you testified here today.
Sustained.
Is this the first time you've let the parties know that this is your opinion?
That I believe that she has generalized anxiety disorder?
No.
Or that I believe that she has
Adjustment disorder.
Adjustment disorder, yes.
Now, from your evaluation, you determined that she had a personality trait.
That's correct.
And you felt like that she had a grandiosity issue?
Yes, she has a narcissistic personality disorder trait.
A trait, one trait.
Correct.
Do you agree a lot of people have one trait?
Yes.
Okay. A lot of people have a grandiosity trait
That's correct.
that are not narcissists.
I never said that she was a narcissist.
Is it your opinion that Sarah Boone has alcohol use disorder?
Yes, that's correct.
And are you forming that opinion based on Sarah Boone's admission to you that she was an alcoholic?
I'm going to refer to my notes. She has a history of being diagnosed with that. She also acknowledged to me that her use had been problematic.
So you formed the opinion that she suffered from alcohol use disorder based on the history that she presented to you at this evaluation?
It was based on the totality of the information that I was provided. So the medical records demonstrating that she had been diagnosed with it in the past. Her ex-husband in his interview in the police report described her as an alcoholic in her description of herself having a problem with alcohol.
And do you acquire a tolerance over time if you drink on the regular?
That's one of the criteria.
Do people also have a genetic tolerance for alcohol?
They may.
Now, as it relates to battered spouse syndrome, would you agree that that is a recognized syndrome in the psychiatric community?
Yes.
And you have heard no criticisms of that syndrome?
No.
And you would agree that's a subset of post-traumatic stress disorder?
Yes.
And you would agree that Lenore Walker first developed the theory of post-traumatic stress syndrome?
Yes.
I think at the time of this deposition, you were not sure you knew Lenore Walker.
I don't recall that.
All right, look at page 54.
Approach.
Now he's just trying to make her look bad. SR said, can I claim to have anxiety disorder and PTSD after watching this? Yes. Anxiety disorder. I know what you meant. Yes, you can. I think we all do. Owen's address is on his website if you'd like to send in the bill for your medication. Jeez, but geez. Thank you for your super sticker. Ugh. Did she have any PTSD diagnosis before the incident? No. Okay. I don't know. We know she was, excuse me, we know she was, they had said she was Baker acted twice based upon medical records. I don't think they went into anything as far as diagnosis around that time yet. We haven't heard of that. We haven't heard anything about that. I think if she had anything, he would have definitely said it. Owens would have. Cheryl says Owens wants a reason for a mistrial. Oh, yeah, he's aggressive. I can't imagine. I'm not behind. We're live. I think that Court TV is like a few seconds behind because of so they can have the captions. But we're live on Court TV. The prosecution decides not to proceed again. She goes free. Oh, no, they're not going to give up on it. They can't. They wouldn't. I don't think they'd do that to the family after all this. After all this. This expert isn't being paid. He is being pretty
Objection is
mean.
sustained.
Dr. Warner, do you recognize Lenore E.A. Walker's book, The Battered Woman Syndrome, as an authoritative treatise on battered spouse syndrome?
I do not, because I have not read everything. I haven't read it, and so I can't say that I agree with everything in it.
Is it clear to you that Sarah Boone was involved in a violent relationship with George Torres?
Yes.
Do you agree that there was a violent cycle that occurred during that 3.5-year relationship that Sarah Boone had with George Torres?
It's been described that way, yes.
Would you describe it that way?
It's been described that way to me, yes.
Do you have an opinion?
Sustained.
Do you have an opinion that that was a violent cycle between Sarah Boone and George Torres?
It's been described that way, yes.
Do you agree that George Torres was the abuser and Sarah Boone was the victim in that?
It was a volatile relationship. In the police report, her ex-husband actually describes her as being the aggressor.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been identified as Defense Exhibit I. Have you ever seen this photograph?
I have not.
You see the injuries on Sarah Boone?
I do.
Show you Defense Identification H. You see this photograph?
I
do.
Have you ever seen it before?
I have not.
Do you agree that's Sarah Boone?
I do.
Are you aware that George Torres?
Sustained.
Let me show you defense identification G. Have you ever seen this photograph?
I have not.
Did you ever read anything about George Torres using a curtain rod as a weapon against Sarah Boone?
I don't recall that specifically.
Identification F, have you ever seen this photograph?
No.
Defense identification E, have you ever seen this photograph?
No.
Identification D, have you ever seen this photograph?
No.
Have you ever seen a videotape relating to this photograph?
No.
Identification A, have you ever seen this photograph?
No.
Now, I believe at the time of the deposition, you had spent I think on October the 2nd of 2024, you had spent 2.5 hours evaluating Sarah Boone, and about half of that time was giving her a test.
The mental status examination takes approximately 5 minutes.
Okay. Did you go through her entire history of abuse over the 3.5-year period within the 2 hours and 20 minutes that you had?
No.
Now, I understand that you indicated you may take a couple more hours to go through your file and your notes and to come up with your conclusions. Did you do that?
Yes.
Have you spent any more time on the case other than that 2 hours?
I re-reviewed the documents.
Have you made any other attempts to go see Sarah Boone anymore?
Objection, proper.
Sustained.
You agree that your opinions are subjective, not based on authority?
They're based on my education, training, and years of experience.
And you would agree they're your subjective opinions?
Correct.
Would you agree that Sarah Boone suffers from battered spouse syndrome?
I do.
Would you agree that battered women's experiences affect their perception of imminent danger?
They can.
Would you agree that victims of repeat violence may fear death in a situation others would not?
They may.
Because someone suffers from battered spouse syndrome, they have a heightened sensitivity to danger.
They may.
You agree that people suffering from depression and anxiety are predisposed to getting into a relationship with a partner who may be violent?
They may. Each individual is different.
Are they more susceptible to getting in a relationship if they suffer from depression and anxiety with a violent, intimate partner?
They may be.
Do you agree that the DSM, I think you have it there with you,
Yes, sir.
directs that the clinician should consider post-traumatic stress disorder if there was exposure to extreme stress. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Did you do any testing to measure whether or not Sarah Boone had post-traumatic stress disorder?
No.
Is it your opinion that Sarah Boone suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder?
Again, she did not give me enough information to formulate an opinion with regards to that.
You agree that an intimate partner who commits acts of violence, physical violence against the victim that could cause extreme stress in that individual?
It may.
You agree if that is the cause, the violence is the cause of extreme stress, that a diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder should be considered?
If they meet the criteria. They have to meet the diagnostic criteria.
You agree that there is a sense of learned helplessness when someone suffers from battered spouse syndrome?
Yes, that's part of the syndrome.
Do you agree that these women, these battered women, have learned the probability of receiving a beating, and they recognize specific predictive cues emitting from the batterers?
Yes, but it's not just women.
I understand, but you would agree the vast majority of intimate partner violence, battered spouse syndrome victims are women.
Yes, intimate partner violence, yes.
Excuse me?
Intimate partner violence, yes.
The vast majority, the lion's share, are women.
Yes.
And these battered women have learned the probability of receiving a beating by recognizing specific predictive cues emitted by the batterers.
Correct.
And many times, these predictive cues result in a high level of anxiety.
Yes.
And in that situation, the battered women may attempt to reduce through several different means, one of which is to avoid delaying the beating.
Yes, we talked about that with the cycle.
What is a basal instinct?
A basal instinct? I have no idea.
Primal fear?
Primal fear is just being afraid.
Is that a natural instinct that animals have?
Yes.
Fight or flight instinct?
Yes.
You don't even think about it.
Correct.
Do you agree that victims of battered spouse or battered woman syndrome suffer from self-isolation, suicidal thoughts, and oftentimes substance abuse?
They may. Each individual is different, so they may.
And they may show signs of physical injury and illness, such as bruising and chronic fatigue.
Yes, those can be signs.
The syndrome, battered woman syndrome, is the psychological effects of living with an intimate partner violence. They may have intrusive memories,
They may.
or they re-experience past traumatic events in their mind.
Yes.
They have high levels of anxiety,
Yes.
hypervigilant when something doesn't seem right.
They may.
It leads to this fight or flight response that we spoke about.
Yes.
They have problems with sleep.
They may.
They often go into denial,
They may.
minimizing what is happening to them,
They may.
numbing their emotions.
Some of them.
Disassociation. A battered woman may often develop a defense mechanism of being able to psychologically detach from their body during the traumatic experience.
Sustained.
Panic attacks, severe depression, very low self-esteem, poor body image, disassociation, learned helplessness. All these are symptoms of a battered woman syndrome.
Sustained.
You agree panic attacks is one of the symptoms of battered woman syndrome.
Sustained.
What are the symptoms of a battered spouse syndrome?
They can be numerous symptoms, from anxiety symptoms, mood symptoms. They can have psychotic symptoms. It can be any vast majority of symptoms. Substance abuse symptoms, any vast majority.
Do you agree fear is a symptom?
Yes.
Somebody in a constant state of fear.
Maybe, yes.
In terms of the abusive partner, do you agree that they would hit the victim?
Some of them, yes.
Kick the victim?
They may.
Punch the victim?
They may.
Choke?
Abuse takes all different forms.
Choke?
They may.
Burn?
They may.
Destroy their belongings?
They may.
Use weapons to hurt them?
They may.
Threaten to hurt them, their children, or their pets?
They may.
Take their car keys?
They may.
Take their debit card?
They may.
Take their vehicle? Control where they go and who they see? Force them to have sex when they don't want to?
Yes, they may.
Dr. Warner. I know you spent a short amount of time with her and you're saying you didn't get some of the answers as to whether or not.
Facts.
Objection sustained.
If you'd have spent more time with Sarah Boone, could you have uncovered as to whether or not she suffered from battered spouse syndrome?
I agree that she met the criteria, or that she had battered spouse.
How about post-traumatic stress disorder?
It's possible.
Thank you.
Any redirect examination?
Yes.
You may proceed.
In your decades of experience, have you ever treated patients that suffer from trauma disorders?
Yes.
How frequently would you say you do that?
I have patients on my unit right now that I'm treating on a regular daily basis who have suffered from trauma.
How about patients that meet the criteria for battered spouse syndrome?
Yes.
How many would you say over the course of your career?
Probably 5 to 6 a month on my inpatient unit.
And that's a lot of months.
Yes.
How long have you been doing this?
Since 1998, when I began my career at the University of Florida on faculty.
Now, on cross-examination, you were asked about some diagnoses, correct?
Yes.
Any of these things that you talked about, narcissistic personality disorder, adjustment disorder, anxiety, battered spouse syndrome, any stress or trauma-related disorder. If the state wanted to ask you those opinions, would you have been receptive to more materials before making any opinions about those topics?
Yes.
And is it your testimony today that you don't have enough information to necessarily make a complete and proper diagnosis on any of those things since you have not been provided those materials?
Correct.
Now, you've testified that she does meet the criteria for battered spouse syndrome.
Yes.
But you would be receptive to any evidence that you were provided, right?
Correct.
Going back to what you testified to on direct when the state asked you your opinion about this case, everything that you just talked about with Mr. Owens, does that change your opinion about whether or not battered spouse syndrome is applicable to the facts as Ms. Boone relayed them to you about this incident?
No,
And why is that?
because again, she just.
Objection, Judge.
Yep, he's not gonna let him do it. He's not gonna let him. He's keeping her from testifying. This is BS at this point. Oh, look at Henderson's had it. He's on his way up there too. Jay let him get up there and do his thing. He needs to start objecting like Owens is, or we're just gonna.
Objection's overruled.
Good.
Based on your conversation with Mr. Owens, you've indicated that your opinion did not change, and now would you answer why?
Yes. So based on my interview with her, the way that she described the incident to me, and that they were laughing and having a good time, it didn't play into relaying any kind of triggers or any kind of trauma.
And I'm showing you what has been marked for identification purposes by the defendant as I. Does this photograph inform you as to what happened?
No.
Does it inform you as to who was the aggressor?
No.
H for identification, same questions. Does it inform you as to what happened?
No.
Does it inform you as to who the aggressor was?
No.
Same questions for G.
No.
F.
No.
E.
No.
D.
No.
And A.
No.
If those specifics as to what happened and who was the aggressor is dependent upon the credibility of somebody, would you need to take into account all the things that can make a person credible or less than credible?
Yes, you would want to take that into account.
And you talked about alcohol use disorder. Would you take that into account if somebody is under the influence of alcohol or had been consuming alcohol when they relay a history as to things that happened?
So he was pulling up Owen's photos and holding them up and saying, does this state what she has? Does this prove that she had it? He was using his own evidence against him. Hey, I bought those at the Quickie Print. You can't do that. I paid for those. You owe me 50%. Thank you, Margaret. Poor Margaret. They're going to end the case. His closing statement, that suitcase video is going to play last. And if he's smart, he's going to emphasize the audio at the very end where George sounds like he's saying, help me, Sarah. Where he can barely talk because he can barely get any breath to talk. You missed too much, Pope. I can't put it all out there for you.
Objection's overruled.
Sorry.
Would you consider somebody's alcohol use and level of intoxication in evaluating the credibility of them as a historian? And you were asked about whether or not you did any testing for post-traumatic stress disorder.
Correct.
And you didn't.
Correct.
You already indicated, however, you believe that Ms. Boone meets the criteria for battered spouse syndrome.
That's correct.
Again, that doesn't change your opinion that you gave when talking with me on direct examination.
Object, asked and answered.
Overruled.
Specifically about this question about the testing that you did not perform. Did this lack of testing have any change or effect on your opinion as to whether or not battered spouse syndrome applied to the facts of this case?
No.
You were questioned about insanity on cross-examination. You recall that?
Yes.
Would you agree that simply because somebody is mentally ill and meets the criteria for diagnosis such as schizophrenia, bipolar, any of those psychotic or mood disorders, that doesn't necessarily make a person legally insane?
Correct. The two are equal.
Likewise, even if somebody meets the criteria for battered spouse syndrome, does that mean every action they take against their intimate partner is justified?
Correct. That's not it. They wouldn't be equal.
So even if you do have battered spouse syndrome, even if you are in an intimately violent relationship, that doesn't necessarily mean any action you take against your partner is justified.
That's correct.
No other questions?
State, can this witness be released?
Yes.
Defense.
Just if we got a phone number, we can reach out to them.
All right, ma'am, you're released, potentially subject to recall. Thank you.
She's like, don't give him my number. I don't want him calling me. Could his hostility, could his hostility turn the jury off?
State, you call your next witness.
Absolutely. I think so.
At this time, the state would move P for identification and evidence.
Is this a videotape or audio?
Oh my God, Owens is setting my ADD off. Thank you, Dorothy, for the super chat. For those of you that are drinking in the chat, please be careful. Drink responsibly. Mary Jo Freilich, I need this doctor to diagnose Owens. She probably is. Upside and down.
State moves P for identification and evidence.
Thank you for your super chat. Thank y'all for your support. I appreciate you. Y'all know what I'm drinking, Diet Coke.
Counsel, any objection to what was pre-marked as P?
Commissioner Butler?
No, he's offering it in evidence. Any objection?
No objection.
All right, what was pre-marked as P will be received into evidence without objection in states 21.
What do you think it was? Oh, goodness. All right, video. I think we're fixing to watch some video. Or we're watching, we're going to look at the Cellbrite extractions. Go through some text messages and whatnot. No, what I was saying is I think he's going to save that suitcase video, those two at the end, for his closing arguments. I know he's already played it, but play it again at the closing arguments. And then he won't have to say anything else after that. Just walk out after that. Cut to a video of Margaret getting her nails done.
State will move V for identification, B as in Victor.
Any objections?
No objection.
What was pre-marked as V will be received into evidence without objection in states 22.
May we approach?
Yes.
Hub, look at what Hub put, y'all. I'm just having water straight from the hose. Oh, you didn't undo the hose and get it straight to the spigot? Don't get cut on the bushes leaning over them. I'm trying to figure out like what he's going to do here next. He's got a disc. That makes me think videos.
Members of the jury, it is 2:52 in the afternoon. The next part of the state's presentation are going to be some videos and other things that we read to you that may take a little bit of time based on the length of them. So we're going to go ahead and take our afternoon break at this point in time. Similar instruction I've given to you over the last couple of days. Please do not conduct any independent investigation or research if the person, places, things, or charge involved, and do not have any discussions with anyone or amongst yourselves about those things. And we'll bring in 5 after. Thank you.
Oh my gosh, these people take more breaks than anything I've ever seen. They take more breaks than a chain smoker. More breaks than a Kit Kat bar. Where's Elise today? I haven't seen her.
Y'all may be seated. Thank you. State, anything we need to talk about? Defense? All right, we'll be in recess till 5 after. Thank you.
All right, well, at least it's a short break. He's only doing 10 minutes. I know, it's like, what are you they're going to go bathroom breaks, grab a half cigarette? Like, they can't really do a whole lot. Characters, do you want them to take a break now, or do you want them to be needing a comfort break while focusing on hours of video? Yana, why do you always have to be the one that points things out that makes it sound so smart? Thank you, Yana, for keeping us all in line. I know. No, I don't want them to have to go. Oh, I want them to focus on the video. Besides, if they see what that police officer says when he says, "Oh, Jesus Christ," that we don't want them to pee themselves laughing. Check the docket. No, the newest thing is it. Oh, is it? We got something new on the docket. Let me pull that up now. Is that what Henderson was doing? It's like Christmas every day on this docket. I tell you what. It's like a box of chocolates because you never know what you're going to get. Oh, shoot. Hang on. Okay, so this is the request for special jury instructions number 1. And this is okay, so this is what Henderson was working on. No, this is from Jay. But they revised it. State's request for special jury instructions regarding battered spouse syndrome. Okay. The special instruction is supported by the evidence. The standard instruction did not adequately cover the legal theory it is meant to. The special instruction was a correct statement of the law and not misleading or confusing. There are 2 components to a justifiable use of force claim. One requires the defendant to actually believe the use of deadly force was necessary. The second requires a reasonably cautious and prudent person under the same circumstances to have believed it was necessary. Battered spouse syndrome evidence is an offshoot of post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, and BSS. Evidence is not for the purpose of justifying a defendant's misperception of reality or to explain why an unreasonable belief was nonetheless justifiable due to her condition. Rather, the Florida Supreme Court has sanctioned the use of battered spouse syndrome to show why the defendant's actions were reasonable, to show that in spite of a reasonable perception of danger from the battering spouse, the battered defendant would remain in the home with her batterer, where she may resort to the exertion of force against him to prevent imminent death of great bodily harm. The nuance between the impermissible use and the permissible use needs to be explained to the jury, and standard instructions on justifiable use of force, deadly and non-deadly, do not do so. Therefore, the state is requesting the following special instructions regarding battered spouse syndrome be read. Okay, so here it is. You have the received testimony regarding battered spouse syndrome. The introduction of battered spouse syndrome evidence to support a self-defense theory is not for the purpose of justifying a person's misconception of reality or to explain why an unreasonable belief was nonetheless justifiable due to her condition. Rather, battered spouse syndrome evidence is used to show why a person's actions were reasonable, to show that in spite of a reasonable perception of danger from the battering spouse, the battered spouse would remain in the home with her batterer, where she may resort to the exertion of force against him to prevent imminent death or great bodily harm. Like other witnesses, you may believe or disbelieve all or any or part of this testimony regarding battered spouse syndrome. So that's the new one up there. We've already read the other one that they put up earlier. Felony instructions, I think. Let's see. Let me look at that one real quick. Special. Yeah, we read this one already about hide and seek. In order to determine whether the death was caused by the criminal act of the defendant, the state must establish beyond a reasonable doubt that but for the defendant's criminal act, George Torres's death would not have occurred. George Torres's death was not beyond the scope of any fair assessment of the danger created by the defendant's criminal act, and it is not unjust or unfair to hold Sarah Boone criminally responsible for the death of George Torres. Of course, why does that sound weird to me? And it is not unjust or unfair to hold her. Okay. So there you go. That's the docket uploads today. Now you're all caught up. James is going to go get those pictures and put them back behind our desk. Don't let him do that again. Go get them and put them up. I'd be a chain smoker after that testimony. Whew. Well, at least this gives everybody time to catch up because I know a lot of people came in late from lunch. And I see Michelle came in. No, was it Michelle? It wasn't Michelle. Who won? I forgot who won already. I wrote it down. Brian said she was violent. That was huge piece, you guys, when she said that. Now, I think it's important that they bring Brian back up on the stand so they can hear more from him and hear what a reasonable sounding person he is. That he doesn't sound like a bitter ex-husband. You know what I mean? I think we need to establish that. I'm going to law school after all this is over with, when this trial is done. I'm having fun with this. Some people on X are worried about the doctor's facial expressions come off as a bad attitude. Not after what he just put her through, but I don't know if the jury saw it all. I can't remember at this point they weren't in there for most of it, but they saw how he was aggressive with her before she started giving him the funny faces. The state cannot finish this rebuttal without calling Brian back in. There's just no way, you guys. They just can't. In fact, wouldn't you think he's their biggest witness? And we've kind of said that all along, that he's their biggest witness. They're going to save him for the end, for the very last thing. She said, don't do it. Nicole C. said, Carrie, don't. It's a racket, and you're doing so well without it. You're $100K in debt. I'm going to go to the deeper school of law. I would make a great lawyer. Rebecca, you're just kissing up now. Thank you, though. I get why people can, I know a lot of you guys have been watching trials a lot longer than I have, but I get how you can get up here and you can start to feel like, okay, I understand this piece now because I watched this trial. So now, like for me, it's like I've learned a couple of bits here and there from this trial. And the next trial, I'll learn a couple more bits from it. But I think the drama in this one that happened today was more drama than that of the Depp Heard trial. What do y'all think? Irene's still stuck on Crystal and Christine. They're his Mambo number 5s. I think he was hoping to get a better reaction of Sarah when he called out those girls' names. Exactly, Christine. The pictures are just that. They're just pictures. They don't have a date. Do we have a date on them? That's something I need to verify because I don't know if it did have a date on it. And even if it did, I mean, if the phone puts a date on it, that's one thing. But how it happened, that's still only Sarah saying how it happened. How can you take that as, I wonder if the state should have argued more about that stuff coming in. I guess they couldn't pick and choose, though, what came off the phone. I probably need to go listen to a lawyer about that. As to what they could have done there. Did they have any pull or leeway when it came to showing what was on the phone? Could they have said, yeah, we can still bring the videos in that we want to bring in, but you can't show those pictures? Right, they're not police photos. They were from her phone. Now there are some police photos that were part of the police reports where they had taken photos of their injuries each night or whatever, but those aren't going to be brought in as evidence because the police reports were at the beginning of the trial. They said they're not bringing those in as evidence. So they wouldn't have been able to see them. But I don't know why Owens was okay with the videos coming in because I find it interesting that he thinks that they're not damning. And I don't know if it was a matter of, well, no, I do. Because like, think about it. If he had said, it's okay if this video comes in, but I don't want this video coming in. Now, remember, they've gone and redacted some stuff out of these videos. So we might see less than we know that is there. But we also may finally get to see George's side of the story because in all these videos that have been put out in the public before now, they never would show George. They only showed Sarah, except for when he was being walked off by the police and put in the car. But in the portions where the police would walk into the home and talk to him, they would never show that portion. So we never got to hear him say to the police what was going on. Oh, Rebecca. I'm autistic. Couldn't say it if I didn't mean it. Thank you, honey. Characters, lawyers sit there reading case transcripts and case law in law school. So watching previous court cases is half of what lawyers do in school. So
CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. State.
Okay, I'm going on mute.
Dave Castro for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for this.
Thank you, Miss Rebecca.
Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table wearing the same clothing from this morning. It's 3:05. We're ready to bring back in our jury, Mr. J.
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense. All right, let's go ahead and stand and bring back in our panel.
I know that Corbin, I know that he fought to keep some redactions in some, or he wanted to keep some redactions on some of the videos, but I don't know if he fought to keep some of them out. I'm not sure about that yet.
State, you recognize our jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, you recognize our jury.
Yes.
Thank you. Y'all may be seated. Members of the jury, again, do you comply with the court's instructions during our break? Record reflect all hands have been raised. Thank you very much. State, you may proceed with the balance of your evidence presentation.
Permission to publish what has been entered into evidence as 22, previously V as in Victor for identification.
You may proceed.
This exhibit 22 has 5 folders on it. It is a DVD. Going into the first folder, OCSO 18-067501.
Counselor, are these audio or video files?
This first one you're on is going to be a video file.
Okay, let's go ahead and dim the lights, please. Thank you.
And for record purposes, its file name ends with 0154-2.
You may proceed, sir.
For a year and a half, and he turned into a whole bunch of shit. Pardon me for saying that. No. Pardon me for saying that, but like, oh man, he let loose on my ass tonight, and I'm not having it. Okay. I got kicked in the face. Okay. Kicked in the face.
That you know of, there's no guns,
No,
anything in there?
no. I know, baby. You guys are doing your job.
All right,
No.
Sarah here?
Yeah, right here. Go get him. I swear to God, there's nothing you guys can do great.
What's his name?
George.
George, all right.
There's nothing you guys can do great. I swear to God, I'm done with that too. He the fuck out of his time. And I'm done with it. I had to go to work tomorrow.
What's up, George? You want to talk to us? Go inside. Talk to you inside.
For the record, this is redacted.
Are the videos in States 22 redacted videos? Okay.
You see my eye?
I do see your eye. Okay, tell me how it all went down from beginning to.
Yes, my love.
Okay.
Okay, so we were having a really good day, and we went across the street from Muldoon's, and everything was feeling fine and dandy, and if I talked to another guy because he left, came in there, and I got so mad, because I asked for a cigarette from another guy because he took my license, my debit card, and everything, cigarettes, everything, took everything. took everything.
Okay.
So I asked someone for a cigarette,
Mm-hmm.
and it happened to be a guy. So he walked in and got super pissed because I asked for a cigarette from another guy. I came home. Mind you, my car is across the street still.
Okay. So you get home, you go inside.
And let loose. Mm-mm.
Okay, elaborate. So you open the door. What happens from there?
I'm a whore.
He starts calling you names? Okay.
When I say ragdoll, do you know what that is?
I know what a ragdoll is.
Oh man, I was ragdolled.
Okay, but I need
In
you.
the face.
Okay, I need you to elaborate. Like, you walk into the house. Did you start arguing? He started calling you names. He said he was.
No, I walked out. I walked in and I walked to the back. I just wanted to smoke a cigarette and just go to sleep. I just literally wanted to smoke a cigarette. I'm gonna go to sleep.
And then as you're making your way to the back, what
I
happened?
got caught on the stairwell.
You got caught on the stairwell. So he caught you on the stairwell. And what did he get in front of you? Started confronting you, telling you anything? What happened?
It was bad.
Okay. Elaborate, Miss Sarah. I need you to tell me exactly what happened so I can help you.
My heart is like, I don't want him to get in trouble, but fuck, I'm tired of being beaten up. Okay.
I understand. I'm trying to help you out, but
I know you are. I know you are.
I need you to elaborate a little bit. So
I swear
in the
to God.
stairwell,
Dragged me downstairs.
okay.
I went upstairs,
Mhm.
tried to get into bed. I just want to go to sleep. I just want to go to sleep. I just wanted to go to sleep. I didn't make it to bed. I didn't make it to bed. He caught me in the upstairs.
Like in the hallway?
Beating the fuck up. That's all I can say.
Okay, what do you mean? Like, I see your eye. What, you said he kicked you in the eye.
That's what I see. That's what it's what?
Were you on the floor when he kicked you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, how did you get to the floor? Did he push you? Did he pull you? How?
Normally what I do is, because he does it so often, I just go to the floor. I just go to the floor. So I'm pretty sure I don't really recollect. I went to the ground. I went to the ground.
Okay. And then that's
I'm
when he
so
kicked you.
sorry. I'm so
No,
sorry.
no, that's fine. I don't mind. So you went down to the ground.
Yes, that's what I do.
Did he kicked you with what? Do you recall which foot?
Right.
Right foot, okay.
Heel.
His heel. Okay. And you say you've been together for.
Because I asked for a cigarette. Because he left my ass in my car across the street.
Okay. You said you've been together for about a year?
And
A year and a half.
yes.
Okay. Live together, obviously. Okay.
I just recently went for a divorce. He's been there with me. He knows all those stories, blah, blah, blah. But
I know. I'm just trying to.
this sucks. And I could have worked tomorrow.
Do you want the fire department to come out and check your
No,
eye?
baby.
No? Okay. Okay. Do you want to press charges? You can smoke your cigarette if you want.
Can I talk to you though?
You're talking to me by myself.
I don't want to be please put the finger up the police.
So you don't want to press charges? Okay. Do you want to fill out any paperwork? Do a statement? No? Okay. Smoke your cigarette, sit down, smoke your cigarette.
I don't want to be in trouble.
I know.
You guys have actually been out here twice now. Look at this shit. Look at this my shit outside.
Did this happen today?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I see it. It's ripped and I'm done a little bit.
I just bought this yesterday.
Go get it. Sit down. Smoke your cigarette.
Pardon?
Do you think? No, it's fine. Do you have an ID with you? Is it in the house? Okay, we'll go find out.
I know my number if you want it.
Oh, that's perfect. Go for it.
B 500-791-77870-0. 870-0. Okay. First name is spelled S-A-R-A-H. Do you have a middle name? Catherine. K-A-T-H-R-Y-N. K-A-T-H-R-Y-N. R-Y-N. What's your last name? C-O-O-N-E. Date of birth? 10/10/77. I get it. So you can't have to space on anymore. Do you have a telephone number? 407. 407? 716. 716? 8684. Email address? SKP. SKP underscore 1-800. 1-800. At yahoo.com. At yahoo.com. Sorry. No, it's cool. I get it. I get it. Sit down, smoke your cigarette, try to relax a little bit. I'm gonna take pictures of you in a little bit. All right? No problem.
Turning now to folder OCSO 19-054.
Can the parties approach just for a moment?
Maybe we're going to get the feed from the other cop that we've never gotten before that went inside the home. Maybe that's what they're going to show us. I can't believe they wouldn't show that part to the jury. They just got to be able to do that. That's just not right. Again, we'd only be hearing Sarah's side, not his side. Please don't email her. She'd probably hit you up for money. Yeah. Where's the sound?
All right, sir, you may continue.
Okay.
Within this folder, the first thing that will be published is a file that's an audio file, 911 call _R1.
911, what is the location of your emergency?
4748 France Court, apartment 3.
4748, what was the street name? I didn't hear you.
4748 France Court, apartment 3.
Okay.
Ain't nothing that I would call, but I did. And he just beat the fuck out of me.
You said Frank Lane?
That's what it comes up as always.
Okay, and then what was the apartment?
3.
Okay, and what happened then?
He just beat the fuck out of me.
Who is he?
George Torres.
Is he still there?
Yes.
Okay, where's he at?
Up in the bed. I'm outside.
Okay.
I did not fight back or
Okay,
anything.
do you need any medical attention?
No. I just have a lump on my head and I just got beat the fuck up. That's all.
Okay, what's your name?
Sarah. With an H.
Okay, and George, you black understand?
He's Hispanic.
What is he wearing today?
Oh gosh.
Just color shirt, yeah, that's all I need.
I don't even recognize because he just showed up.
Okay. Do you have his date of birth?
February 13th, 78 to 1378. And I swear, I'm just going inside because he's not on the lead and he's not supposed to be here. But he's here.
How long ago did this happen? About how many
12
minutes?
minutes ago.
Okay.
I'm done.
Yes, ma'am.
I can't do this anymore.
Okay, I just need a description of you so that I can
so they can identify you when they get there.
I'm white. I have dirty blonde hair and blue eyes.
What color is your pants you wearing?
Am I?
Yes.
Black.
Black shirt, black pants?
Pink shorts.
Pink shorts? And you're outside?
Please don't get me in trouble. There's no way that I can get in trouble for this.
No, just stay where you're safe. You said you're outside, right?
Yes.
Okay, did you have any weapons that you know of?
No.
Okay. And did he hurt you with anything, or did he just, was it only his hand?
Fist.
Just his fist? Okay. And you don't need any medical attention?
No, I always get over it, but this time I'm not getting over it.
Understood. Okay. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and help you, okay? Anything you can just give us a call back, okay?
Wait, can I sit out front though?
Yes, definitely sit out front, stay out front. That's right, that's what
I'm gonna walk around the house.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Now publishing a video labeled 19-054917_BAT_DV.
The call? What's going on? What's going on?
Really, Marco?
Hey, get out of here. What's going on? You called? Okay, do you want to tell me what's going on? Oh, we'll be shut. Is he still in there?
He's awfully, I actually got him off of the police because I don't want him here. And he shows this, over the wall, comes over and looks for me.
Do you want to press charges?
What charges are you today?
Well, what's your relationship now?
I guess boyfriend and girlfriend.
Okay, how long have you guys been dating for?
2.5 years.
Okay, and that's a current relationship?
No, it's on and off.
Because
I can't deal with this shit.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
When's the last time he stayed the night at your house?
2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago?
And he figured it out.
Okay, so why is he over here today?
Because one is to one the other, is what he told me.
Okay, so
I'm not allowed to leave him.
you're not.
Tell me what fuck now.
Okay,
He's mad because I went out with my girlfriend.
okay.
And she introduced me to another gentleman.
Mhm.
He's not a gentleman. He's not a gentleman. And he got his.
Okay, so he came over today, you let him in because you're gonna talk, right?
Yes.
Okay, then what happened?
Not really
Okay, so you guys start arguing and then
No,
what?
I didn't argue. I can't argue. I was just taking down his speaker.
Okay, so when you said taking down the meeting, like describe it for me, so I know. What did he do to you? Did he push you? Was he slapping you? Was he punching you?
I want to give up.
Okay, you have to kind of explain to me what happened. You gotta tell me what you
Into the
said.
closet doors.
Okay, so he threw you into the closet doors? Okay, you're upstairs, he threw you into the closet doors. Did anything break when he threw you in there?
My head? No.
Okay, but you said you don't need the fire department?
No. I just have really bad lung. It'll go away. There's a piece to it. It'll go away.
Okay, let me see. Where is it? You just put your hair back a little bit.
There's a lump right here. Like you can feel it.
Yep, I see it. Do you have any other injuries?
No. I just, because he's not on the lease anymore, I know that he can't, I got him off the lease to not come over here anymore. And I'm trying to get him out of here. And he comes over here every day. And I have a feeling he's going to come home.
Okay, so there's another exit to the apartment, so he could be gone?
There's the stuff in my store, and I have a feeling that he's gonna fight her for face, which I had done 4 times, you're the 4th one.
Okay.
He's gonna hop along, but I have a feeling he's upstairs now. Go get him.
Well, I'm going to, but I'm gonna have to try to get somebody else here. What's his name?
George,
George?
I'm sitting here.
Okay. And I have to ask this too, when's the last time you guys slept together?
Had sex
Mm-hmm.
3 weeks ago.
Okay. So, but you guys are kind of on and get off again, and you're saying as of right now, you're off, but.
Oh, I've
within-
been off.
Okay, but within like the last 2 or 3 weeks, you guys were dating.
Honestly, no.
Okay. But at least there is some
I knew who he
expectation,
was.
there's an expectation in intimacy when he came over.
No, no.
But you said
Oh,
you.
no. We were gonna try and figure it out.
Okay.
Oh.
But you want to press charges on us
What charges can I press?
right now? What he said he just hit you with hands and feet and pushed you?
I got a heel on my face.
Okay, you keep being upset with me, but you're not really giving me the information I need. I'm asking you to kind of walk me through what happened, okay, because I don't know, I wasn't there. Okay?
Yes.
Okay, so all you said, you guys were upstairs. Alright, but that means lots of different things. So that's why I need to know what
This
you
is
did.
why I have all of this over here, is because he continuously stalks me, and he strangled me multiple times.
Today?
Yes.
Okay. Did you start to lose consciousness or anything while you were strangling you?
I couldn't breathe.
Did you feel yourself losing consciousness?
No, I didn't lose consciousness, I just couldn't breathe.
Okay. But how long was he strangling you for?
Till I got him on me.
Okay.
Look, can I tell you something before you call in whatever?
Mm-hmm.
I've been arrested before because I fought back. Look, I did fight back. I did fight back. So whatever he has or whatever it is, it's not me.
Did he hit you with any, like an object or anything?
No.
Okay.
He threatens me with a bat.
Today? I'm talking about today. Did you pick up a baseball bat and threaten you? Okay. Tell me about that. How far away were you when he had the bat?
I was in the bedroom.
And where was he?
In the bedroom.
Okay. Was there anything in between you guys at the time?
My dog.
Just a dog? And how close was it to you? Couple feet, 3 feet?
3 feet.
Okay. And how was he holding the bat?
Threatening.
Like, what do you mean? Was it down by his side? Was it up like this? Like, how was it?
He started swinging.
So he had it up?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Did he say anything to you while you were going to bed?
I dare you.
And what do you mean by that?
Because I technically left him 2 weeks ago, which is why he's not here now. And he's not because I have friends. I have friends. And my friends want me to get out of my gloomy, doomy bullshit. So they try to introduce me to nice gentleman, whom he is not.
Okay. So he's holding the baseball bat, he's been 3 feet, you guys are up in the bedroom, and he says, I dare you. Okay. And you were scared, correct?
I'm so scared, so why I'm hiding behind the car.
Okay. I'm gonna go see if I can get him to come out. Alright, if not, this is your place, right?
He's not on the lead.
Okay. And we
Don't
have,
talk to the party managers. I am taken off the lead.
okay. Alright, hold on.
Sir, what is your name now?
O'Neill.
What? The door is open.
10-4 Tommy. If there's anybody available, can I get 44?
Don't get me.
Hey, George? Hey, George, sheriff's department, can you come on out? Hold on. Hey, George, I can hear you. Come on out. George, sheriff's office, come on out. What's going on, man? Come on here, talk. What's going on? Talk to me. What's going on today? Do you speak English? Yes. Okay, so tell me what's going on. Why are you here right now? Because she called me. So tell me, you want to tell me what's going on? This is where you come. Where are these cuts on your neck? That's the Is she over there? Alright, we got it, did you want to talk to me about the cuts on your neck? Yeah, not really. Okay, do me a favor, turn around. Put your hands down. What? Why am I getting cooked up? Talk my side. Why am I getting cuffed up, sir? Okay, 424, one is diagnosed here. Why am I getting cuffed? Come over. Yeah, why am I getting cuffed up? We'll talk to you about it in a sec, okay? Yeah, weapons on? No, not at all.
Have a seat, my friend. You been drinking today? Yeah. Okay. A lot or a little bit? Like, do you understand what's going on right now? Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead and read these, okay? I'm just gonna need you to answer yes or no after each time I ask you a question, okay? You have the right to remain silent, do you understand that? Anything you say will be used in court as evidence against you, do you understand that? You are entitled to talk to an attorney now and have him present now and at any time during the questioning, do you understand that? Yeah. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed to you without cost, do you understand that? Yeah. Okay. Do you desire to consult with an attorney first or have one during this interview? Yes or no? Okay. If at any time hereafter you wish to remain silent and have an attorney present, all questioning will be stopped, do you understand? Yeah. Okay. Has anyone at any time threatened, coerced, promised you anything in order to induce you to make a statement? Okay. Do you understand these rights as I read them to you? Yes. Okay. Do you wish to talk to me at this time? Yes. Okay. So, tell me what happened today. What is going on? She said that you hit her and you choked her. What? No, sir. No, sir. Okay, she's got a lump on her head. How did she get the lump on her head? I don't know. She just take me in. I don't know. Officer, I don't know. Did you push her, hit her, anything like that? No, not at all. Okay, how did she get the lump on her head? I don't know. Okay, what brought you over here today? I was trying to get my ID and my social and my birth certificate. And she's not trying to give me that. Okay, but obviously you've been here for a little bit. I mean, your shirt's off, you've been drinking, so you didn't want to just come over here to get something. So like, how long have you been here? For a while. Okay. So what so a while, like an hour or 2 hours? Okay. How long have you guys been dating for? We've been together for 2 years. For 2 years? Okay. Are you guys still dating right now, or are you broken up? Okay. And I work right there at this. Okay, so you came over here today, so for a while ago, an hour or 2. What have you been doing since you've been here? Okay, so just spending time with her, and then all of a sudden she decided to run outside and call the cops? Why would she do that? You don't know? She's nice, dude. She's nice. Okay, that's fine. But as you can hear, but what you gotta understand, what you're telling me isn't really adding up, because she gave me her side of the story. What she said? Maybe she's saying that you had it. That's all I need. It's ma'am, I'm doing my job, okay? You just sit there and be quiet. I'll be over to talk to you when I can. Every time you start yelling, you're interfering. She's the one that she just snapped out of nowhere. She's mad because she took me out of the lease. She took me out of the lease. And I told these guys of the lease, I can't cash my check. I can't cash my check. What about her? So please talk to her. Okay, so you can order to talk to her about cashing your check? Yes. Okay, yeah, you've been here for a couple hours. Okay, so what happened to make her run outside and call police? Because I'm seeing cuts on you and I'm seeing bruises at her. But you're not telling me what happened. And you're the one sitting in the back of a cop car right now. I don't even know what happened. Did she hit you?
All the time.
Who hit who first?
She does all the time.
So she hit you first?
All the time.
Who's today? I'm talking about today. You don't know if she hit you today? Huh? Do you have an ID on you?
She has.
She has it?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you grab his ID for me?
No. I don't have it.
He said it's in the house.
No, I threw it in the bushes.
Where in the bushes? Because I need it.
Frank, love, whenever I however, oh my gosh, the front door is open and I don't even know where my dogs are. Oh, yeah, find the desk. I don't have his ID.
You said you threw it in the bushes. Where in the bushes did you throw it? Could you please go look over there?
So what's happening?
It's in the back of the cop car. You said he hit you, he beat you, you have a bump. Okay?
I don't have it. You can look up here.
Publishing portions of 19-054, or pardon, 0545-BAT_DV-2. For the record, it is about 47 minutes, 20 seconds long. State will publish 000 to 2 minutes and 19 minutes to 22 minutes, and all evidence will go back to the jury with a scrub computer.
Where were you?
His brother and his ranting mother came over here, so it should be somewhere in here if they didn't find it. I don't have it.
No, I mean, it makes getting his information a lot easier if I don't have to keep asking him questions, and I can just get it out there.
I'm not making any more difficult than I could, friends. I'm not. I read it through here.
Okay.
Jordy, get your stuff done over there. I'll get her started on the list. You want to sit down?
She also has my birth certificate. Listen, she said that she threw it in the bushes. I'm trying to find it. If you're looking at you will be needing it.
You told me I'm not going to get one. I love you. I don't know what it is that you're asking me for.
Okay, maybe he didn't get to it yet. So I'm looking to see it. Oh, yeah. It was the back side of this. If you get any more bruises that show up that you didn't see while we were here.
Can I show you all the other pictures that I have that I have documented?
He's going for this, so the rest of that I can't really do anything about. But If anything else shows up, you can go take that paper down to headquarters.
It's not gonna be anything else because you're taking him down.
I
Put
mean,
him under the jail.
He's going.
Under the jail.
Okay. We're all set then.
What else do you, I could show you bloody fingers and bloody faces and black eyes and.
I know, it sounds like you guys need to probably not hang out with each other anymore.
Hello,
I know,
that's
I know,
why I
but
left him 3 weeks ago.
but this also isn't the first time, so, with both you guys, with the cops out here,
No,
okay?
I've had to lie to you guys 3 times.
And you shouldn't have to do that, so let's make this maybe the last time.
Now I'm not lying.
And I appreciate that, okay, and keep going, okay?
They're gonna come and tell me.
Who's that?
Just like I told the other sheriff, they're gonna come and tell me.
If you,
I want you to know that. Look,
if you're in fear, are you talking about
Yes.
family?
yes.
Okay. So
I want you to know, I am full blown. They're gonna come and tell me.
go down to the courthouse, okay, and get an injunction against them. Did you get the pamphlet for the victim's rights pamphlet? Okay, so you know that there's a place where you can
They're
go tonight?
going to come and tell me.
Okay, so you got the victim's rights pamphlet, you know there's a place you can go tonight then? It's in the
The
bed?
domestic, I'm gonna go sleep over her house,
Perfect.
neighbors.
Okay. You have any more questions?
Can I get on?
This one. I'm working. I get in trouble for that. Okay, have a good day. Okay, that's good enough. I know. Thank you. Okay.
I love it.
That's fine. Okay. Have a good day, man.
Look, and whatever the fuck he says,
Okay,
tell him
yes,
to
okay.
be a dick. Hey.
Okay, have a good day. Thank you. Have a good day.
Publishing video file axon_flex_2_video. It's the only one that starts with that name in this folder.
So, why don't you come on over and give me a written statement about what happened? I have it over here by my car. Sure, just stay right there. Now, go and get your stuff done over there, and I'll get her started on the list. You want to sit down in here? Is that all right? Okay.
Don't leave.
Come on, let me call you, let's get this done.
I'm not getting arrested.
No, I'm getting a statement from you. You're not being arrested.
So,
Okay, look, I'll come over and see you in like 5.
come on.
Thanks, love you. They know.
Let's get this done.
They know.
Okay.
Good.
Now, would you come in here so we can do your statement, please? And stop this. Sit down at the table and let's get your statement filled out.
He didn't believe I would ever do it. How much took for? Is that okay?
Sure.
Never thought I would do it.
Did you have?
Okay. I'm not getting arrested.
No, you're not getting arrested. I've already told you that.
Yeah. It's on the couch. It's on the couch.
Just need your ID, please.
It's on the couch.
No, ma'am, I just need your ID,
Okay,
please.
look, I can write better on the couch.
I will give you the statement to write. I need your ID, please. I don't need to sit on the couch to fill this out. You can. I sit down all day, and I appreciate the offer.
Yes, it's comfy. I just come outside. Thank you, God, he's gone. Oh, man. Oh, man, they're gonna come over here and try and kill me. I don't want you to know that. They're gonna come over here and try and kill
Who's that?
me. His, brothers and his mother and his father. They're gonna come over here and try and kill me.
Don't open the door for
It doesn't matter. They don't go up there and rant and bullshit and everything, and then they cause a commotion, and then I get complaints against me. Anyway, my name is Sarah.
him. Mm-hmm. Hi, Sarah. I'm filling this out just a minute.
What's your name?
Jeff, Deputy Brown.
Jeff. We're all gonna be like, did he get caught up?
He will be. Do you have a phone number, ma'am?
407-716-8684. I'm not getting arrested.
Nope, you're not. Did you do something you should be arrested for?
No,
Okay.
for the last time I fought back. Or 20 days.
Do you have an email address, ma'am?
Sam, K as in Kate, P as in Paul, _1800 @yahoo.com. You can totally come sit down over here.
I sit down all day. I appreciate the offer, but want to get this done for you. A little more comfortable for me to stand and do this.
I can't tell you how amazing it is. Oh, wait, I didn't mean to say that. Sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Oh, crap, the car's still there.
Okay, come on in and sit down so you can get this filled out.
Okay.
And what I need you to do is you'll just print your name right where that X is, and then I need you to just write the story about what happened today.
Print.
Yep, please.
I don't even know what trigger it is.
So is this a husband, boyfriend? Are you guys married?
No.
How long have you been together?
2.5 years.
Was he drinking or anything today?
Yes,
Both of you?
I have.
Okay.
Bless you.
Nothing wrong with that.
Here's my artwork thing, but, because I do artwork, but
Okay, I need you to show us it. Very nice.
into artwork.
Very nice.
I have a drink and some music, and I do artwork.
No, nothing wrong with that. And who called the police? Did you call the
I
police?
did.
Okay. Call 911?
Yes,
Very good. Has this happened before?
3 times. The last one that came up, and they're like, oh yeah, we read your statement, so know kind of who you are and what's going on.
So 3 times the police have been here? Was there ever, was it sheriff, were there reports written when they were here?
I'm not even sure about that, I didn't have to sign anything.
Okay.
Not worth it. Okay. I'm not really sure what else I'm saying, I'm not too late.
What does it say? Can you read it to me?
Flung me off the bed and beat me in the head and stuff, am I supposed to write all that?
Yep, everything did happen.
I'm supposed to write all that?
Yep, everything did happen. Yeah.
You see my neighbors out there, because they know their children are about to come at the house and they know who he is.
What was your phone number again? 407?
716. 407 716. I'm not getting arrested.
Nope.
Out in the car still.
County charge $25. Could you give me 424 case number, please?
Stopping publishing at 10 minutes, 0 seconds on that file. Proceeding to third folder, OCSO 19-055572. Publishing audio file 911 call, dash first.
911, what is the location of the emergency? Well, I didn't have an emergency here at my place, but my boyfriend was arrested, I think, last Thursday, and he has a no contact form, and he took it upon himself to come over to my house yesterday and took the bike that I bought for him, which is technically mine, and also my debit card. So, and okay, ma'am, if he bought it, then it's a gift. He didn't. Okay, that's fine. I need my debit card though. Like, I have my 8-year-old son coming over here, and I can't get my groceries for him. Okay, then what's your address? My address is 4748 Brant, FRANTZ, okay, 4. So what's your apartment number? 3? Your apartment number? 3? Okay, just to make sure I heard you right. Sure. Okay. Have you used anything with a credit card? Yeah, he bought beer and cigarettes. Yeah. Alright. Sorry, ma'am, what's your name? Sarah, S-A-R-A-H. Okay, Sarah, you call back, it's 407-716-8684? Yes, okay. And he's at his parents' house right now, so if you need the actual address over there or whatever, it needs to be done. I'm sorry, Sarah, what did you say? He's actually at his parents' house right now, so I don't know. Okay, well, we're gonna come to you first to make a report, okay? Gotcha. All right, I'm gonna get all this information in here, but because it is done to you, I need to, send it to me, okay? All right, so when did this happen? Yesterday. So, ex-boyfriend? Yeah, I mean, technically he's my boyfriend, but yeah, at this point he's my ex. All right, what's his name? George, Jorge. Last name? Torres, Torres. Okay, by chance, do you know how old he is? He's 41. 21378. Okay, if I can recognize you, are you like my first minute? I'm like, what color shirt pants are you wearing? Right now I'm wearing a blue shirt with white sweatpants. And there's a green pineapple on my door because it covers up the three. Okay. Do you have any weapons on you or your home? No. I mean, I have a baseball bat, but that's just only when I'm here by myself or my little 8-year-old. So, and you said the pineapple covering the three? Yeah, the green pineapple covering up the three that says welcome. And I have a little bird flag out front. Okay. All right, sir, we're going to the detective available to you, okay? No worries. All right. Thank you very much for your help. You're very welcome. Bye-bye. Okay, bye.
Publishing audio file 911 call -2nd.
911, what is the location of your emergency? I don't necessarily have an emergency. It's 4748 France Court. 4748, what's the street name? I'm sorry, what? 4748 and the name of the street. France Court. And what's going on there? It's no contact thing. Okay. He's over here again. Okay. Is it French? Stop me penetrating. And is it French court or French court? FRANCD. What's the appointment number? 3. And what's going on there? Too much. Okay. What's going on? Oh my, I don't know what my dog, she does. Hold on a second, please. I'm sorry, hold on. Come on. No, I gotta go this way. I'm sorry, hold on one second. I'm so sorry. Take your time. Go, get out. Oh, ma'am, what's your name? Sarah. Okay. Get out of here. You picked my pantry. Hello. Hello, ma'am. Do you need a deputy? No. Excuse me? I'm sorry, what you asked me? Do you need a deputy? No, not necessarily. I'm trying to get my dog. I have a blind dog and a deaf dog. I'm trying to get them in outside. Okay, you're dialing 911. Yes. Okay, and you don't need a deputy? He's here again. Take it. That's mine in full voucher. You're eating in my pantry. And who's this person to you? Oh, ma'am? Yes. Well, the first office, you're gonna send somebody. So, I'm okay. Regardless. I know how it works. I'm okay. That's not yours. Hello? I'm still here. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Oh, thanks. Okay. Yeah, so you. Okay, you're just somebody you're over, so like, do what it's gonna do.
All right, have a good day.
Publishing the one video in this file that starts with file name Axon.
What's up, bro?
It's you guys.
It is. So what happened? What's going on now? Did this just happen?
What?
No.
No.
That's it earlier.
Oh, no, when I moved in, we dropped it.
So who called? So what's happening?
They're asking you, not me.
Yeah, you speak to him, I'll speak to you later. Come here. So I'm guessing you called for a reason, right?
Only 24 hours.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but you do realize he's here now, right? Have you been drinking?
I had a drink.
Okay.
It was raining.
I didn't drink.
I'm looking at 116, 5 people on that Florida Road, 6 manager. But the store manager.
No, look at the door, like, you know, I am like, oh my God.
Okay, well. Different directions, one in the area, one's in Hispanic male. And tattoos all over, no shirt, red pants.
Yeah, after he's here.
Other one, tattoos.
Yeah, you can stay right here. You can stay right here. He doesn't know. He doesn't allow me.
Another black male, another description, foreign US, three white males, an area check.
You have to. We left it earlier. We respected your wish earlier. Yeah, we respected your wish earlier, okay? But he's here. Okay?
24 hours.
That's the only reason. I have to make it go. You can stay right here. You don't have to know. You don't have to know. You don't have to know. Oh, you can sit back, it's not raining. It's just sprinkling, it's okay.
Go in the corner if you want.
Yeah, sure.
Hey, but I'm literally begging you, no.
Yeah, but you know he's gonna have to. Stay.
Last week, we got into I guess a physical or whatever, I don't know. I got taken out of here without no shirt, no shoes or whatever.
And then you went and saw the judge, right?
Yes.
And what did he say?
The judge was like,
Was it a female or male?
Female.
Female? Okay. What, you don't know what she said?
he was bad.
Yes. My head hurts. So I got to, he's like, no, don't grab. I know. No, this is a thin blue line bracelet.
I did not get it.
We're not gonna do it yet.
Did you get any form of paperwork? I got paperwork, but I didn't get. What was that paperwork? Paperwork was, X.
And what does it say?
No.
With who? With who?
With her, but she never said anything like that. It was just the judge that put it.
The judge is on the matters, right?
Is it?
Is she? I believe so. She's above us.
Is she above her?
She's the judge. She's the law. Okay.
Guys, you guys don't want to talk me in. I have no.
Is my other guy here? Okay, so here's the deal, man. Your paperwork says that you can have any contact whatsoever with her, okay? And if you do, it's a new charge, okay? So. Have you been, has she been drinking today? Have you been drinking? Okay, how long have you been here since?
I'm gonna be honest. You guys came here. She called me.
We know, because we went to your work of employment. And they told, and they told us that you just left. Yep, and we knew that she called you. We knew that. We knew she called.
Oh, it's just, she called me and said,
Yep.
where's they coming?
You're correct. Okay, so you know what's gonna happen, right?
Yes.
Okay, stand up, bro, you can take one last puff.
Please?
Yeah, one last, go ahead. Yeah, just put it out real quick.
Alright, wait, one more.
Wait, no, why?
Never make sure.
Relax. Okay? I want you to be on to it. I want you to know around us.
Right, you promised.
I don't think they promised you that.
I didn't earlier.
Well, that was earlier, this is transaction. Right?
I didn't call.
You didn't say you called.
I told you.
But did you call him earlier?
I told you.
Because he just told us, and we know the store told us.
I told you. Wait, is there anything that you do?
You're good, you can stay right there.
No, is there anything that you not?
No, man, you know he has no contact order on a judge, he can't be here.
Okay. That's sometimes.
Yeah, but.
You need help for anything?
No, we don't. We have our information already. So here's what's gonna happen, bud. You're gonna take the ride back down, and because it's almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon, you're gonna see a judge tomorrow morning. We'll see her today. Okay? It might be the same judge that gave you no contact order. Okay? That's it. From here on out, but until that case is resolved, you cannot come here. Okay? Or have contact with her, even if she invites you. Okay? She called us earlier, told us that you guys had no contact order. Okay? She don't want anything charged, nothing. But we told her because it's domestic, then it's what it has to. Okay, so, alright, but just make sure he's got nothing on him. Hey, you have anything on you, right, bud? We'll make that cordial as can be. Okay, no problem, alright? What you say?
I love you, babe. Don't take it easy. You hear me? I love you. Call Prophet Mom. Tell him that I'm. Sarah, call Prophet Mom. No. It's all right, man. Josh, give me your mom's your photos. It's not there. I don't know it. You don't know it. Sarah? What's the charges?
So the domestic battery charge that he got hit with last week or whatever it was, he was given a no contact order by the judge. Okay, whether she invites him or not,
I know.
he knows he can't be here. So he was here this morning, and she called us this morning. Okay, he's now back, and he knows by the he can't be my time. No, he gets a phone call. Yeah, he gets when he gets in. Well, if you have a piece of paper real quick, you can get it for me, and we'll give it to him.
You don't know your mother's phone. She had.
If you can get it real quick, we'll give it to him.
You're not getting mother's number.
And make sure that.
Publishing from folder OCSO 19-078009. First item is a PDF of photographs. Second item is the single video starting with Axon.
Oh, I have been here.
Yeah, I thought you looked familiar.
Because the last time I was here, you guys got in a fight at the bar. And you
No,
went home like that.
No, we
Or
haven't.
he came home from the bar. Someone came home from the bar. Hey, who's that? What? Hey, George?
Yeah, watch out for the line. Is she there? She's dead. Okay, can you just pick it up? No problem.
What's going on outside?
You didn't think I'd call. You can go, sis.
Okay, come on, George. Off couch.
What? No, they're not staying on there.
Off the couch. Okay. I know you think this is playtime.
No.
No, baby.
Sarah, are you serious?
Yeah, I don't want being punched in the neck. Told you I will not hesitate.
That's okay. All right, hold on. Because I want to talk outside the street. What gloves?
Oh, he's nice enough to just give you your shoes from last time.
Ma'am, you want to get your ID from me?
Sarah, are you serious?
Do you have a wallet you want to bring with you or a cell phone? All right. Sarah, are you serious? Sarah, are you serious?
What's in the negative?
Sarah, are you serious?
Am I allowed to something to talk about?
Yeah, you can. I'll be right back with you. We're gonna go talk down here. Can you grab the paperwork?
Yeah.
We're gonna sit like this and punch up.
You sure you don't want me to watch it?
Yeah, come on. That'll work too.
She's the one that hit me, and I'm the one that gives life to her.
Well, let's just get down to the bottom of it, okay?
Alright. George, I want to talk to you. I want to ask some questions. I have you in handcuffs, so I've got to read you something real quick, okay? Do you understand?
Yes.
Alright. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say will be used in a court as evidence against you. You are entitled to talk to an attorney now, have him present now, or at any time during questioning. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you without cost. Do you understand these rights as I've read them to you? Okay. At any point hereafter you wish to remain silent, have an attorney present, all questioning will stop. Do you understand that? So even if you want to talk to me at first and you change your mind, just let me know. Okay? Alright. Has anyone at any time threatened, coerced, or promised you anything in order to induce you to make a statement? Have I promised you anything? Have I bribed you? Have I said, hey, if you tell me, give me a statement? Has any of that happened? No. Do you understand these rights as I've read them to you? All right. So, what were you two fighting about tonight?
We weren't fighting at all.
Okay.
That's
What are you
his
fighting?
turn.
I'm gonna take that in there for that. Huh? Okay, I'll take the statement and get the statement done.
Oh, with him?
Huh?
From him?
No, for her.
Okay.
That way you can fill this out while you're 10 pro with him.
Sarah.
I'll get her information from her.
Mhm.
Okay, listen. Why did you so angry? What up? Okay, can you explain the bruises she has? Those don't come from nowhere. I want your version of what happened. You say that you did it all the time, but you're not. How did you do something to her? You didn't, you know, you're going on the fence, tell me. You just said it wasn't the fence, so if you get hurt, you get set up, you figure you can set up. That's fine. Sarah? No, you say that. No, they're not gonna be cool. You're not gonna start, let them know. I think you're fighting. What happened?
Sitting on 22, 20 million of these an hour ago. Today, 6 complainant, 3028 Riverdale, 3028 Riverdale, an hour ago via text message to 323.
Sorry about that. Sarah, stop calling for it. I love them down there. I know, but I'm not gonna change things. I know why. Because you got a total. Not a battery. And when I try to get the straight story, you don't want to give it to me. I'm sitting this straight, please. You got your can. All right. I've tried. All right. And now that you're going in the back of the car, you want to give me a story. It doesn't work that way. I've been nothing but polite to you, trying to talk to you, trying to get straight answers, and you're beating around the bush. I'm not. Yes, ma'am. Do not start kicking and banging on things, okay? Sarah, what's your phone number? What? What's your phone number? I don't know your phone number. Sarah, what's your phone number? It's not him asking, it's us. You said, hey, what? Thank you.
Outlets of Verbal 711 and 10601 Narcoosseous at Moss Bar, complainant versus the business, reference to Recon, out of 2017. Likely the female, pretty sure, very non-CRB.
Can you guys not put on music, please? Okay. Please.
Fifth folder, OCSO 19-079759. First file is a PDF starting 48-2019. Second file is an audio file, 911 call, publishing.
It's not technically an emergency, just, you guys have been there so many times before. I'm not there, but I'm just trying to go home.
What is the address?
4748 France Court.
What was the street name? France Court?
France. F as in Frank, R-A-N-T-Z as in zebra.
Oh, is it France?
I don't know if it's there or not. I'm sorry?
Ma'am, is it France Lane?
I'm guessing so. It's France Court, but it always comes up as France Lane.
Okay, what exactly is going on?
I would like to go home but I can't go home because he's there.
Okay, do you have some sort of restraining order against him, or
He has a no contact.
is there an apartment number?
3.
1 second.
I'm at my former husband's house right now because I can't go home. I don't even know if he's there or not. He was there earlier, but I can't go home.
Okay, so do you want us to do a standby with you?
What do you mean?
Like, escort you to the residence, or that, I'm not understanding what you would like.
If I could please, can you guys go over there and just see if he's there? Pretty sure, he locked me out earlier, so I think he's probably there still. I'm not going over there with him then. I'm not.
Okay, does he live there?
No.
Okay, so how is he inside the residence then?
He has a key that he took.
Okay, so is he breaking into the apartment?
He's not breaking, he's already in the apartment. As far as I know, I don't know, like, if he's there or not. He knows where I hide my key.
Okay, what we can do is we can meet you a block away from the residence and go with you to the residence.
I don't know. I tried calling him to ask him to leave if he's not already. So I have my 8-year-old that I'm trying to watch out for right now. So I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to be doing. I just want to go home.
Okay, if you want to go home and you're not sure if he's there or not, we can meet you when you're about 5 minutes to a block away and go with you to make sure he's not there.
Okay, well, okay. I'm about to be honest with you, kicked out of my apartment because you guys get called so often, and the brigade comes and this, that, and everything, and the neighbors complain about everything, I'm trying to avoid that. I just want to go home.
Okay, regardless, the deputies are going to go to the apartment, whether it's with you, what I'm suggesting you do, or it's what you want to do, just have them go to the apartment. So regardless, people are going to see that there's deputies going to that address.
Okay, so when I called you guys like a couple of days ago, and they didn't make not a ruckus, but they made it incognito, which is what I need, because I'm going to get kicked out of my place.
Okay, when we do a standby, ma'am, all we're going to do is accompany you to the address and the deputy to make sure that he is not there, and then they will leave. If that's all that's going on in this situation right now that you're calling for, it's not going to be a big deal.
And what happens when he is there?
If he is there and you don't want him there, you can have him trespass. They're going to make sure he can leave. I mean, if he does not live there, like you're saying, if he should not be in there, you can trespass him. You already have a no contact order with him. They will remove him.
Okay, well, there was an altercation earlier, and I'll be honest with you, there was an altercation earlier. So that's when he came in, the altercation happened. So that's when I left. I fled barefoot. Now I'm at my former husband's house.
Okay, would you like the officers to meet you where you're at right now?
I don't want to get arrested. I don't, because I fought for myself, and I have my 8-year-old, and I just want to go home and sleep in my own bed right now. But I did fight back, I'm not going to lie. So.
Okay, well, I mean, if you're wanting us to meet with you or go to your house, I mean, I don't know what they're going to do. If they're either going to arrest anyone, arrest you, arrest him. That's all up to the deputy and what he concludes from the situation that's going on. So it's right now, it's just up to what you want to do right now. If you want to do a standby, we'll accompany you to the residence. I mean,
yeah,
it's really just what you want to do.
I know. I have to take my time to go tomorrow. I just,
Or what I could do is I can have the deputy call you about the matter. If you want to speak to a deputy directly, and if you want to do that first before having us respond out there.
Yes, please.
Okay. What's your name?
Sarah?
Hold on a second, Sarah.
Thank you for your help. Actually, more ways than one.
And is a good phone number for you 407-716-8684?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to set up a call for a deputy to call you over the phone. So you can talk to them directly and see what they say about the situation. And when they call you, it'll be from a blocked or restricted number. So if you get a call like that, just make sure you answer. It's going to be the deputy, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. If anything changes or you decide you just want us to come out and give us a call back, okay?
Yes. And what was your name?
My name's Rachel.
Rachel, thank you so much for your help, and I've got the phone right here on my lap.
Okay, perfect. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Publishing the one video in the folder, starting with 1924, from 0 minutes to 20 minutes, 41:30 to the end.
Yeah, both of these. Is there a back door or a sliding door?
Yes.
No.
If you go 10, 12, just let us know. Well, thought that was open for a second. Locked. That's Tonia. Yeah, the back's locked.
Anyway, you want to call your ex-husband? You got a phone?
There's a charger in that.
It's not to say that it's not in there, just because the doors are locked.
I don't understand. You think he's inside?
Yes.
Okay, well, we need a key so we can get inside so we can get inside. That's fine.
And if your phone's gonna die, there's a charger in back on the back side of the porch.
Oh, yeah. The keys in the house is not coming to the door, but I do have my spare key. I can't get in. There's no other way of getting in my house. Unfortunately, can you please bring me my spare key? Yes, please. The front door and back door. I have no way of getting in.
Where's he live at now?
I'm sorry?
Is that you said that's your ex?
Last night, right on the street. He'll be here in like 2 minutes.
Perfect, thank you so much.
No, thank you.
Is your, this your, who thinks you're your ex-boyfriend, is that correct?
My face.
Okay. The boyfriend or ex-boyfriend?
I don't know what's going on.
Somebody you're dating? Pretty.
Yes.
Okay. Does he know how many weapons?
No.
Okay.
No.
He was arrested last week for bad TV.
You guys actually want to take a picture right here? You can see that. Not personal.
Saw he was arrested before, was that also, like, one time? Last week.
Yeah, but. That's why I called you. And again, I was sleeping.
How much did he have to drink tonight?
Only God knows.
How much did he have to drink tonight?
2 drinks, and that was what, 4 hours ago?
So what's the layout of the house? Is it both floors? Is this part here? Or is that something, so these 2 windows right here?
What kind of vehicle does he drive?
But I lost.
See a little bit of movement on the drive.
It's about how my dog, she's kind of defined dog and done dog.
Oh, gotcha.
So I have a feeling it's probably text. Just the that one.
Does he have anywhere else to go? Or is this the only place he has?
It's his parents' house right here.
Where's that at?
80-30-15 Baja Boulevard. It's on the street next to where the street is. You know what I mean?
Oh, gotcha.
Guys, can I say something now?
Sure.
If both doors are locked, he has to be in there.
Why is that? You can't lock it from the outside?
No,
Doesn't he have a key here for here though?
unless he took my spare key, which I'm pretty sure he probably did. He has to be in there. Especially the back door.
Is the spare key, was the spare key in the house?
I had it outside because he locks me out all the time. So I'm gonna say that then. If both doors are locked, he has to be in there. Y'all can have to see, y'all can open the door.
Hey, you're gonna stay outside till we make sure it's nobody inside.
Okay, bye. Thank you so much.
Hanging out here.
I am. I'm not going in there. There's no weapon. There's no way.
Ask for a minute. Ask for a minute.
That's legacy.
Reference building, sir. I know.
County 124, Charlie.
Thanks, sir.
Can we get minimum traffic for a building search?
big announcement?
Yep.
You guys don't have to do that.
Man, we have a way to do things. Just let's do our thing, okay? Sheriff's office, you in there, come on out. Sheriff's office, you in there, come on out.
I got a dog.
George!
Hey, puppy. Yeah. We have a ton of plants on the right side.
That's when you get that stairwell, just fuck your, oh, right up, or don't pull up, that's when you got it. George, please. If you're up there, let us know, because we're coming up anyway. Go ahead. Run, whenever you're comfortable.
Yeah. Okay. Open door right there.
I think that's the kid's bedroom.
Okay. Just get that way for me.
I got it.
Have someone come in and bring you going that way.
Boy! Show your hands. Come out with your hands up. George, step out with your hands up.
Put your hands behind your head.
Hey, turn around, face away from me. Turn around. Walk back to me. Walk back, walk back. Yeah. Just paint the thing right now. Why didn't you tell us? Interrupted. Huh? Honestly, you didn't hear it. There's a reason you're sitting in the bathroom. That's what?
And once we're trying to win all 10 mils, go back normal.
Hey guys, can I?
Before we go, we're not doing anything right now. Sorry, we're not even taking out a room. I'm gonna sit down on the bed right here.
Okay.
Alright. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
What happened today? Got a light in here?
Yeah.
You just gotta pull the thing?
Yeah.
What happened?
I don't even know what the heck happened.
There's a reason you're hiding the bathroom, so don't act like we're not up here for no reason.
No, I know that.
Okay, so what
I'm
happened?
hiding in the bathroom because we had a discussion and as usual, and I am in the room.
Okay. Why?
I am
What happened?
with, what is it called? It's called,
No contact for it.
no. But we.
How long have you been here? How many days since you got released? When did you get released? Because you were arrested last week, right?
Yeah.
Alright, when did you get out?
Let's say 3 days ago or something like
It was
that.
on the weekend?
Yeah.
Today's Wednesday, or was it Monday? Or was it this weekend or was it Monday?
It's a weekend.
Okay, after that, did you guys talk, and come back here and this weekend? And everything was fine between you two? So tonight, what happened tonight?
I don't know what happened tonight.
George? So you're constantly in front of you, you're hiding in the bathroom,
Yeah, I know that.
okay? That's not for no reason, right?
Wifey is nuts and she always freaking starts stuff. And she.
So that's what I'm asking, I'm telling you, tell me what happened.
She puts it on me
She puts it on you.
all the time.
Well, none of that gives me any insight as to what happened tonight.
Nothing.
You both are very vague. She's very vague, you're very vague. Any more than vague,
What is she being vague about?
I can't discuss what she's discussing until we discuss to me, right?
We just want to hear your side of things, bud.
Oh, everybody wants to hear my side all the time.
George, I didn't know you, okay? Because this isn't the first incident between you two.
No, I know
She's been
that.
arrested as well, hasn't she?
Yes.
Okay, So tell me what happened. You all drinking?
Yes.
Both of you?
Yes.
Okay. I can smell alcohol on her, so I know I already knew that, obviously. But,
we've been going through a lot. Right now, I work at Ace right here, across the street. We're going through a lot, and they're about to shut down and whatnot.
At Ace?
Yes.
Okay. Just tell her no, come second.
Hi.
May I please have some water?
Just wait. There's you can't drink that for right now? Oh, you can't come in here for right now. Okay, you're gonna have to wait. Give us a couple minutes.
Are you injured in any way?
No.
Any shape, back? No. Did she injure you today? Did she hurt you? Maybe emotionally or whatever? Any physical injuries? No?
I'm the one. I'm always the one.
You're the only one saying that, you're not saying that.
I'm always the one.
But you're the only one saying that. Nobody here's saying that. But if you don't help me, how can I help you? If you don't tell me what happened, how can I help you?
That's my woman.
Okay. Sometimes that's what it is. Is that as much as you want to give me?
She's saying,
George, I told you I can't say that. If you're not gonna tell me what's happening, I'm not gonna tell you what she told me to see. I know exactly what it is. I can't feed you information. Why don't you ever call us?
why?
Why not?
Would you call you? Would you call?
Look, I've never been in that position, so I can't say. Honestly.
That is your beefcake.
Ain't like that. My girlfriend's mom, she's crazy, so.
I am, what am I gonna say? I'm actually wrong right now.
You're in the wrong right now?
Yes.
No matter what way, you're saying you're in the wrong, no matter what way you cut it?
No way, shape, or form, you know that I am.
I can respect the responsibility, because most guys won't even take responsibility.
You're gonna take me in no matter what.
Well, that isn't necessarily true. I take girls in jail all the time, but that are easy, all the time.
No, you're gonna take me in because I, did the no contact.
You know what that no contact said?
Yeah, I'm fucked.
What it said?
I am fucked.
What are you not supposed to do?
Oh, man. You're the one that took me this time. How you?
I think it was better than all.
That wasn't me, I don't work this side.
They're not, they're a little similar. They look a little.
Our hairstyle's the same.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not the same guy, I promise.
No, I promise you, I would remember you. It's not me. But what did no contact order tell you? What did the judge tell you?
You're in contact with her at all.
What about in relation to this place? Are you allowed to come back?
Oh, yeah, no, yeah.
Let me ask you this, you just have no place to go?
No, I've got a place to go, but.
Your mom's place?
Yeah.
They still over there by the Twisty Tree?
Yeah.
I do my homework.
But before you guys take me, can I get at least, put your shoes on?
What kind of shoes you want? You want some comfy ones, some fly ones?
Like those, but no fly ones.
These, I like these leather ones.
Get the blue ones, please.
This one right here?
Yes. Which shirt you want? And that black one, like this.
This black shirt?
Yes.
You want socks?
Yes, they're right there.
You got a wallet?
My phone's downstairs.
That's it. Have a wallet.
Not that shirt. What else?
There's another black shirt that's comfy. Maybe it's this one. Is that the other one? They're both inside out, I don't know.
The Ace? Yeah.
You like the Ace one?
Yes.
Alright, we'll do that one.
Can I, please, sir?
Please what? What do you need?
So I can put them on?
Oh yeah, we'll handle that in a second. Let's get the shoes on.
Okay.
Where do you say the socks were?
Yes.
Is black or white?
White ones.
Okay.
How many years been together?
3 years.
3 years, really? Has it always been like this?
My phone's somewhere in the house. It don't really matter. I'll ask her.
Okay. Just step off right here for me, please. I'm just gonna get him. Are you okay? Oh, what? Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, no, it's okay. Just a quick question. He's asking about his phone. Do you know where that'd be?
No, I don't know where it's from.
Okay. You don't have it in your vehicle or anything?
I do not.
Okay.
That happened to find myself. Wait. I need my car keys.
Okay. They're not on him. They're inside the house somewhere.
You seen them?
I haven't seen them, but they're in there somewhere. They're not on him because I had to search him before he got in the vehicle.
Is it too much to ask? You can ask them where they are, please.
Okay.
I only have one, sir.
Okay. But you don't know where his phone is? Okay. She's asking about her car keys. She said we asked him, should we ask him right now?
He doesn't have nothing in his pocket, so.
Okay.
Where is she?
She's up behind your vehicle.
Yeah, do you want me to just take that or?
Okay, yeah. No, he didn't have anything in his pocket. Can we take pictures real quick, if you don't mind? We're gonna take one overall.
No, they are.
Okay, do you mind? Stay right there. Actually, a little more this way, so we don't get the police car in there.
Please, if you don't mind.
You said what? You want me to shine a light on it? You close?
No, actually, okay. He didn't have anything in his pockets.
I'm gonna go on the sidewalk.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
They're gonna be coming this way, so if you want. Okay.
You want to find out?
Yep.
One dog's sleeping downstairs and one's in your bedroom.
You have any other questions? I'm sure they're in there somewhere.
That's it for that exhibit. The state is at the pleasure of the court and the jury if we want to proceed.
Can the party approach for a moment?
I don't think there's much you can say after that, you guys. It was about what we thought, wasn't it? Pretty much what we thought. Somebody's watching it. Darlene and Sherry and all them are watching it. The old. Oh no, they're putting in the. We already did the drawing, y'all. They must be on replay or something. They're at the beginning of the video with all the comments they're making. Yeah, they get to go home and sleep on that one. That timed out really well. Thank you, Owens, for timing that one just so right. We appreciate that. Now they do still have that video of her coaching him on how to get her out. I don't know if they're not gonna be able to show it tonight. They gotta let that juror go. She can't stay late.
Members of the jury, thank you so much for your attention this afternoon. The state still has some additional evidence to place into evidence. It's about an hour or so. Now, I know I got a note this morning, we can't stay past 5:30. So the question I have for y'all is, are you okay with staying until 5:30? Or do you want to go ahead and call it an evening at this point in time? I leave it to you. It's 5 o'clock. 5:03, exactly.
I say keep going. Does anyone reject? If Lauren can stay. I think we can stay.
5:30, correct, though? That's my understanding. Okay, thank you, sir. All right, state, you may continue.
Commission published 21, which was P for identification.
You may proceed, sir. Are they audio or video?
It will be video, thank you.
Are these redacted, counselor?
No.
Okay, thank you. All right, members of the jury, I have an instruction just to read to you with regard to States 21 that you just saw.
That was fine.
I'm sorry, States 22, forgive me. Members of the jury, you have viewed and listened to video and audio recordings. The court instructs you that the recordings have been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of this case. The fact that the recordings have been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you viewed, listened to, and consider this evidence. Thank you. State, you may proceed.
States 21's DVD and its main folder is labeled a folder of attachments, and then there's a file labeled extraction going into folder attachments.
Hey, Lesinator, thank you for your super chat. Sorry it took me so long to get to it.
First file being published is img_0665.mov. Date modified metadata indicates 12/3/2019, 2:05 p.m.
Whenever we leave the house, just let me know where you're going.
And you're gonna let me leave.
Yes, just let me know where you're going.
And I get to leave the house.
Yes.
Exit.
Just let me know where you're going, so at least I know where you're at.
Anything else to add?
I love you.
So it's not yank me back in the house and sit the fuck down and shut the fuck up?
No,
Yank.
no. Just let me know where you're going, so I know where you're at. So if you don't come back, there's no certain time. You don't have to come home at a certain time, because I'm not. You're grown up. I just want to know that if it does surpass a certain time, that's like, shit, where's she at? I know where you told me you were going to be in. So that way I can go and.
So I'm not allowed to have friends.
Yes, nobody said you can't have friends.
I can just go see Boo.
You can go see whoever. I just don't want you to go frolicking with male friends by yourself, because you know what's happened already. You understand what I'm saying?
So I get to go see Boo.
Do you get what I'm saying?
I get to go see Boo.
I don't care about Boo. You can go to see Boo. Do you understand what I'm saying though?
Next video is a long file name that starts with 2A494, and it's the only one that will show up with that search. Date modified indicates 12/29/19, 12:26 p.m.
Hi, fuck you.
I don't know what the fuck you talking about.
Let's just tell everybody you got crumpled on the bed.
Crumpled? Crumpled. The word you're using is crumpled? Alright, so this is my jeez, you gotta put it up on my face, dude. I know you're filming me, but you gotta put it up. What the fuck is that? Stop.
Bum rushed.
Yeah, you're bum.
I bum rushed you.
Yeah, whatever. Anyways.
What was the choice?
So the choice was to beat your ass or get my ass beat or whatever.
No.
Huh?
Twas.
Huh?
Twas.
Twat?
Twas.
I like twat. I've been trying to get twat from this woman. I've been trying. Hurting me. The phone. I've been trying to get some of that right there. She's on some other shit. I don't know what's going on. She's trying to film me, filming her, and blah, blah, blah.
I'm cooler than you.
No, yeah, you are. You are cooler than me. You are cooler than me. She is cooler than me. She is beyond cooler than me.
Oh, I want to get this on film tape. Did I take you cigarettes today?
No.
Did I take you cigarettes to the beach?
No.
But I hope I was blaming on.
You. I blame it on you. Sorry. I apologize. Can I walk around this way and actually film it better? I don't want darkness because you're not dark. Ah, oh, there she goes. There she goes. What are you filming? You filming me, filming you? You filming me, filming you?
What's the latest thing you've done me wrong by?
Man, I watch porno. Hey. Wait. It stopped.
My husband.
What's up? I was watching porno and she don't like that. I'm not shrugging my shoulders or anything like that. Like it's not no big deal.
After you begged and pled and cried.
Yeah.
We trust you.
I know. I'm not shrugging my
Say it.
begged,
Yes,
pled, cried.
yes, you begged.
I didn't, you did.
Well, whatever, I know, okay, yeah, I did.
Say it.
I begged and
Pled
pled
and cried
and cried
for me to trust you.
for you to trust me. But again, I'm not
Did
sure.
you?
Did I watch porno again? Yes, I did. But
Good.
Next is a video starting with 3BB0C. Metadata shows date modified 12/29, 12:36 p.m. of 2019.
Yeah. So you remember this. So you remember this. Are you drunk right now?
no,
How much alcohol did you drink?
enough to be drunk.
You're slurring your words. You're sleeping up against the door right now.
Yeah, because I want to be next to you.
Did I not tell you to not bother me?
Yes, ma'am.
So what is it you come up and do? What time is it right now? It's 1:20 a.m.
I haven't bothered you since then. I just go to sleep.
But didn't I tell you before at 9:30 to not bother me at all?
Yes.
Because why?
Yeah, too long.
Nope. Because I've been up since 4 a.m. since yesterday when you fucked with me.
Yes, ma'am.
I know how much vodka was in that bottle. And what's the bottle now?
Kind of to throw it out.
What does that mean?
One more drink.
The bottle's empty. I know how much vodka was in there. Enough for two people to have a really good time. And who drank it? I want it to be documented that I'm leaving you, which means that you're getting out. You're getting out. You're getting out.
Nobody's leaving nobody. Stop.
And the reason why you were even downstairs and weak enough to get drunk was because you don't give a shit about me. You don't listen to what I say. Special things that I keep on my front page of my phone so I remember to tell you about it because of how special and fun it is. I always bother you. I always bore you. You don't listen to me. Yesterday was my first day at work, remember? And I ended up 90% hearing about your day and 10% about mine.
You don't bother me or anything. Sometimes you just you overwhelm me. That's the problem. You overwhelm me.
By telling you about my first day at work?
No, dude, you just overwhelm me about every other thing too. Just, first day at work.
So I'm overwhelming you by telling you about the fourth highest paid baseball player. That's a client of ours.
I'm not starstruck.
I don't even know who the guy is.
I don't need.
So the reason why, so you fully admit now that you didn't care and you did brush me off in the car, midway sentence, because you're not into baseball.
No, I didn't. Just saying.
I want to go to sleep. Go downstairs. I'm leaving you, and I'm going to try and cancel plane tickets.
No.
Because I don't do special things for people like you that are doing this, like, to me, after I asked you at 1:21 in the morning. I wanted to be asleep. I wanted to stay asleep, which is why I got into bed at 8:30. I told you not to step foot in the bedroom. So what do? Nonetheless, you're drunk. The amount of alcohol, I know how much was out, I know how much was in there. That's why I could smell you in the bed before you actually got me up. I can smell you from here. You're despicable.
I'm not despicable, I'm not even doing anything.
Leave me alone.
Okay.
You're not gonna remember shit. Okay.
Yeah, okay, well, I'm not doing nothing right now.
Get away from me. Get away from me. You do everything to me all the time. All the time. Heartache and pain is what you cause me. Heartache and pain.
How's that?
Keep going. And I dare you. I dare you. I dare you. You get on your fucking little bike and go to fucking work tomorrow. Don't look at me. Don't come close to me. Don't touch me. Do you understand?
What do you mean?
As of this moment, and until I can get you out, get the fuck out of here. I dare you. Yep, look at it. Look, get away from me. Get away from me. Get away from me. I'm gonna scream bloody murder. I'm gonna scream bloody murder. I will scream bloody murder. Get away from me.
Dude, nobody's doing anything.
I'm gonna fucking hurt you.
Nobody's doing anything. And you're filming it.
Let me go.
Nobody's doing anything.
I'm asking you, George, to get away from me. Please get away from me. Get away from me.
Yeah, I am. That was your function, dude. Malfunction. No, your malfunction is you, dude.
Okay, whatever you say. Whatever you say. Holy shit, the whole hallway just reeks of you up here. First it's shit, now it's alcohol. Don't step foot in this bedroom. I can't even breathe, like, it's disgusting. Like, it's disgusting.
Keep filming when it's looking like. Good night, Sarah. Love you.
I don't love you. I don't like you. I don't want to be with you.
Next video starts 456. That's the only file that starts with that. Date modified metadata, 12/29/2019, 4:04 p.m.
And I'm not gonna have no Hindenburg situation, no Titanic situation, okay? So it's gonna be a good day. Yes, I'm missing my mustache right now. And later on, everything's gonna go off. Truth, facts. Truth and facts. All of this is gonna be mentioned later on. We'll take another video again later on when it happens. Love y'all, whoever watches this video.
No, that's not approved.
The FDA says it's approved.
So it's gonna be a good day all day.
Yes, it is. Even when I
All day.
shave all of this
All
off.
day.
Yes. Even when I save all of this,
All day.
it's gonna be an amazing day.
It's what time right now?
Shaboing
I would
boing.
say 9:30, 10 o'clock maybe.
Shaboing boing. That's what we're doing later on. Shaboing boing. You can stop filming now.
Not good enough.
It's gonna be a great day. Today's a great day to have a great day. Boom. Cut. Somebody come in with a. Can somebody come in with a? Can you not?
Next file is image_093.mov. Metadata date modified 1/3/2020, 2:48 p.m.
It's 6:13 and I asked him not to play music. Cause I told him that I was gonna go to shit.
Next file is img_097.mov. Metadata shows date modified January 19th, 2020, 2:58 p.m.
Time.
Sirens. 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 Sirens and sirens and sirens. And this cop car.
How about you get an umbrella and call me Camille underneath it?
Yeah, how about we forget about that? No, we won't.
I'll never be.
No. How about we keep going on? Okay, how about this? When beautiful Lucas is here, we don't listen to none of that. I don't want to hear sirens. It's just beep, 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 all that, whatever. I don't want to listen to that. It's every single day. Beeping and we hear enough of it out here in reality.
Are you gonna be nice tonight?
Yes. Yes. I promise you, I used to
Go for a walk.
by myself.
Yes.
No.
Go for a walk.
No, I'm just gonna chill out. If that's the case, I'll just chill out. So much like this.
Don't ever be a woman.
How can I be a woman?
Don't ever.
I can't. But I can somewhat understand.
Don't ever.
I can somewhat understand. Somewhat understand. I can somewhat understand, yes, where you're coming from. But when you have a child and it's like right now, this is too much. But we had a blast with them. Amazing.
Then you got out of sorts and pushed me, and he stole my phone and called Greg.
Why did I got out of sorts?
You pushed me.
I pushed. I didn't push. How do I get out of sorts all of a sudden? I don't want to hear it.
You drink too much and you're upset.
Drink too much.
Go get your fuck card shake.
What are you talking about?
Your retard paper. Don't hit women.
Have I hit you? No. So where are you going with this?
I'm turning this off.
Tell me whatever it is that you have off. Okay. You can film me, take a picture of whatever you want.
You can tell you're automatically
I'm
drunk.
not doing.
Do I ever get a buzz? No, I don't.
I'm not doing anything to you.
No, I
Sarah.
never do.
I'm not doing anything to you, Sarah.
That's my name, don't wear it out.
Sarita. I'm not doing anything to you.
Yes.
It's not a yet. I will not.
Mr. J.
It is 5:28 and we have 3 minutes and 49 seconds of videos if the jury is capable of staying.
I got a thumbs up from the jury. You may proceed, sir.
Next image or movie is img_1011.move. Metadata shows date modified 2/2/2020, 11:42 p.m.
I understand. This is what happens when you're going upstairs to ask for where my car keys are. Because it takes you all the time. Where are my car keys? Where are my car keys? Where are my car keys?
Where are you at with that? What are you talking about?
No, they're not. You took them.
Sarah, I didn't take your car keys.
Where are my car keys?
Where they at? All the time. What in the world are you talking about? They're in the. They're there with it.
No, they're not.
Sarah. They're at the.
No, they're not. You took them. And why'd you walk away with them?
Why would I take your freaking car keys?
Oh, you're not gonna curse now?
What are you talking about?
You took my car keys.
I didn't take your car keys.
You did.
Movie starting with file name B51, long file name. Metadata shows 12/29/2019, 4:04 p.m. modified.
I'm gonna go to court and I'm gonna tell the judge, listen, my fiance has nothing to do with it. It's all my fault. We were both drinking and got out of hand. Isolated situation, it has never happened before. I love my fiance. She's a good woman. Never been in trouble in her life. She has a 7-year-old son that she loves and cherishes.
A blind Boston Terrier.
She has 2 dogs. One is blind, one is deaf. She goes around and she's driving and sees an animal that's injured. She'll stop in the middle of the street, no matter what kind of traffic it is, just to make sure that that animal doesn't get injured any more than what it already has. We both love each other. We both live together. Yes, every relationship has their arguments, but we are not the type of people that you guys are portraying us to be.
She especially.
Especially her. So please, if you can,
Dismiss.
dismiss this case.
Closed.
Drop it. She is not the type of person.
Good person.
Great person.
Angel.
I know she'd be hateful. She's close to it.
Best thing that has ever happened to you.
Yes, ma'am. I love you to death. And I hate that we're going through this.
Sonic,
What?
if it could.
Good, I love you, baby. God will prevail and will take us out of this situation. Love you.
That'll be it for today, Judge.
All right. Get your lights back on. Members of the jury, it is 5:33 p.m. I thank you again for your time and your service in this matter. I'm going to give you another instruction before I discharge you for the evening. Jurors, you must not conduct any investigation on your own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Jurors do not watch local news or read local newspapers. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends, family members, or even your fellow jurors about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let anyone make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. With that, members of the jury, we'll see you again tomorrow morning here at 9 a.m. and 12 Alpha. Thank you so much. Y'all may be seated. Bruce. Thank you. Y'all can take a seat. Thank you. State, how much additional presentation do we anticipate tomorrow, sir?
It is just reading from the 108-page PDF that was on that last exhibit. I haven't practiced reading it in front of the mirror, so I'm not too sure, but not too long.
Okay.
40 minutes.
40? Okay. All right. And then you'll be resting at that point in time, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Defense, what, if any, positions do you have at this point in time?
Judge, I don't think we're going to put on a sort of rebuttal, but we'll think about it overnight.
Okay.
But I anticipate no.
Okay. I'll certainly let you stew on it this evening. I know it's been a long day for all of us. Where are we and how do we want to address the jury instructions? Because that is going to take some time.
I say, I was thinking we should have had the jury come in at 10. Try to take care of that ahead of time.
Well, the other alternative that I can suggest is I can be here at 8. I can get here at 8 and we could start working on jury instructions at that point in time, at least so we can move forward through some of it. And then we can try to just move forward from there. I'm here for y'all. You tell me what you want.
It's fine with starting a charge conference at 8.
I mean, my worry is it's going to take us some time. And if we start at 9:40, and it's going to take some time to work our way through these jury instructions. I don't want them sitting back there for 2+ hours just hanging out. We can at least get ahead of that.
Could we let them know to come in later?
They're still here. I'm fine with that. State? They're gone? Okay.
What I'm hearing is maybe closing arguments start at 1.
Yeah, that's possible. That's possible, if we can get through all the instructions. Mr. Henderson?
If I could compromise, how about 8:30, Judge?
I'm up at 5:30. It makes no difference to me. All right, 8:30 it is. We'll see you all at 8:30 tomorrow morning, and we'll start to go through the instructions. Anything else, State, we need to address?
No.
State or defense? All right, thank you all very much. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 8:30. We're off the record.
Okay. Well, I want to thank Rebecca, Brown-Eyed Lady, Michelle Michelle, I'm sorry. Marga Gliotti. I'm so sorry. I know I butchered it. We've got Down Under, JB, and Kim. Thank you guys for your super chats and your memberships. I appreciate y'all so much. This has been quite overwhelming this afternoon, and I'm sure that you guys are as in shock as I am. So with that being said, I think we're going to go ahead and call it, and we have to be here early in the morning to see what happens. I think the jury instructions, I'm pretty sure they'll be filming that. So I'll be here at 8:15 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I've already got the link up. When I when I log off of here, you will be able to see it, and you can hit the notification button. I just got to go in and change the time on it. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, mods, for being here all day. I love you guys. Y'all say thank you, please, to Laura and Bama and Mel for being here. Y'all have a blessed evening, and I'll talk to you soon.